Scutching Mill, at Kildonan, near Cork, there occurred between 1852 and 1856 6 fatal accidents and 60 mutilations. Every one of these might have been prevented by the simplest appliances, costing a few shillings. Dr. W. White, the certifying surgeon for factories at Downpatrick, states in his official report, dated the 15th of December 1865, the serious accidents at the Scutching Mills are of the most fearful nature. In many cases a quarter of the body is torn from the trunk, and either involves death or a future of wretched incapacity and suffering. The increase of mills in the country will of course extend these dreadful results, and it will be a great boon if they are brought under the legislature. I am convinced that by proper supervision of Scutching Mills a vast sacrifice of life and limb would be averted. 17. What could be more characteristic of the capitalist mode of production than the fact that it is necessary, by Act of Parliament, to force upon the capitalists the simplest appliances for maintaining cleanliness and health. In the Potteries the Factory Act of 17. Ibid. Page XV. N. 72 featuring. Cf. Capital, Volume 3, Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 2, Savings in Labor Conditions at the Expense of the Workers. 612. The production of relative surplus value 1864, has whitewashed and cleansed upwards of 200 workshops, after a period of abstinence from any such cleaning, in many cases of 20 years, and in some entirely. This is the abstinence of the capitalist, in which were employed 27,800 artisans, hitherto breathing through protracted days and often nights of labor, a mephitic atmosphere, and which rendered an otherwise comparatively innocuous occupation, pregnant with disease and death. The Act has improved the ventilation very much. 18. At the same time, this part of the Act strikingly demonstrates that the capitalist mode of production, by its very nature, excludes all rational improvement beyond a certain point. It has been repeatedly noted that the English doctors are unanimous in declaring that where the work is continuous cubic feet is the very smallest space that should be allowed for each person. Now, just as the Factory Acts, owing to their compulsory provisions, indirectly hasten the conversion of small workshops into factories, thus indirectly attacking the proprietary rights of the smaller capitalists, and assuring a monopoly to the big ones, so too, in the same way, thousands of small employers would be expropriated directly, at a single stroke, if it were made obligatory to provide the proper space for each worker in each workshop. This would strike at the very roots of the capitalist mode of production, i.e. the self-valorization of capital, whether on a small or a large scale, by means of the free, pure chase and consumption of labor power. Factory legislation is therefore brought to a dead halt before these cubic feet of breathing space. The health officers, the industrial inquiry commissioners, the factory inspectors, all repeat, over and over again, that it is both necessary for the workers to have these cubic feet, and impossible to impose this rule on capital. They are, in reality, declaring that consumption and the other pulmonary diseases of the workers are conditions necessary to the existence of capital. 19. 18. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1865, page 127. 19. It has been found out by experiment that with each breath of average intensity taken by an average, healthy individual, about 2 cubic inches of air are consumed, and that about 20 breaths are taken in each minute. Hence the air inhaled in 24 hours by each individual is about 720,000 cubic inches, or 416 cubic feet. It is clear, however, that air which has once been breathed cannot serve again for the same process until it has been purified in the great workshop of nature. According to the experiments of Valentin and Brunner, it appears that a healthy man gives off about 1,300 cubic inches of carbonic acid per hour. This would give about 8 ounces of solid carbon. Machinery and large-scale industry. 613. Paltry as the education clauses of the Act appear on the whole, they do proclaim that elementary education is a compulsory precondition for the employment of children. 20. The success of those clauses proved for the first time the possibility of combining a cation in gymnastics. 21. With manual labor, and consequently of combining manual labor with education and gymnastics. The factory inspectors soon found out, by questioning the schoolmasters, that the factory children, although they received only one half the education of the regular day students, yet learnt quite as much and often more. This can be accounted for by the simple fact that, with only being at school for one half of the day, they are always fresh, and nearly always ready and willing to receive instruction. The system on which they work, half manual labor and half school, renders each employment a rest and a relief to the other. Consequently, both are far more congenial to the child than would be the case were he kept constantly at one. It is quite clear that a boy who has been at school all the morning cannot, in hot weather particularly, cope with one who comes fresh and bright from his work. 22. Further evidence of this will be found in Senior's speech at the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh in 1863. He shows there, amongst other things, how the monotonous, thrown off from the lungs in 24 hours. Every man should have at least 800 cubic feet, Huxley. Lessons in Elementary Physiology, London, 1866, page 105. 20. According to the English Factory Act, parents cannot send their children under 14 years of age into factories under the control of the Act, unless at the same time they allow them to receive elementary education. The manufacturer is responsible for compliance with the Act. Factory education is compulsory, and it is a condition of labor. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1865, page 111, 21. On the very advantageous results achieved by combining gymnastics and military exercises in the case of boys, with compulsory education for factory children and pauper students, see the speech of N.W. Senior at the 7th Annual Congress of the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science, in Report of Proceedings, etc. London, 1863, pp. 63-4, and also the reports of the inspectors of factories. Point 31 October 1865, pp. 118-19, 120, 126t, 22. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1865, pp. 118-19. A silk manufacturer naively stated to the children, 8 employment commissioners. I am quite sure that the true secret of producing efficient workpeople is to be found in uniting education and labor from a period of childhood. Of course, the occupation must not be too severe, nor irksome or unhealthy. But of the advantage of the union I have no doubt. I wish my own children could have some work as well as play, to give variety to their schooling. Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, page 82, n. 36. 614 The production of relative surplus value unproductive and long school day undergone by the children of the upper and middle classes uselessly adds to the labor of the teacher, while he not only fruitlessly but absolutely injuriously wastes the time, health, and energy of the children. 23 As Robert Owen has shown us in detail, the germ of the education of the future is present in the factory system. This education will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction in gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. As we have seen, large-scale industry sweeps away by technical means the division of labor characteristic of manufacture, under which each man is bound hand and foot for life to a single special IZED operation. At the same time, the capitalist form of large-scale industry reproduces this same division of labor in a still more monstrous shape, in the factory proper, by converting the worker into a living appendage of the machine, and everywhere outside the factory by the sporadic use of machinery and machine workers, 24, or by the introduction of the labor of women, 23. Senior, Op. Cit. Page .66. The way in which large-scale industry, when it has reached a certain level, is capable of revolutionizing people's minds through the transformation it brings about in the materia, mode of production and the social relations of production, is strikingly demonstrated by a comparison of Senior's speech in 1863 with his Philippic against the Factory Act of 1833. It could also be shown by a comparison of the views of the above-mentioned Congress with the fact that in certain country districts of England poor parents are forbidden, on pain of death by starvation, to educate their children. Thus Mr. Snell, for example, reports that it is a common occurrence in Somersetshire that, when a poor person claims parish relief, he is compelled to take his children out of school. Mr. Wol. Aston, the clergyman at Feltham, also tells of cases where all relief was denied to certain families, because they were sending their children to school. 24. Wherever handicraft machines, driven by men, compete directly or indirectly with more developed machines driven by mechanical power, a great change takes place with regard to the worker who drives the machine. At first the steam engine replaces this worker, afterwards he must replace the steam engine. Hence the tension and the amount of labor power expended become monstrous. This is especially true in the case of the children who are condemned to this torture. Thus Mr. Lange, one of the commissioners, found that in Coventry and the neighborhood boys from 10 to 15 years were employed in turning the ribbon looms, not to mention younger children who had to drive smaller machines. It is extraordinarily fatiguing work. The boy is a mere substitute for steam power. Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, 1866, page 114, n.6. As to the fatal consequences of this system of slavery, as the official report styles it, Po 115, n. 63, see Ibid. pp. 114 if. Machinery and large-scale industry 615 children and unskilled men is a new foundation for the division of labor. The contradiction between the division of labor under manufacture and the essential character of large-scale industry makes itself forcibly felt. It appears, for example, in the frightful fact that a great part of the children employed in modern factories and manufactures are from their earliest years riveted to the most simple manipulations, and exploited for years, without being taught a single kind of skill that would afterwards make them of use, even in the same factory. In the English letter press printing trade, for example, there formerly existed a system, corresponding to that in the old manufactures and handicrafts, of advancing the apprentices from easy to more and more difficult work. They went through a course of teaching till they were finished printers. To be able to read and write was for every one of them a requirement of their trade. All this was changed by the printing machine. It employs two sorts of worker. On the one hand there are adults, tenters, and on the other hand there are boys, mostly from 11 to 17 years of age, whose sole occupation is either to spread the sheets of paper under the machine, or to take from it the printed sheets. They perform this weary task, in London especially, for 14, 15 and 16 hours at a stretch, during several days in the week, and frequently for 36 hours, with only 2 hours rest for meals and sleep. 2 A great proportion of them cannot read, and they are, as a rule, utter savages and very extraordinary creaturish. To qualify them for the work which they have to do they require no intellectual training. There is little room in it for skill, and less for judgment. Their wages, though rather high for boys, do not increase proportionately as they grow up, and the majority of them cannot look for advancement to the better paid and more responsible post of machine minder, because, while each machine has but one minder, it has at least two, and often four boys attached to it. 26 As soon as they get too old for such children's work, that is at about 17 years old, at the latest, they are discharged from the printing establishments. They become recruits for crime. Attempts to procure them employment elsewhere come to grief owing to their ignorance and brutality, their mental and bodily degradation. What is true of the division of labor within the workshop under the system of manufacture is also true of the division of labor within society. As long as handicrafts and manufacture 25, Ibid, page 3, D24. 26, Ibid, page 7, D60. 616 The production of relative surplus value form the universal basis of social production, the subjection of the producer to a single branch, the breaking up of the originally multifarious parts of his employment. 27 is a necessary aspect of the process of development. It is on that basis that each separate branch of production acquires its technically appropriate shape empirically, and slowly perfects it. Then, as soon as a particular degree of maturity has been reached, it rapidly crystallizes. Once this has happened, the only thing that here and there gives rise to a change, apart from the provision of new materials for labor through the medium of trade, is the gradual alteration of the instruments of labor. But their form, too, once it has been definitively laid down by experience, undergoes a process of putrefaction, as is proved by their frequent transmission from one generation to another, unaltered, through thousands of years. It is characteristic of this situation that, right down to the 18th century, the different trades were called mysteries, mysteries. 28 into whose secrets none but those initiated by their profession and their practical experience could penetrate. Large-scale industry tore aside the veil that concealed from men their own social process of production and turned the various spontaneously divided branches of production into riddles, not only to outsiders but even to the initiated. Its principle, which is to view each process of production in and for itself, and to resolve it into its constituent elements without looking first at the ability of the human hand to perform the new processes, brought into existence the whole of the modern science of technology. The varied, apparently unconnected and petrified forms of the social production process. 27. In some parts of the Highlands of Scotland, not many years ago, every peasant, according to the statistical account, made his own shoes of leather tanned by himself. Many a shepherd and cotter too, with his wife and children, appeared at church in clothes which had been touched by no hands but their own, since they were shorn from the sheep and sown in the flaxfield. In the preparation of these, it is added, scarcely a single article had been purchased, except the awl, needle, thimble, and a very few parts of the ironwork employed in the weaving. The dyes, too, were chiefly extracted by the women from trees, shrubs, and herbs. Dugald Stewart, Works, ed. Hamilton, Volume 8, page 327-8, 28. In the famous Livre des Métiers of Etienne Boileau, we find it prescribed that a journeyman, on being admitted among the masters, had to swear to love his brethren with brotherly love, to support them in their respective trades, not wilfully to betray the secrets of the trade, and besides, in the interests of all, not to recommend his own wares by calling the attention of the buyer to defects in the articles made by others. Machinery and large-scale industry. 617 were now dissolved into conscious and planned applications of natural science, divided up systematically in accordance with the particular useful effect aimed at in each case. Similarly, technology discovered the few grand fundamental forms of motion which, despite all the diversity of the instruments used, apply necessarily to every productive action of the human body, just as the science of mechanics is not misled by the immense complete cation of modern machinery into viewing this as anything other than the constant reappearance of the same simple mechanical processes. Modern industry never views or treats the existing form of a production process as the definitive one. Its technical basis is therefore revolutionary, whereas all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. 29 By means of machinery, chemical processes and other methods, it is continually transforming not only the technical basis of production but also the functions of the worker in the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within society, and incessantly throws masses of capital and of workers from one branch of production to another. Thus large-scale industry, by its very nature, necessitates variation of labor, fluidity of functions, and mobility of the worker in all directions. But on the other hand, in its capitalist form it reproduces the old division of labor with its ossified particularities. We have seen how this absolute contradiction does away with all repose. 29. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered form was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. F. Engels and Karl Marx, Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei, London, 1848, page 5, English translation, Manifesto of the Communist Party, pp. 70-71, in Karl Marx, The Revolutions of 1848, Pelican Marx Library, 1973. Namely the contradiction between the revolutionary technical basis of large-scale industry and the form it takes under capitalism. The reference back is mainly to section 3 of this chapter. 618 The production of relative surplus value, all fixity and all security as far as the worker's life situation is concerned. How it constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hands the means of subsistence, 30 and, by suppressing his specialized function, to make him superfluous. We have seen, too, how this contradiction bursts forth without restraint in the ceaseless human sacrifices required from the working class, in the reckless squandering of labor powers, and in the devastating effects of social anarchy. This is the negative side. But if, at present, variation of labor imposes itself after the manner of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with obstacles everywhere. 31 Large-scale industry, through its very catastrophes, makes the recognition of variation of labor and hence of the fitness of the worker for the maximum number of different kinds of labor into a question of life and death. This possibility of varying labor must become a general law of social production, and the existing relations must be adapted to permit its realization in practice. That monstrosity, the disposable working population held in reserve, in misery, for the changing requirements of capitalist exploitation, must be replaced by the individual man who is absolutely available for the different kinds of labor required of him. The partially developed individual, who is merely the bearer of one specialized social function, must be replaced by the totally developed individual, for whom the different social functions or different modes of activity he takes up in turn. One aspect of this process of transformation, which has developed spontaneously from the foundation provided by large-scale industry, is the establishment of technical and agricultural schools. Another is the foundation of Écoles d'enseignement pro 30. Single quote. You take my life when you do take the means whereby I live. Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, Act 4, Scene 1, 31. A French worker wrote as follows on his return from San Francisco. See, I could never have believed that I was capable of working at all the trades I practiced in California. I was finely convinced that I was fit for nothing but the printing of books. Once I was in the midst of this world of adventurers, who change their jobs as often as their shirts, then, upon my faith, I did as the others. As mining did not pay well enough, I left it for the city, and there I became in succession a typographer, a slater, a plumber, etc. As a result of this discovery that I am fit for any sort of work, I feel less of a mollusk and more of a man. A. Corbin, De l'enseignement professionnel, 2nd eden, page 50. Machinery and large-scale industry 619 Feshionel, in which the children of the workers receive a certain amount of instruction in technology and in the practical handling of the various implements of labor. Though the Factory Act, that first and meager concession wrung from capital, is limited to combining elementary education with work in the factory, there can be no doubt that, with the inevitable conquest of political power by the working class, technological education, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the schools of the workers. There is also no doubt that those revolutionary ferments whose goal is the abolition of the old division of labor stand in diametrical contradiction with the capitalist form of production, and the economic situation of the workers which corresponds to that form. However, the development of the contradictions of a given historical form of production is the only historical way in which it can be dissolved and then reconstructed on a new basis. Ne sutor ultra crepidam, ta phrase which was the absolute summit of handicraft wisdom, became sheer nonsense from the moment the watchmaker Watt invented the steam engine, the barber Arkwright the throstle and the jeweler Fulton the steamship. 32 As long as factory legislation is confined to regulating the labor done in factories, etc., it is regarded only as an interference. 32. John Baylors, a veritable phenomenon in the history of political economy, already saw very clearly, at the end of the 17th century, the need to abolish the present system of education and division of labor, which gives rise to hypertrophy and atrophy at the two opposite extremities of society. Amongst other things he says this, an idle learning being little better than the learning of idleness. Bodily labor, it's a primitive institution of God. Labor being as proper for the body's health as eating is for its living. For what pains a man saves by ease, he win find in disease. Labor adds oil to the lamp of life, when thinking inflames it. A childish C.I.L.E.M. Oi, an anticipatory warning against the basedows, and their modem imitators, leaves the children's minds silly. Proposals for raising a college of industry of all useful trades and husbandry. London, 1696, pp. 12, 14, 16, 18. J.B. Basedow, 1724-90, was a German educational theorist, whose endeavors to reform the educational system were influenced by Rousseau and Comenius. He ran a school in which the children learned no Latin and came into closer contact with reality through practical activities. Schools for vocational teaching. Let the cobbler stick to his last. The reply is supposed to have been made by the Greek painter Apelles to a shoemaker who criticized one of his works. It is reported by Pliny the Elder, Historia Naturalis, BKXXXV, para. 84. 620 The production of relative surplus value with capital's rights of exploitation. But when it comes to regulating so-called domestic labor. 33 This is immediately viewed as a direct attack on the patria potestas, or, in modern terms, parental authority. The tender-hearted English Parliament long affected to shrink from taking this step. The power of facts, however, at last compelled it to acknowledge that large-scale industry, in overturning the economic foundation of the old family system, and the family labor corresponding to it, had also dissolved the old family relationships. The rights of the children had to be proclaimed. The concluding report of the Children's Employment Commission, published in 1866, says, "It is, unhappily, to a painful degree apparent throughout the whole of the evidence, that against no persons do the children of both sexes so much require protection as against their parents." The system of unlimited exploitation of children's labor in general and so-called domestic labor in particular is maintained only because the parents are able, without check or control, to exercise this arbitrary and mischievous power over their young and tender offspring. Parents must not possess the absolute power of making their children mere machines to earn so much weekly wage. The children and young persons, therefore, in all such cases may justifiably claim from the legislature, as a natural right, that an exemption should be secured to them, from what destroys prematurely their physical strength, and lowers them in the scale of intellectual and moral beings. 34 It was not however the misuse of parental power that created the direct or indirect exploitation of immature labor powers by capital, but rather the opposite, i.e. the capitalist mode of exploitation, by sweeping away the economic foundation which corresponded to parental power, made the use of parental power into its misuse. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution of the old family ties within the capitalist system may appear, large-scale industry, by assigning an important part in socially organized processes of production, outside the sphere of the domestic economy, to women, young persons and children of both sexes, does never. 33. This sort of labor goes on mostly in small workshops, as we have seen when dealing with the lace-making and straw-plaiting trades, and as we could demonstrate in more detail if we looked at the metal manufactures of Sheffield, Birmingham, etc. 34. Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, page XXV, D 162, and 2nd Report, page XXXVIII, D 285, 289, page XXV, pp. XXVXXVI, N. 191. See above, pp. 596-9. Machinery and large-scale industry. 621 The less create a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of relations between the sexes. It is of course just as absurd to regard the Christian Germanic form of the family as absolute and final as it would have been in the case of the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek or the Oriental forms, which, moreover, form a series in historical development. It is also obvious that the fact that the collective working group is composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must under the appropriate conditions turn into a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal, capitalist form, the system works in the opposite direction, and becomes a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery, since here the worker exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the worker. 35 The necessity for a generalization of the Factory Acts, for transforming them from exceptional laws relating to mechanical spinning and weaving, those first creations of machinery, into the general law for all social production, arose, as we have seen, from the path of historical development taken by large-scale industry, for, in its wake, the traditional shape of manufacture, handicrafts and domestic industry is entirely revolutionized. Manufactures are constantly passing over into the factory system, and handicrafts into manufactures, and, at the end, the spheres of handicrafts and domestic industry become, in what is relatively an amazingly short time, dens of misery where capitalist exploitation is given free rein to commit the most frightful iniquities. There are two circumstances which finally turn the scale. First, the constantly recurring experience that as soon as capital is subjected to state control, even at a handful of points on the periphery of society, it seeks compensation all the more unrestrainedly at all other points. 36 and second, the cry of the capitalists for equality in the conditions of competition, i.e. for equality of restraint on the exploitation of labor. 37 Let us listen to two heartfelt outpourings on this matter. Messrs. W. Cooksley of Bristol, nail and chain manufacturers, voluntarily introduced the regulations. 35. Factory labor may be as pure and as excellent as domestic labor, and perhaps more so. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1865, page 129, 36. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1865, pp. 27-32, 37. A large number of examples can be found in the reports of the Inspectors of Factories. 622 The production of relative surplus value of the Factory Acts into their business. As the old irregular system prevails in neighboring works, the Messrs. Cooksley are subject to the disadvantage of having their boys enticed to continue their labor elsewhere after 6 p.m. This, they naturally say, is an injustice and loss to us, as it exhausts a portion of the boys' strength of which we ought to have the full benefit. 38 Mr. J. Simpson, paper box and bagmaker, of London, states before the Commissioners of the Children's Employment Commission, he would sign any petition for legislative intervention. As it was, he always felt restless at night, when he had closed his place, lest others should be working later than him and getting away his orders. 39 Summing up, the commissioners declare, it would be unjust to the larger employers that their factories should be placed under regulation, while the hours of labor in the small places in their own branch of business were under no legislative restriction. And to the injustice arising from the unfair conditions of competition, in regard to hours, that would be created if the smaller places of work were exempt, would be added the disadvantage to the larger manufacturers of finding their supply of juvenile and female labor drawn off to the places of work exempt from legislation. Further, a stimulus would be given to the multiplication of the smaller places of work, which are almost invariably the least favorable to the health, comfort, education, and general improvement of the people. 40 In its concluding report, the Children's Employment Commission proposes to subject to the Factory Act more than 1,400,000 children, young persons and women, of whom about one-half are exploited in small industries and in so-called domestic labor. 41 It says this, but if it should seem fit to Parliament to 38. Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, page X, D 35. 39. Ibid. Page X, N. 28. 40. Ibid. Page XXV, N. 165-7. As to the advantages of large-scale, compared with small-scale, industries, see Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, page 13, N. 144, page 25, N. 121, page 26, D 125, page 27, D 140, etc. 41. The branches they propose to regulate are as follows: OWS. Lace making, stocking weaving, straw plaiting, the manufacture of wearing apparel with its numerous subdivisions, artificial flower making, shoe making, hat making, glove making, tailoring, all metal works, from blast furnaces down to needle factories, etc., paper mills, glass works, tobacco factories, India rubber works, braid making, for weaving, hand carpet making, umbrella and parasol making, the manufacture of spindles and spools, letterpress printing, bookbinding, the manufacture of stationery, including paper bags, cards, hourd paper, etc., rope making, the manufacture of jet ornaments, brick making. Machinery and large-scale industry. 623 Place the whole of that large number of children, young persons and females under the protective legislation above adverted to. It cannot be doubted that such legislation would have a most beneficent effect, not only upon the young and the feeble who are its more immediate objects, but upon the still larger body of adult workers who would, in all those employments, both directly and indirectly, come immediately under its influence. It would enforce upon them regular and moderate hours. It would lead to their places of work being kept in a healthy and cleanly state. It would therefore husband and improve that store of physical strength on which their own well-being and that of the country so much depends. It would save the rising generation from that overexertion at an early age which undermines their constitutions and leads to premature decay. Finally, it would ensure them, at least up to the age of 13, the opportunity of receiving the elements of education, and would put an end to that utter ignorance. Which, as faithfully exhibited in the reports of our assistant commissioners, cannot be regarded without the deepest pain, and a profound sense of national humiliation. 42 The Tory government announced on the 5th of February 1867, in the speech from the throne, that it had incorporated the proposals of the Children's Employment Commission into bills. 43 To get that far, an extra 20 years of experimenta in corpore vili had been required. Already in 1840 a parliamentary commission of inquiry into child labor had been appointed. Its report, issued in 1842, unfolded, in the words of Nassau W. Sr., the most frightful picture of avarice, selfishness and cruelty on the part of silk manufacture when carried on by hand, Coventry weaving, salt works, tallow chandlers, cement works, sugar refineries, biscuit making, various industries connected with timber, and other mixed trades. 42. Ibid. Page XXV, N. 169. 43. The Factory Acts Extension Act was passed on the 12th of August 1867. It regulates all foundries, smithies and metal works, including machine shops, and also glass works, paper mills, gutta percha and India rubber works, tobacco factories, letterpress printing and bookbinding works. Finally, it regulates all workshops in which more than 50 persons are employed. The Hours of Labor Regulation Act, passed on the 17th of August 1867, regulates the smaller workshops and the so-called domestic industries. I shall revert to these acts, and to the new Mining Act of 1872, in Volume 2. This is simply another way of describing the Workshops Regulation Act, cited on page 624. Experiments on a worthless body. 624 The production of relative surplus value masters and parents, and of juvenile and infantile misery, degradation and destruction ever presented. It may be supposed that it describes the horrors of a past age. But there is unhappily evidence that those horrors continue as intense as they were. A pamphlet, on the Lace Trade and Factory Act, published by Hardwick in 1860 states that the abuses complained of in 1842 are in full bloom at the present day, 1863. It is a strange proof of the general neglect of the morals and health of the children of the working class, that this report lay unnoticed for 20 years, during which the children, bred up without the remotest sign of comprehension as to what is meant by the term morals, who had neither knowledge, nor religion, nor natural affection, were allowed to become the parents of the present generation. 44. In the meantime, the social situation had undergone a change. Asterisk. Parliament did not dare to shelve the demands of the Commission of 1862 as it had done those of the Commission of 1840. Hence, in 1864, when the Commission had not yet published more than a part of its reports, the earthenware industries, including the potteries, the manufacture of wallpaper, matches, cartridges, and percussion caps, and the cutting of fustian were placed under the acts in force in the textile industry. It was then that the Tory government which was now in power announced, in the speech from the throne, the introduction of further bills, founded on the final recommendations of the Commission, which had completed its labors in 1866. The Factory Acts Extension Act received the royal assent on the 15th of August 1867, the Workshops Regulation Act on the 21st of August 1867. The first act regulated the large industries, the second the small. The Factory Acts Extension Act applies to blast furnaces, iron and copper mills, foundries, machine shops, metal works, gutta percha works, paper mills, glass works, tobacco factories, letterpress printing works, bookbinding works, in short to all industrial establishments of this kind, in which 50 individuals or more are occupied simultaneously, and for not less than 100 days a year. To give an idea of the extent of the sphere embraced by the 44. Senior Social Science Congress, pp. 55-8. The following paragraphs, from In the Meantime, to actually put these measures into practice, page 626, were added by Engels to the fourth German edition. Machinery and Large-Scale Industry 625 Workshops Regulation Act. In its application, we shall cite the definitions it lays down. Handicraft shall mean any manual labor exercised by way of trade, or for purposes of gain in, or incidental to, the making any article or part of an article, or in, or incidental to, the altering, repairing, ornamenting, finishing, or otherwise adapting for sale any article. Workshop shall mean any room or place whatever in the open air or under cover, in which any handicraft is carried on by any child, young person, or woman, and to which and over which the person by whom such child, young person, or woman is employed, has the right of access and control. Employed shall mean occupied in any handicraft, whether for wages or not, under a master or under a parent as herein defined. Parent shall mean parent, guardian, or person, having the custody of, or control over, any child or young person. Clause 7, which imposes a penalty for the employment of children, young persons and women in contravention of the provisions of the Act, lays down fines, not only for the occupier of the workshop, whether a parent or not, but also for the parent of, or the person deriving any direct benefit from the labor of, or having the control over, the child, young person or woman. The Factory Acts Extension Act, which affects the large establishments, regresses from the Factory Act by a mass of vicious exceptions and cowardly compromises with the masters. The Workshops Regulation Act, wretched as far as its detailed provisions were concerned, remained a dead letter in the hands of the municipal and local authorities who were charged with its execution. When in 1871, Parliament withdrew this power from them, in order to confer it on the factory inspectors, to whose province it thus added at a single stroke more than 100,000 workshops, as well as 300 brickworks, care was taken at the same time not to add more than 8 assistants to their already undermanned staff. 45. What strikes us, then, in the English legislation of 1867, is, on the one hand, the necessity imposed on the Parliament of the 45. The personnel of the factory inspectorate consisted of 2 inspectors, 2 assistant inspectors and 41 sub-inspectors. 8 additional sub-inspectors were appointed in 1871. The total cost of administering the acts in England, Scotland and Ireland, and amounted for the year 1871 to no more than £25,347, including legal expenses incurred in prosecuting offenders. 626. The production of relative surplus value ruling classes of adopting, in principle, such extraordinary and extensive measures against the excesses of capitalist exploitation, and, on the other hand, the hesitation, the unwillingness and the bad faith with which it actually put these measures into practice. The 1862 Inquiry Commission also proposed a renewed regulation of the mining industry, an industry distinguished from all others by the fact that in it the interests of the landowner and the capitalist coincide. The antagonism between these two interests had been favorable to factory legislation, and the absence of that antagonism is sufficient to explain the delays and the chicanery surrounding the legislation on mines. The 1840 Inquiry Commission had made revelations so terrible and shocking, and created such a scandal throughout Europe, that to salve its conscience Parliament passed the Mining Act of 1842. But this did no more than forbid the employment underground of children under 10 years of age and of females. Then, in 1860, there came the Mines Inspection Act, which provides that mines shall be inspected by public officials appointed specially for that purpose, and that boys between the ages of 10 and 12 years shall not be employed, unless they have a school certificate, or go to school for a certain number of hours. This act was a complete dead letter, owing to the ridiculously small number of inspectors, the meagerness of their powers, and other causes that will become apparent as we proceed. One of the most recent blue books on mines is the report from the Select Committee on Mines, together with evidence, the 23rd of July 1866. This is the work of a parliamentary committee selected from members of the House of Commons, and authorized to summon and examine witnesses. It is a thick folio volume, but the report itself occupies only 5 lines, to this effect: the committee has nothing to say, and more witnesses must be examined. The mode of examining the witnesses reminds one of the cross-examination of witnesses in English courts of justice, where the advocate tries, by means of impudent, confusing and unexpected questions, to intimidate and confound the witness, and to give a forced meaning to the answers thus extorted. In this inquiry the members of the committee themselves are the cross-examiners, and among them are to be found both mine owners and mine. The full 1 owing paragraphs, from An Industry to Capitalist Production, page 634, were transferred by Engels from a footnote to the text in the 4th German edition. Machinery and Urge-Scale Industry 627 Exploiters. The witnesses are mining workers, mostly coal miners. The whole farce is too characteristic of the spirit of capital not to call for a few extracts from this report. For the sake of conciseness, I have classified them under headings. I should also add that every question and its obligatory answer are numbered in the English Blue Books, and that the witnesses whose depositions are cited here are all workers in coal mines. 1. Employment in mines of boys of 10 years and upwards. In the mines the work, including the obligatory journey to and from the mine, usually lasts 14 or 15 hours, in exceptional cases even longer, from 3, 4 and 5 a.m. until 5 and 6 p.m. in the evening. N. 6, 452, 83. The adults work in 2 shifts, of 8 hours each, but there is no such alternation with the boys, on account of the expense. N. 80, 203, 204. The younger boys are chiefly employed in opening and shutting the ventilating doors in the various parts of the mine. The older ones are employed on heavier work, in carrying coal, etc. N. 122, 739, 740. They work these long hours underground until their 18th or 22nd year, when they are put to miners' work proper. N. 161. Children and young persons are at present worse treated and harder worked than at any previous period. N. 1663-7. The miners almost unanimously demand an act of Parliament prohibiting the employment of children under 14 in mines. And now Hussey Vivian, himself a mine owner, asks, would not the opinion of the workman depend upon the poverty of the workman's family? Mr. Bruce. Do you not think it would be a very hard case, where a parent had been injured, or where he was sickly, or where a father was dead, and there was only a mother, to prevent a child between 12 and 14 earning is 7d. a day for the good of the family? ... You must lay down a general rule? ... Are you prepared to recommend legislation which would prevent the employment of children under 12 and 14, whatever the state of their parents might be? Yes, N. 107-10. Vivian. Supposing that an enactment were passed preventing the employment of children under the age of 14, would it not be probable that the parents of children would seek employment for their children in other directions, for instance, in manufacture? Not generally, I think. N. 174. Kinnaird. Some of the boys are keepers of doors? Yes. Is there not generally a very great draught every time you open a door or close it? Yes, generally there is. It sounds a very easy thing, but it is in fact rather a painful one. He is imprisoned there just the same as if he was in a cell of a jail. Bourgeois Vivian. Whenever a boy is furnished with a lamp 628 the production of relative surplus value, cannot he read? Yes, he can read, if he finds himself in candles, if he buys himself candles. ... I suppose he would be found fault with if he were discovered reading. He is there to mind his business, he has a duty to perform, and he has to attend to it in the first place, and I do not think it would be allowed down the pit. N. 139, 141, 143, 158, 160, 2. Education. The mining workers want a law for the compulsory education of their children, as in factories. They declare that the clauses of the Act of 1860 which require a school certificate to be obtained before employing boys of 10 and 12 years of age are quite illusory. The painstaking cross-examination conducted by the capitalist investigating magistrates on this subject is positively droll. Is it, the Act, required more against the masters or against the parents? It is required against both, I think. You cannot say whether it is required against one more than against the other? No. I can hardly answer that question. N. 115, 116. Does there appear to be any desire on the part of the employers that the boys should have such hours as to enable them to go to school? No. The hours are never shortened for that purpose. N. 137. Should you say that the colliers generally improve their education? Have you any instances of men who have, since they began to work, greatly improved their education, or do they not rather go back, and lose any advantage that they may have gained? They generally become worse. They do not improve, they acquire bad habits, they get on to drinking and gambling and such like, and they go completely to wreck. N. 211. Do they make any attempt of the kind, for providing instruction, by having schools at night? There are few collieries where night schools are held, and perhaps at those collieries a few boys do go to those schools, but they are so physically exhausted that it is to no purpose that they go there. N. 454. Single quote. You are then, concludes the bourgeois, against education? Most certainly not, but, etc. N. 443. But are they, the employers, not compelled to demand them? School certificates, by law they are, but I am not aware they are demanded by the employers. Then it is your opinion that this provision of the Act as to requiring certificates is not generally carried out in the collieries? It is not carried out. N.443, 444. Do the men take a great interest in this question of education? The majority of them do. N.717. Are they very anxious to see the law enforced? The majority are. N.718. Do you think that in this country, machinery and large-scale industry 629 any law that you pass can really be effectual unless the population themselves assist in putting it into operation? Many a man might wish to object to employing a boy, but he would perhaps become marked by it. N.720. Marked by whom? By the employers. N.721. Do you think that the employers would find any fault with a man who obeyed the law? Question mark single quote. I believe they would. N.722. Have you ever heard of any workman objecting to employ a boy between 10 and 12, who could not write or read? It is not left to men's option. N.123. Would you call for the interference of Parliament? I think that if anything effectual is to be done in the education of the colliers' children, it will have to be made compulsory by Act of Parliament. N.1634. Would you lay that obligation upon the colliers only, or all the workpeople of Great Britain? I came to speak for the colliers. N.1636. Why should you distinguish them, the colliery boys, from other boys? Because I think they are an exception to the rule. N.1638. In what respect? In a physical respect. N.1639. Why should education be more valuable to them than to other classes of lads? I do not know that it is more valuable, but through the overexertion in mines there is less chance for the boys that are employed there to get education, either at Sunday schools, or at day schools. N.1640. It is impossible to look at a question of this sort absolutely by itself. N.1644. Is there a sufficiency of schools? No. N.1646. If the state were to require that every child should be sent to school, would there be schools for the children to go to? No. But one think if the circumstances were to spring up, the schools would be forthcoming. N.1647. Some of them, the boys, cannot read and write at all, I suppose? The majority cannot. The majority of the men themselves cannot. N.705, 725, 3. Employment of women. Since 1842, women are no longer employed underground, but occupied on the surface in loading the coal, etc., in drawing the tubs to the canals and railway wagons, in sorting, etc. The numbers have increased considerably during the past 3 or 4 years. N.1727. They are mostly the wives, daughters and widows of colliers, and their ages range from 12 to 50 or 60 years. N.645, 1779. What is the feeling among the working miners as to the employment of women? I think they generally condemn it. N.648. What objection do you see to it? I think it is degrading to the sex. N.649. There is a peculiarity of dress. Yes. It is rather a man's dress, and I believe in some 630 the production of relative surplus value cases, it drowns all sense of decency. Do the women smoke? Some do. And one suppose it is very dirty work. Very dirty. They get black and grimy? As black as those who are down the mines. 1. Believe that a woman having children, and there are plenty on the banks that have, cannot do her duty to her children. N.650 to 54, 710. Do you think that those widows could get employment anywhere else, which would bring them in as much wages as that? From S's to 10s a week. I cannot speak to that. N.709. You would still be prepared, would you, stony-hearted fellow, to prevent their obtaining a livelihood by these means? I would. N.710. What is the general feeling in the district? As to the employment of women? The feeling is that it is degrading, and we wish as miners to have more respect to the fair sex than to see them placed on the pit bank. Some part of the work is very hard. Some of these girls have raised as much as 10 tons of stuff a day. N.1715, 1717. Do you think that the women employed about the collieries are less moral than the women employed in the factories? The percentage of bad ones may be a little more than with the girls in the factories. N.1237. But you are not quite satisfied with the state of morality in the factories? No. N.1733. Would you prohibit the employment of women in factories also? No, one would not. N.1734. Why not? I think it a more honorable occupation for them in the mills. N.1735. Still it is injurious to their morality, you think? Not so much as working on the pit bank, but it is more on the social position I take it. One do not take it on its moral ground alone. The degradation, in its social bearing on the girls, is deplorable in the extreme. When these 405 girls become colliers' wives, the men suffer greatly from this degradation, and it causes them to leave their homes and drink. N.1736. You would be obliged to stop the employment of women in the ironworks as well, would you not, if you stopped it in the collieries? I cannot speak for any other trade. N.1737. Can you see any difference in the circumstances of women employed in ironworks, and the circumstances of women employed above ground in collieries? I have not ascertained anything as to that. N.1740. Can you see anything that makes a distinction between one class and the other? I have not ascertained that, but one know from house-to-house visitation, that it is a deplorable state of things in our district. N. 1741. Would you interfere in every case with the employment of women where that employment was done? Machinery and large-scale industry 631 grading? It would become injurious, I think, in this way. The best feelings of Englishmen have been gained from the instruction of a mother. N. 1750. That equally applies to agricultural employments, does it not? Yes, but that is only for 2 seasons, and they have work all the 4 seasons. They often work day and night, wet through to the skin, their constitution undermined and their health ruined. N. 1751. You have not inquired more generally into that subject, L. The employment of women, perhaps. I have certainly taken note of it as I have gone along, and certainly I have seen nothing parallel to the effects of the employment of women on the pit bank. It is the work of a man. A strong man. N. 1753, 1793, 1794. Single quote. Your feeling upon the whole subject is that the better class of colliers who desire to raise themselves and humanize themselves, instead of deriving help from the women, are pulled down by them? Yes, N. 1808. After some further crooked questions from these bourgeois, the secret of their sympathy for widows, poor families and so on emerges into the daylight. The coal proprietor appoints certain gentlemen to take the oversight of the workings, and it is their policy, in order to receive approbation, to place things on the most economical basis they can, and these girls are employed at from is. Up to is. 6d. A day, where a man at the rate of 2s. 6d. A day would have to be employed. N. 1816, 4. Coroners' juries. With regard to coroners' inquests in your district, have the workmen confidence in the proceedings at those inquests when accidents occur? No, they have not. N.360. Why not? Chiefly because the men who are generally chosen are men who know nothing about mines and such like. Are not workmen summoned at all upon the juries? Never but as witnesses to my knowledge. Who are the people who are generally summoned upon these juries? Generally tradesmen in the neighborhood. From their circumstances they are sometimes liable to be influenced by their employers. The owners of the works. They are generally men who have no knowledge, and can scarcely understand the witnesses who are called before them, and the terms which are used and such like. Would you have the jury composed of persons who had been employed in mining? Yes, partly. They, the workers, think that the verdict is not in accordance with the evidence given generally. N. 361, 364, 366, 368, 371, 375. One great object in summoning a jury is to have an impartial one, is it not? Yes, I should think so. Do you think 632 the production of relative surplus value that the juries would be impartial if they were composed to a considerable extent of workmen? I cannot see any motive which the workmen would have to act partially. They necessarily have a better knowledge of the operations in connection with the mine. You do not think there would be a tendency on the part of the workmen to return unfairly severe verdicts? No, I think not. N. 378, 379, 380, 5. False weights and measures. The workers demand to be paid by the week instead of by the fortnight, and by weight instead of by the cubic content of the tubs. They also demand protection against the use of false weights, etc. N. 1071. If the tubs were fraudulently increased, a man could discontinue working by giving 14 days' notice. But if he goes to another place, there is the same thing going on there. N. 1071. But he can leave that place where the wrong has been committed. It is general. Wherever he goes, he has to submit to it. N. 1072. Could a man leave by giving 14 days' notice? Yes. N. 1073. So much for that. 6. Inspection of mines. Casualties from gas explosions are not the only things the workers suffer from. N. 234 ff. Our men complained very much of the bad ventilation of the collieries. The ventilation is so bad in general that the men can scarcely breathe. They are quite unfit for employment of any kind after they have been for a length of time in connection with their work. Indeed, just at the part of the mine where I am working, men have been obliged to leave their employment and come home in consequence of that. Some of them have been out of work for weeks just in consequence of the bad state of the ventilation where there is not explosive gas. There is plenty of air generally in the main courses, yet pains are not taken to get air into the workings where men are working. Why do you not apply to the inspector? To tell the truth, there are many men who are timid on that point. There have been cases of men being sacrificed and losing their employment in consequence of applying to the inspector. Why? Is he a marked man for having complained? Yes. And he finds it difficult to get employment in another mine? Yes. Do you think the mines in your neighborhood are sufficiently inspected to ensure compliance with the provisions of the Act? No, they are not inspected at all. The inspector has been down just once in the pit, and it has been going 7 years. In the district to which I belong there are not a sufficient. Machinery and large-scale industry 633 number of inspectors. We have one old man more than 70 years of age to inspect more than 130 collieries. You wish to have a class of sub-inspectors? Yes, N. 234, 241, 251, 254, 274, 275, 554, 276, 293. But do you think it would be possible for government to maintain such an army of inspectors as would be necessary to do all that you want them to do, without information from the men? No, I should think it would be next to impossible. It would be desirable the inspectors should come oftener? Yes, and without being sent for, n. 280, 277. Do you not think that the effect of having these inspectors examining the collieries so frequently would be to shift the responsibility of supplying proper ventilation from the owners of the collieries to the government officials? No, I do not think that. I think that they should make it their business to enforce the acts which are already in existence, n. 285. When you speak of sub-inspectors, do you mean men at a less salary and of an inferior stamp to the present inspectors? I would not have them inferior, if you could get them otherwise, n. 294. Do you merely want more inspectors, or do you want a lower class of men as an inspector? A man who would knock about, and see that things are kept right. A man who would not be afraid of himself, n. 295. If you obtained your wish in getting an inferior class of inspectors appointed, do you think that there would be no danger from want of skill, etc.? I think not. I think that the government would see after that, and have proper men in that position, n. 297. This kind of examination at last becomes too much even for the chairman of the investigating committee, and he interrupts with the observation. You want a class of men who would look into all the details of the mine, and would go into all the holes and corners, and go into the real facts. They would report to the chief inspector, who would then bring his scientific knowledge to bear on the facts they had stated. N. 298, 299. Would it not entail very great expense if all these old workings were kept ventilated? Yes, expense might be incurred, but life would be at the same time protected. N. 531. A mining worker protests against Section 17 of the Act of 1860, he says. At the present time, if the inspector of mines finds a part of the mine unfit to work in, he has to report it to the mine owner and the Home Secretary. After doing that, there is given to the owner 20 days to look over the matter. At the end of 20 days he has the power to refuse making any alteration in the mine. But, when he refuses, the mine owner 634 the production of relative surplus VA, UE writes to the Home Secretary, at the same time nominating 5 engineers, and from those 5 engineers named by the mine owner himself, the Home Secretary appoints one, I think, as arbitrator, or appoints arbitrators from them. Now we think in that case the mine owner virtually appoints his own arbitrator, n. 581. Bourgeois examiner, himself a mine owner. But, is this a merely speculative objection? N. 586. Then you have a very poor opinion of the integrity of mining engineers? It is most certainly unjust and inequitable, n. 588. Do not mining engineers possess a sort of public character, and do not you think that they are above making such a partial decision as you apprehend? I do not wish to answer such a question as that with respect to the personal character of those men. I believe that in many cases they would act very partially indeed, and that it ought not to be in their hands to do so, where men's lives are at stake, n. 589. The same bourgeois has the impudence to put this question. Do you not think that the mine owner also suffers loss from an explosion? Finally, are not you workmen in Lancashire able to take care of your own interests without calling in the government to help you? No. N. 1042. In the year 1865 there were 3,217 coal mines in Great Britain, and 12 inspectors. A Yorkshire mine owner himself calculates, The Times, the 26th of January 1867, that, leaving aside the purely bureaucratic activities which absorb the whole of their time, each mine can be visited only once in 10 years by an inspector. No wonder mining disasters have increased progressively, both in number and extent, sometimes with a loss of 200 to 300 men, during the last 10 years. These are the beauties of free, capitalist production. Defective as it is, the Act passed in 1872 is the first that regulates the hours of labor of children employed in mines, and makes exploiters and owners, to a certain extent, responsible for so-called accidents. The Royal Commission appointed in 1867 to inquire into the employment in agriculture of children, young persons and women has published some very important reports. Several attempts have been made to apply the principles of the Factory Acts, in a modified form, to agriculture, but so far these attempts have failed totally. The following 2 paragraphs were added by N.G. S. in the 4th German edition to replace the sentence. Finally, Professor Fawcett made similar proposals in the House of Canonians, 1867, for the agricultural laborers. Single quote. Machinery and large-scale industry 635. However, all I wish to point out here is that there exists an irresistible tendency towards the general application of those principles. If the general extension of factory legislation to all trades for the purpose of protecting the working class both in mind and body has become inevitable, on the other hand, as we have already pointed out, that extension hastens on the general conversion of numerous isolated small industries into a few combined industries carried on upon a large scale. It therefore accelerates the concentration of capital in the exclusive predominance of the factory system. It destroys both the ancient and the transitional forms behind which the dominion of capital is still partially hidden, and replaces them with a dominion which is direct and unconcealed. That by doing this it also generalizes the direct struggle against its rule. While in each individual workshop it enforces uniformity, regularity, order and economy, the result of the immense impetus given to technical improvement by the limitation and regulation of the working days to increase the anarchy and the proneness to catastrophe of capitalist production as a whole, the intensity of labor, and the competition of machinery with the worker. By the destruction of small-scale and domestic industries, it destroys the last resorts of the redundant population, thereby removing what was previously a safety valve for the whole social mechanism. By maturing the material conditions and the social combination of the process of production, it matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of that process, and thereby ripens both the elements for forming a new society and the forces tending towards the overthrow of the old one. 46. Robert Owen. T. Who was the father of the cooperative factories and stores, but who, as we have remarked earlier, T in no way shared the illusions of his followers about the field of effectiveness of these isolated elements of transformation, not only made the factory system in practice the sole foundation of his experiments, but also declared that system to be theoretically the point of departure for the social revolution. Herr Vissering. T. Professor of Political Economy in the University of Leiden, appears to have an inkling of the last point when, in his Handbook van Praktische Staatshuishoudkunde, 1860-62, which presents the platitudes of vulgar economics in their most appropriate form, he expresses his enthusiasm for handicrafts as opposed to large-scale industry. Added by Ng. S. to the 4th German edition, the inextricable tangle of contradictory enactments, p.414, which English legis, Asian caned into life by means of the mutually conflicting Factory Acts, the Factory Acts Extension Act and the Workshops Act, finally became intolerable, and thus in legislative enactments on this subject were codified in the Factory and Workshop Act of 1878. We cannot of course present here a 636 the production of relative surplus value 10. Large-scale industry and agriculture. The revolution called forth by large-scale industry in agriculture, and in the social relations of agricultural producers, will be investigated later on. Here we shall merely indicate a few results by way of anticipation. If the use of machinery in agriculture is for the most part free from the injurious physical effect it has on the factory worker, 47 its effect in making workers redundant, is more detailed critique of the English Industrial Code which is now in effect. The following remarks will have to suffice. The Act comprises 1. Textile meals. Here everything remains roughly as it was. Children more than 10 years of age may work street hours a day, or 6 hours and Saturday off. Young persons and women, 10 hours on the 5 weekdays, and at most 6 on Saturday. 2. Non-textile factories. Here the regulations are brought closer than before to those of number 1, but there are still several exceptions which favor the capitalists and which in certain cases may be expanded by special permission of the Home Secretary. 3. Workshops, defined approximately as in the former act. As for the children, young workers and women employed there, the workshops are roughly on a par with the non-textile factories, but again the regulations are made less stringent in certain cases. 4. Workshops in which no children or young workers are employed, but only persons of both sexes above the age of 18. For this category the regulations are even less stringent. 5. Domestic workshops, where only members of the family are employed, in the family dwelling. Still more elastic regulations and simultaneously the restriction that, without special permission from the ministry or a court, the inspector may only enter rooms which are not also used for dwelling purposes. Lastly, unrestricted freedom for straw plaiting and lace and ove making by members of the family. Yet, with all its defects, this act shares with the Swiss Federal Factory Law of the 23rd of March 1877 the honor of being by far the best piece of legislation in this field. A comparison of it with the said Swiss federal law is of particular interest because it clearly demonstrates the merits and demerits of the two legislative methods. The English, Hister Eikal method, which intervenes when occasion requires, and the Continental method, which is built up on the traditions of the French Revolution and attempts to frame more general regulations. Unfortunately, the English code is still largely a dead letter as regards its application to workshops, owing to the insufficient numbers of inspecting personnel provided. 47. An exhaustive description of the machinery employed in agriculture in England is to be found in a book by Dr. W. Ham. Die Landwirtschaftlichen Gerith und Maschinen and Glanz, 2nd EOO, 1856. In his sketch of the course of development of English agriculture, the author follows Johannes de Laverne too uncritically. Added by Engels to the 4th German edition. The book is now out of date, of course. Johannes de Laverne, The Rural Economy of England, Scotland, and Ireland, London, 1855, is the book Marx has in mind here. Machinery and large-scale industry 637 intense and comes up against less resistance, as we shall see later in detail. In the counties of Cambridgeshire and Suffolk, for example, the area of cultivated land has been much extended within the last 20 years, while in the same period the rural population has diminished, not only relatively, but absolutely. In the United States of America the workers are as yet only virtually replaced by agricultural machinery, i.e. the machines allow the producer to cultivate a larger area, but do not actually expel any agricultural laborers employed. In 1861 the number of persons occupied in England and Wales in the manufacture of agricultural machinery was 1,034, while the number of agricultural laborers employed in using agricultural machinery and steam engines was only 1,205. In the sphere of agriculture, large-scale industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere, for the reason that it annihilates the bulwark of the old society, the peasant, and substitutes for him the wage laborer. Thus, the need for social transformation, and the antagonism of the classes, reaches the same level in the countryside as it has attained in the towns. A conscious, technological application of science replaces the previous highly irrational and slothfully traditional way of working. The capitalist mode of production completes the disintegration of the primitive familial union which bound agriculture and manufacture together when they were both at an undeveloped and childlike stage. But at the same time it creates the material conditions for a new and higher synthesis, a union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the forms that have developed during the period of their antagonistic isolation. Capitalist production collects the population together in great centers, and causes the urban population to achieve an ever-growing preponderance. This has two results. On the one hand, it concentrates the historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, It prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. Thus it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker, and the intellectual life of the rural worker. 48 But by destroying the circum 48. Single quote. You divide the people into two hostile camps of clownish boors and emasculated dwarfs. Good heavens. A nation divided into agricultura, and commercial inte rests, caling itself sane. Nay, styling itself enlightened and i.e. from 1846 to 1866. 638 The production of relative surplus value stances surrounding that metabolism, which originated in a merely natural and spontaneous fashion, it compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form aid quate to the full development of the human race. In agriculture, as in manufacture, the capitalist transformation of the process of production also appears as a martyrology for the producer. The instrument of labor appears as a means of enslaving, exploiting and impoverishing the worker. The social combination of labor processes appears as an organized suppression of his individual vitality, freedom and autonomy. The dispersal of the rural workers over large areas breaks their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the urban workers. In modern agriculture, as in urban industry, the increase in the productivity and the mobility of labor is purchased at the cost of laying waste and debilitating labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. 49 Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth. The soil and the worker. Civilized, not only in spite of, but in consequence of this monstrous and unnatural division. David Urquhart, Op. Cit. Page 119. This passage demonstrates both the strengths and the weaknesses of the kind of criticism which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. 49. C. Liebig, Die Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agriculture und Physiologie, 7th eden, 1862, and Espische, Y. The Einleitung in Die Naturgesetze des Feldbaues, Introduction to the Natural Laws of Agriculture, in Volume 1. To have developed from the point of view of natural science the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture, is one of Liebig's immortal merits. Moreover, his brief comments on the history of agriculture, although not free from gross errors, contain flashes of insight. It is however to be regretted that he ventures quite at random on such assertions as the following: by greater pulverizing and more frequent plowing, the circulation of air in the interior of porous soil is aided, and the surface exposed to the action of the atmosphere is increased and renewed. But it is easily seen that the increased yield of the land cannot be proportional to the labor spent on that land, but increases in a much smaller proportion. This jaw, adds Liebig, was first enunciated by John Stuart Mill in his Principles of Political Economy, Volume 1. Machinery and Large-Scale Industry 639 page 17, as follows: that the produce of land increases, ceteris paribus, in a diminishing ratio to the increase of the laborers employed. Mill here reproduces the law formulated by the Ricardian school in an erroneous form, for since the advance of agriculture in England was accompanied by a decrease of the laborers employed, this law, although discovered in, and applied to, England, could have no application in that country, is the universal law of agricultural industry. This is very remarkable, since Mill was ignorant of the reason for this law. Liebig, Op. Cit. Volume 1, page 143, and note. Apart from Liebig's incorrect interpretation of the word labor, a word he used in quite a different sense from that adopted by political economy, it is, in any case, very remarkable that he should make John Stuart Mill the first proponent of a theory which James Anderson was the first to publish, in the days of Adam Smith, and which was repeated in various works down to the beginning of the 19th century. A theory which Malthus, that master in plagiarism, his whole population theory is a shameless plagiarism, appropriated in 1815. Which West developed at the same time and independently of Anderson, which in the year 1817 was linked by Ricardo with the general theory of value, then made the round of the world as Ricardo's theory, and in 1820 was vulgarized by James Mill, the father of John Stuart Mill, and which was finally reproduced by John Stuart Mill and others as a dogma already quite commonplace, and known to every schoolboy. It is undeniable that the second Mill owes his certainly remarkable authority almost entirely to such mistaken attributions. James Anderson, 1739–1808, Scottish farmer and economist, first stated this theory in an enquiry into the nature of the Corn Laws, with a view to the new Corn Bill proposed for Scotland, Edinburgh, 1777. An inquiry into the nature and progress of rent, and the principles by which it is regulated, London, 181 s. Sir Edward West, Essay on the Application of Capital to Land, London, 1815. Cf. Theories of Surplus Value, Part 2, ch. 9, History of the Ricardian Law of Rent, for a detailed exposition of these matters. Part 5. The Production of Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 16. Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. In considering the labor process, we began by treating it in the abstract, independently of its historical forms, as a process between man and nature, see Chapter 5. We stated there, if we look at the whole, labor, process from the point of view of its result, the product, it is plain that both the instruments of labor and the object of labor are means of production, and that the labor itself is productive labor. And in Note 8 we added further, this method of determining what is productive labor, from the standpoint of the simple labor process, is by no means sufficient to cover the capitalist process of production. We must now develop this point further. In so far as the labor process is purely individual, the same worker unites in himself all the functions that later on become separated. When an individual appropriates natural objects for his own livelihood, he alone supervises his own activity. Later on he is supervised by others. The solitary man cannot operate upon nature without calling his own muscles into play under the control of his own brain. Just as head and hand belong together in the system of nature, so in the labor process mental and physical labor are united. Later on they become separate, and this separation develops into a hostile antagonism. The product is transformed from the direct product of the individual producer into a social product, the joint product of a collective laborer, i.e. a combination of workers, each of whom stands at a different distance from the actual manipulation of the object of labor. With the progressive accentuation of the cooperative character of the labor process, there necessarily occurs a progressive extension of the concept of productive labor, and of the concept of the bearer of that labor, the productive worker. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to see above, page 287. 644 The production of absolute and relative surplus value put his hand to the object. It is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer, and to perform any one of its subordinate functions. The definition of productive labor given above, the original definition, is derived from the nature of material production itself, and it remains correct for the collective laborer, considered as a whole. But it no longer holds good for each member taken individually. Yet the concept of productive labor also becomes narrower. Capitalist production is not merely the production of commodities, it is, by its very essence, the production of surplus value. The worker produces not for himself, but for capital. It is no longer sufficient, therefore, for him simply to produce. He must produce surplus value. The only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist, or in other words contributes towards the self-valorization of capital. If we may take an example from outside the sphere of material production, a schoolmaster is a productive worker when, in addition to belaboring the heads of his pupils, he works himself into the ground to enrich the owner of the school. That the latter has laid out his capital in a teaching factory, instead of a sausage factory, makes no difference to the relation. The concept of a productive worker therefore implies not merely a relation between the activity of work and its useful effect, between the worker and the product of his work, but also a specifically social relation of production, a relation with a historical origin which stamps the worker as capital's direct means of valorization. To be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. In Volume 4 of this work, which deals with the history of the theory, we shall show that the classical political economists always made the production of surplus value the distinguishing characteristic of the productive worker. Hence their definition of a productive worker varies with their conception of the nature of surplus value. Thus the physiocrats insist that only agricultural labor is productive, since that alone, they say, yields a surplus value. For the physiocrats, indeed, surplus value exists exclusively in the form of ground rent. The intended fourth volume was never published by Marx or by Engels, but the manuscripts on the history of the theory of surplus value, written by Marx between January 1862 and July 1863, were preserved, and published by Kautsky between 1905 and 1910. The first complete English translation was issued in 3 parts between 1963 and 1972 by Lawrence and Wishart, under the title Theories of Surplus Value. Absolute and Relative Surplus Value 645 The prolongation of the working day beyond the point at which the worker would have produced an exact equivalent for the value of his labor power, and the appropriation of that surplus labor by capital. This is the process which constitutes the production of absolute surplus value. It forms the general foundation of the capitalist system, and the starting point for the production of relative surplus value. The latter presupposes that the working day is already divided into two parts, necessary labor and surplus labor. In order to prolong the surplus labor, the necessary labor is shortened by methods for producing the equivalent of the wage of labor in a shorter time. The production of absolute surplus value turns exclusively on the length of the working day, whereas the production of relative surplus value completely revolutionizes the technical processes of labor and the groupings into which society is divided. It therefore requires a specifically capitalist mode of production, a mode of production which, along with its methods, means and conditions, arises and develops spontaneously on the basis of the formal subsumption of labor under capital. This formal subsumption is then replaced by a real subsumption. It will be sufficient if we merely refer to certain hybrid forms, in which although surplus labor is not extorted by direct compulsion from the producer has not yet become formally subordinate to capital. In these forms, capital has not yet acquired a direct control over the labor process. Alongside the independent producers, who carry on their handicrafts or their agriculture in the inherited, traditional way, there steps the usurer or merchant with his usurer's capital or merchant's capital, which feeds on them like a parasite. The predominance of this form of exploitation in a society excludes the capitalist mode of production, although it may form the transition to capitalism, as in the later Middle Ages. Finally, as in the case of modern domestic industry, certain hybrid forms are reproduced here and there against the background of large-scale industry, though their physiognomy is totally changed. A merely formal subsumption of labor under capital suffices for the production of absolute surplus value. It is enough, for example, that handicraftsmen who previously worked on their own account, or as apprentices of a master, should become wage laborers under the direct control of a capitalist. But we have seen. See below, pp. 1019-38, for Marx's own exposition of the concepts of formal and real subsumption. 646 The production of absolute and relative surplus value. How methods of producing relative surplus value are, at the same time, methods of producing absolute surplus value. Indeed, the unrestricted prolongation of the working day turned out to be a very characteristic product of large-scale industry. The specifically capitalist mode of production ceases in general to be a mere means of producing relative surplus value as soon as it has conquered an entire branch of production. This tendency is still more powerful when it has conquered all the important branches of production. It then becomes the universal, socially predominant form of the production process. It only continues to act as a special method of producing relative surplus value in two respects. First, insofar as it seizes upon industries previously only formally subordinate to capital, TBAT is, insofar as it continues to proselytize, and second, insofar as the industries already taken over continue to be revolutionized by changes in the methods of production. From one standpoint, the distinction between absolute and relative surplus value appears to be illusory. Relative surplus value is absolute, because it requires the absolute prolongation of the working day beyond the labor time necessary to the existence of the worker himself. Absolute surplus value is relative, because it requires a development of the productivity of labor which will allow the necessary labor time to be restricted to a portion of the working day. But if we keep in mind the movement of surplus value, this semblance of identity vanishes. Once the capitalist mode of production has become the established and universal mode of production, the difference between absolute and relative surplus value makes itself felt whenever there is a question of raising the rate of surplus value. Assuming that labor power is paid for at its value, we are confronted with this alternative. On the one hand, if the productivity of labor in its normal degree of intensity is given, the rate of surplus value can be raised only by prolonging the working day in absolute terms. On the other hand, if the length of the working day is given, the rate of surplus value can be raised only by a change in the relative magnitudes of the components of the working day, i.e. necessary labor and surplus labor, and if wages are not to fall below the value of labor power, this change presupposes a change in either the productivity or the intensity of the labor. If the worker needs to use all his time to produce the necessary means of subsistence for himself and his family, he has no time left in which to perform unpaid labor for other people. Unless absolute and relative surplus value 647 labor has attained a certain level of productivity, the worker will have no such free time at his disposal, and without superfluous time there can be no surplus labor, hence no capitalists, as also no slave owners, no feudal barons, in a word no class of large-scale landed proprietors. Thus we may say that surplus value rests on a natural basis, but only in the very general sense that there is no natural obstacle absolutely preventing one man from lifting from himself the burden of the labor necessary to maintain his own existence, and imposing it on another, just as there is no unconquerable natural obstacle to the consumption of the flesh of one man by another. 2. It would be absolutely mistaken to attach mystical notions to this spontaneously developed productivity of labor, as is sometimes done. It is only when men have worked their way out of their initial animal condition, when therefore their labor has been to some extent socialized, that a situation arises in which the surplus labor of one person becomes a condition of existence for another. At the dawn of civilization, the productive powers acquired by labor are small, but so too are the needs which develop with and upon the means of their satisfaction. Furthermore, at that early period, the portion of society that lives on the labor of others is infinitely small compared with the mass of direct producers. As the social productivity of labor advances, this small portion of society increases both absolutely and relatively. 3. Besides, the capital relation arises out of an economic soil that is the product of a long process of development. The existing productivity of labor, from which it proceeds as its basis, is a gift, not of nature, but of a history embracing thousands of centuries. Even if we leave aside the question of the level of development attained by social production, the productivity of labor remains fettered by natural conditions. These conditions can all be traced back to the nature of man himself, his race, etc., and to the natural one. The very existence of the master capitalists, as a distinct class, is dependent on the productiveness of industry. Ramsey, Op. Cit. Page 206. Each man's labor were but enough to produce his own food, there could be no property. Ravenstone, Op. Cit. pp. 14, 15, 2. According to a recent calculation, there are still at least 4 million cannibals in those parts of the earth which have so far been explored. 3. Among the wild Indians in America, almost everything is the laborer's. 99 parts of 100 are to be put upon the account of labor. In England, perhaps, the laborer has not 2/3 the advantages of the East India trade, etc. pp. 72, 73. 648 The production of absolute and relative surplus value objects which surround him. External natural conditions can be divided from the economic point of view into two great classes, namely, 1. Natural wealth in the means of subsistence, a fruitful soil, waters teeming with fish, etc., and 2. Natural wealth in the instruments of labor, such as waterfalls, navigable rivers, wood, metal, coal, etc. At the dawn of civilization, it is the first class that turns the scale. At a higher stage of development, it is the second. Compare for example England with India, or, in ancient times, Athens and Corinth with the shores of the Black Sea. The smaller the number of natural requirements imperatively calling for satisfaction, and the greater the natural fertility of the soil and the kindness of the climate, the smaller the amount of labor time necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of the producer. Hence the greater the quantity of excess labor the producer can perform for others, in addition to the labor he does for himself. This was pointed out long ago by Diodorus when discussing the ancient Egyptians. It is altogether incredible how little trouble and expense the bringing up of their children causes them. They cook for them the first simple food at hand. They also give them the lower part of the papyrus stem to eat, if it can be roasted in the fire, and the roots and stalks of marsh plants, some raw, some boiled and roasted. Most of the children go without shoes and unclothed, since the air is very mild. Hence a child, until he is grown up, costs his parents not more than 20 drachmas altogether. This is the main reason why the population of Egypt is so numerous, and, therefore, why so many great works can be undertaken. 4. Nevertheless, the gigantic building projects of ancient Egypt owed less to the size of the population than to the large proportion of it that was freely disposable. Just as, in the case of the individual worker, the less his necessary labor time, the more surplus labor he can provide, so, in the case of the working population, the smaller the portion of it required for the production of the necessary means of subsistence, the greater the portion available for other work. If we assume capitalist production, then, with all other circumstances remaining the same, and the length of the working day a given factor, the quantity of surplus labor will vary according to the natural conditions within which labor is carried on, in particular the fertility of the soil. But it by no means follows, in 4. Diodorus Siculus, Op. Cit. Bki. 80. Absolute and relative surplus value 649 versely, that the most fertile soil is the most fitted for the growth of the capitalist mode of production. The latter presupposes the domination of man over nature. Where nature is too prodigal with her gifts, she keeps him in hand, like a child in leading strings. Man's own development is not in that case a nature-imposed necessity. The mother country of capital is not the tropical region, with its luxuriant vegetation, but the temperate zone. It is not the absolute fertility of the soil but its degree of differentiation, the variety of its natural products, which forms the natural basis for the social division of labor, and which, by changes in the natural surroundings, spurs man on to the multiplication of his needs, his capacities, and the instruments and modes of his labor. It is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing on its energy, of appropriating or subduing it on a large scale by the work of the human hand, that plays the most decisive role in the history of industry. Thus, for example, the regulation of the flow of water in Egypt. 6. Lombardy and Holland. Or irrigation in India, Persia and so on, where artificial canals not only supply the soil with the water indispensable to it, but also carry down mineral fertilizers from the hills, in the shape of sediment. The secret of the flourishing state of industry in S. The first, natural wealth, as it is most noble and advantageous, so doth it make the people careless, proud, and given to excesses, whereas the second, wealth acquired through labor, enforceth vigilancy, literature, arts, and policy, England's treasure by foreign trade. Or the balance of our foreign trade is the rule of our treasure. Written by Thomas Moo of London, merchant, and now published for the common good by his son John Moon, London, 1669, pp. 181, 182. Nor can I conceive a greater curse upon a body of people, than to be thrown upon a spot of land, where the productions for subsistence and food were, in great measure, spontaneous, and the climate required or admitted little care for raiment and covering. There may be an extreme on the other side. A soil incapable of produce by labor is quite as bad as a soil that produces plentifully without any labor. N. Forster, An Enquiry into the Causes of the Present High Price of Provisions, London, 1767, page L06. The necessity for predicting the rise and fall of the Nile created Egyptian astronomy, and with it the domination of the priests as the directors of agriculture. The solstice is the moment of the year when the Nile begins to rise, and it is the moment the Egyptians have had to watch for with the greatest attention. It was the evolution of this tropical year which they had to establish firmly so as to conduct their agricultural operations in accordance with it. They therefore had to search the heavens for a visible sign of the solstice's return. Cuvier, Discours sur les révolutions du globe, ed. Hofer. Paris, 1863, page 141. 650 The production of absolute and relative surplus value. Spain and Sicily under the rule of the Arabs lay in their irrigation works. 7. Favorable natural conditions can provide in themselves only the possibility, never the reality of surplus labor, nor, accordingly, the reality of surplus value and a surplus product. The result of differences in the natural conditions of labor is this: the same quantity of labor satisfies a different mass of requirements. 8. In different countries, and consequently under otherwise analogous circumstances, the quantity of necessary labor time is different. These conditions affect surplus labor only as natural limits, by determining the point at which labor for others can begin. In proportion as industry advances, these natural limits recede. In the midst of our Western European society, where the worker can only purchase the right to work for his own existence by performing surplus labor for others, it is very easy to imagine that it is an inherent quality of human labor to furnish a surplus product. 9. But consider, for example, an inhabitant of the islands of the East Indies, where sago grows wild in the forests. When the inhabit 7. One of the material foundations of the power of the state over the small and unconnected producing organisms of India was the regulation of the water supply. Its Mohammedan rulers understood this better than their English successors. It is sufficient to recall the famine of 1866, which cost the lives of more than 1 million Hindus in the district of Orissa, in the Bengal Presidency. 8. There are no two countries which furnish an equal number of the necessaries of life in equal plenty, and with the same quantity of labor. Men's wants increase or diminish with the severity or temperateness of the climate they live in. Consequently, the proportion of trade which the inhabitants of different countries are obliged to carry on through necessity cannot be the same, nor is it practicable to ascertain the degree of variation farther than by the degrees of heat and cold, from whence one may make this general conclusion, that the quantity of labor required for a certain number of people is greatest in cold climates, and least in hot ones, for in the former men not only want more clothes, but the earth more cultivating than in the latter. An Essay on the Governing Causes of the Natural Rate of Interest, London, 1750, page 59. The author of this epoch-making anonymous work, from which Home took his theory of interest, was J. Massey. 9. All labor must, apparently this is also part of the rights and duties of the citizen, leave a surplus. Proudhon, T. Hume's Essay of Interest was published in 1752. In it he expressed the view that the rate of interest was dependent on the level of profits arising from commerce. This was anticipated by Massey in the work quoted. Cf. Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, pp. 373-7. T. Proudhon, Système des contradictions économiques, Ou Philosophie de Misère, Volume 1. Paris, 1846, page 73. Absolute and relative surplus value. 651 Tants have convinced themselves, by boring a hole in the tree, that the pith is ripe. The trunk is cut down and divided into several pieces, the pith is extracted, mixed with water and filtered. It is then quite fit for use as sago. One tree commonly yields 300 lb, and occasionally 500 to 600 pounds. There, then, people go into the forests and cut bread for themselves, just as with us they cut firewood. Suppose now that an East Indian bread cutter of this kind requires 12 working hours a week for the satisfaction of all his needs. Nature's direct gift to him is plenty of leisure time. Before he can apply this leisure time productively for himself, a whole series of historical circumstances is required. Before he spends it in surplus labor for others, compulsion is necessary. If capitalist production were introduced, the good fellow would perhaps have to work 6 days a week, in order to appropriate to himself the product of one working day. In that case, the bounty of nature would not explain why he now has to work 6 days a week, or why he must provide 5 days of surplus labor. It explains only why his necessary labor time would be limited to 1 day a week. But in no case would his surplus product arise from some innate, occult quality of human labor. Thus both the historically developed productive forces of labor in society, and its naturally conditioned productive forces, appear as productive forces of the capital into which that labor is incorporated. Ricardo never concerns himself with the origin of surplus value. He treats it as an entity inherent in the capitalist mode of production, and in his eyes the latter is the natural form of social production. Whenever he discusses the productivity of labor, he seeks in it not the cause of the existence of surplus value, but the cause that determines the magnitude of that value. On the other hand, his school has loudly proclaimed that the productive power of labor is the originating cause of profit, surplus value. This is at least in advance in comparison with the mercantilists, who derive the excess of the price of a product over its cost of production from the act of exchange, from the sale of the product above its value. Nevertheless, Ricardo's school also merely evaded the problem rather than solving it. In fact, these bourgeois economists instinctively and rightly saw that it was very dangerous to ten. F. Schau, Die Erde, Die Pflanze und der Mensch, 2nd eden, Leipzig, 1854, page 148. 652 The production of absolute and relative surplus value penetrate too deeply into the burning question of the origin of surplus value. But what are we to think of John Stuart Mill, who, half a century after Ricardo, solemnly claims superiority over the mercantilists by clumsily repeating the wretched evasions of Ricardo's earliest vulgarizers? Mill says, "The cause of profit is that labor produces more than is required for its support." So far, nothing but the old story. But Mill, wishing to add something of his own, proceeds as follows. To vary the form of the theorem, the reason why capital yields a profit is because food, clothing, materials and tools last longer than the time which was required to produce them. Here he confuses the duration of labor time with the duration of its products. On this view, a baker, whose products last only a day, could never extract the same profit from his workers as a machine manufacturer, whose products last for 20 years or more. Of course, it is very true that if a bird's nest did not last longer than the time it takes to build, the birds would have to do without nests. This fundamental truth once established, Mill asserts his own superiority over the mercantilists. We thus see that profit arises, not from the incident of exchange, but from the productive power of labor. And the general profit of the country is always what the productive power of labor makes it, whether any exchange takes place or not. If there were no division of employments, there would be no buying or selling, but there would still be profit. For Mill then, exchange, buying and selling, i.e. the general conditions of capitalist production, are a mere incident, and there would always be profits even without the purchase and sale of labor power. If, he continues, the laborers of the country collectively produce 20% more than their wages, profits will be 20%, whatever prices may or may not be. This is, in one respect, a rare piece of tautology, for if the workers produce a surplus value of 20% for the capitalist, his profit will be related to their total wages in the proportion 20 to 100. Nevertheless, it is absolutely false to say that profits will be 20%. They will always be less, because they are calculated upon the sum total of the capital advanced. If, for example, the capitalist has advanced £500, of which £400 is laid out in means of production and £100 in wages, and if the rate of surplus value is 20%, the rate of profit will be 20 to 500, not 20% but 4%. Absolute and relative surplus value 653 There follows a splendid example of Mill's way of handling the different historical forms of social production. I assume, throughout, the state of things which, where the laborers and capitalists are separate classes, prevails, with few exceptions, universally. Namely, that the capitalist advances the whole expenses, including the entire remuneration of the laborer. Strange optical illusion, to see everywhere a situation which as yet exists only exceptionally on our earth. But let us proceed. Mill is good enough to make this concession. That he should do so is not a matter of inherent necessity. On the contrary, the laborer might wait, until the production is complete, for all that part of his wages which exceeds mere necessaries, and even for the whole, if he has funds in hand sufficient for his temporary support. But in the latter case, the laborer is to that extent really a capitalist in the concern, by supplying a portion of the funds necessary for carrying it on. Mill might just as well have said that the worker who advances to himself not only the means of subsistence but also the means of production is in reality his own wage laborer, or, indeed, that the American peasant is his own slave, because he does forced labor for himself instead of doing it for someone who is his master. After thus proving clearly that capitalist production would still continue to exist even if it did not exist, Mill now proceeds, quite consistently, to show that it would not exist even if it did exist. And even in the former case, where the worker is a wage laborer to whom the capitalist advances the whole of his means of subsistence, he, the worker, may be looked upon in the same light, i.e. as a capitalist, since, contributing his labor at less than the market price, he may be regarded as lending the difference to his employer and receiving it back with interest, etc. LL in 11. J. St. Mill, Principles of Political Economy, London, 1868, pp.252-3 Passam. If he had had the opportunity, Marx would certainly have altered this passage. The addition of the phrase in square brackets, where the laborers and capitalists are separate classes, omitted inadvertently by Marx, clears Mill, at least faunally, from the charge of being guilty of an optical illusion. Hence, in a letter of the 28th of November 1878 to N.F. Danielson, Marx proposed the replacement of the passage beginning, "strange optical illusion," with this. Mr. Mill is willing to concede that it is not absolute. Why necessary for it to be so, even under an economic system where workers and capitalists confront each other as separate classes. This note draws heavily on information provided in Mu 23, page 540. 654 The production of absolute and relative surplus value reality. The worker advances his labor gratuitously to the capital East during, say, 1 week, in order to receive its market price at the end of the week, etc. According to Mill, this makes him into a capitalist. On a level plane, simple mounds look like hills, and the insipid flatness of our present bourgeoisie is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. Chapter 17. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power and in surplus value. The value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence habitually required by the average worker. The quantity of the means of subsistence required is given at any particular epoch in any particular society, and can therefore be treated as a constant magnitude. What changes is the value of this quantity. There are, besides, two other factors that enter into the determination of the value of labor power. One is the cost of developing that power, which varies with the mode of production. The other is the natural diversity of labor power, the difference between the labor power of men and women, children and adults. The utilization of these different sorts of labor power, which is in turn conditioned by the mode of production, makes for great variations in the cost of reproducing the worker's family, and in the value of the labor power of the adult male. Both these factors, however, are excluded in the following investigation. 1. I assume, 1. That commodities are sold at their value, 2. That the price of labor power occasionally rises above its value, but never sinks below it. On these assumptions, we have already found that the relative magnitudes of surplus value and of price of labor power are determined by three circumstances. 1. The length of the working day, or the extensive magnitude of labor. 2. The normal intensity of labor, or its intensive magnitude, whereby a given quantity of labor is expended in a given time, and 3. The productivity of labor, whereby the same quantity of labor yields, in a given time, a greater or a smaller quantity of the product, depending on the degree of development attained by the conditions of production. Very different combinations are clearly possible. Note by Engels to the 3rd Genin edition. The case considered on pages 433-6 is also X1 UDID here, of course. 656 The production of absolute and relative surplus value Cybele, since one of the three factors can be constant while the other two vary, two factors can be constant while one varies, and, finally, all three may vary. In addition, the number of possible combinations is augmented by the fact that, when all these factors vary simultaneously, the amount and direction of their respective variations may differ. In what follows, the chief combinations alone are considered. The length of the working day and the intensity of labor constant. The productivity of labor variable. On these assumptions, the value of labor power and the magnitude of surplus value are determined by three laws. Firstly, a working day of a given length always creates the same amount of value, no matter how the productivity of labor, and, with it, the mass of the product and the price of each single commodity produced may vary. If the value created by a working day of 12 hours is, say, 6 shillings, then, although the mass of the use values produced varies with the productivity of labor, the value represented by 6 shillings will simply be spread over a greater or less number of commodities. Secondly, the value of labor power and surplus value vary in opposite directions. A variation in the productivity of labor, its increase or diminution, causes the value of labor power to move in the opposite direction, while surplus value moves in the same direction. The value created by a working day of 12 hours is a constant quantity, say 6 shillings. This constant quantity is the sum of the surplus value plus the value of the labor power, the value of the labor power being replaced with an equivalent by the worker himself. It is self-evident that if a constant quantity consists of two parts, neither of them can increase without the other diminishing. Let the two parts be equal at the beginning, and let 3 shillings be the value of the labor power, and the same for the surplus value. Then the value of the labor power cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4 without the surplus value falling from 3 shillings to 2, and the surplus value cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4 without the value of the labor power falling from 3 shillings to 2. Under these circumstances, then, no change can take place in the absolute magnitude either of the surplus value or of the value of the changes of magnitude in the price of labor power. 657 Labor power without a simultaneous change in their relative magnitudes. It is impossible for them to rise or fall simultaneously. Further, the value of the labor power cannot fall, and consequently surplus value cannot rise, without a rise in the productivity of labor. For instance, in the above case, the value of the labor power cannot sink from 3 shillings to 2 unless an increase in the productivity of labor makes it possible to produce in 4 hours the same quantity of means of subsistence as could only be produced previously in 6 hours. On the other hand, the value of the labor power cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4 without a decrease in the productivity of labor, so that 8 hours are required to produce the same quantity of means of subsistence as were previously produced in 6 hours. It follows from this that an increase in the productivity of labor causes a fall in the value of labor power and a consequent rise in surplus value, while, on the other hand, a decrease in the productivity of labor causes a rise in the value of labor power and a fall in surplus value. In formulating this law, Ricardo overlooked one thing. Although a change in the magnitude of the surplus value or surplus labor causes a change in the opposite direction in the magnitude of the value of labor power, or in the quantity of necessary labor, it by no means follows that they vary in the same proportion. It is true that they increase or diminish by the same quantity. But their proportional increase or diminution depends on their original magnitude, before the change in the productivity of labor took place. If the value of the labor power is 4 shillings, or the necessary labor time is 8 hours, and the surplus value is 2 shillings, or the surplus labor 4 hours, and if, owing to an increase in the productivity of labor, the value of the labor power falls to 3 shillings, or the necessary labor time to 6 hours, the surplus value will rise to 3 shillings, or the surplus labor to 6 hours. The same quantity, 1 shilling or 2 hours, is added in one case and subtracted in the other. But the proportional change of magnitude is different in the two cases. The value of the labor power falls from 4 shillings to 3 LA. It falls by -1, or 25%. Cf. Ricardo, on the Principles of Political Economy, page .31, where the following formulation is given. There can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall of profits. This could be reformulated in Marxist terms as, there can be no rise in the value of labor power without a fall in surplus value. The whole question of Ricardo's theory of surplus value is discussed in far more detail in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 2, London, 1969, pp. 373-425. 658 The production of absolute and relative surplus value, but the surplus value rises from 2 shillings to 3, i.e. it rises by I, or 50%. It therefore follows that the proportional increase or diminution in surplus value resulting from a given change in the productivity of labor depends on the original magnitude of that portion of the working day which is embodied in surplus value. The smaller that portion, the greater the proportional change. The greater that portion, the less the proportional change. 3. Increase or diminution in surplus value is always the consequence, and never the cause, of the corresponding diminution or increase in the value of labor power. 2. Since the working day is constant in magnitude, and is represented by a value of constant magnitude, since there corresponds to every variation in the magnitude of surplus value an inverse variation in the value of labor power, and since the value of labor power cannot change except as a result of a change in the productivity of labor, it clearly follows under these conditions that every change of magnitude in surplus value arises from an inverse change of magnitude in the value of labor power. If, then, as we have already seen, there can be no change of absolute magnitude in the value of labor power, and in surplus value, unaccompanied by a change in their relative magnitudes, it now follows that no change in their relative magnitudes is possible without a change in the absolute magnitude of the value of labor power. According to the third law, a change in the magnitude of surplus value presupposes a movement in the value of labor power, brought about by a change in the productivity of labor. The limit of this change is given by the altered value of labor power. Nevertheless, even when circumstances allow the law to operate, subsidiary movements may occur. For example, if, as a result of an increase in the productivity of labor, the value of labor power falls from 4 shillings to 3, or the necessary labor 2. McCulloch, among other people, has made the following absurd addition to this third law. He says that a rise in surplus value which is not accompanied by a fall in the value of labor power can occur as a result of the abolition of taxes formerly payable by the capitalist. But the abolition of such taxes makes no change whatever in the quantity of surplus value extorted by the capitalist at first hand from the worker. It only alters the proportion in which that surplus value is divided between the capitalist himself and third persons. It therefore produces no change whatsoever in the relation between surplus value and the value of labor power. McCulloch's exception therefore proves only his failure to understand the rule, a misfortune that as often happens to him in the vulgarization of Ricardo as it does to J.B. Say in the vulgarization of Adam Smith. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power 659 time from 8 hours to 6, the price of labor power might well fall only to 3s. 8d. 3s. 6d. Or 3s. 2d. Thus allowing the amount of surplus value to rise only to 3s. 4d. 3s. 6d. Or 3s. 10d. The amount of this fall, the lowest limit of which is 3 shillings, the new value of labor power, depends on the relative weight thrown into the scale by the pressure of capital on the one side, and the resistance of the worker on the other. The value of labor power is determined by the value of a certain quantity of means of subsistence. It is the value and not the mass of these means of subsistence that varies with the productivity of labor. It is however possible that owing to an increase in the productivity of labor both the worker and the capitalist may simultaneously be able to appropriate a greater quantity of means of subsistence, without any change in the price of labor power or in surplus value. Let the value of labor power be 3 shillings, and let the necessary labor time amount to 6 hours. Let the surplus value be, similarly, 3 shillings, and the surplus labor 6 hours. Now, if the productivity of labor were to be doubled without any alteration in the ratio between necessary labor and surplus labor, there would be no change in the magnitude either of the surplus value or of the price of labor power. The only result would be that each of these would represent twice as many use values as before, and that each use value would be twice as cheap as it was before. Although labor power would be unchanged in price, it would have risen above its value. However, now assume a fall in the price of labor power, not as far as is 6d, the lowest possible point consistent with its new value, but to 28, 10d, or 2s, 6d. This lower price would still represent an increased quantity of means of subsistence. In this way it is possible, given increasing productivity of labor, for the price of labor power to fall constantly and for this fall to be accompanied by a constant growth in the mass of the worker's means of subsistence. But in relative terms, i.e. in comparison with surplus value, the value of labor power would keep falling, and thus the abyss between the life situation of the worker and that of the capitalist would keep widening. 3. When an alteration takes place in the productiveness of industry, so that either more or less is produced by a given quantity of labor and capital, the proportion of wages may obviously vary, whilst the quantity, which that proportion represents, remains the same, or the quantity may vary, whilst the proportion remains the same. T. J. Cazenove, Outlines of Political Ecole WMI. Etc. Page 67. 660 The production of absolute and relative surplus value. Ricardo was the first to give an accurate formulation of the three laws we have just stated. But his presentation of them suffers from the following defects. 1. He views the special conditions under which these laws hold good as the self-evident, universal, and exclusive conditions of capitalist production. He recognizes no change either in the length of the working day or in the intensity of labor, so that with him the productivity of labor becomes the only variable factor. 2. And this error vitiates his analysis much more than 1. He has not, any more than the other economists, investigated surplus value as such, i.e. independently of its particular forms, such as profit, ground rent, etc. He therefore fails to differentiate between the laws governing the rate of surplus value and those governing the rate of profit. The rate of profit is, as we have already said, the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of the surplus value to the variable part of that capital. Assume that a capital C of £500 is made up of raw material, instruments of labor, etc., which, taken together, we shall call C, to the amount of £400, and of wages V, to the amount of £, and assume, further, that the surplus value S equals £100. Then the rate of surplus value will be equals £100 equals 100%, but the rate of profit will be V pound 100 equals 20%. It is obvious, moreover, that the rate of profit may depend on circumstances which in no way affect the rate of surplus value. I shall show in Volume 3 that the same rate of surplus value may be expressed in the most diverse rates of profit, and that different rates of surplus value may, under certain circumstances, be expressed in the same rate of profit. 2. The length of the working day and the productivity of labor constant. The intensity of labor versus ARIABLB. Increased intensity of labor means increased expenditure of labor in a given time. Hence a working day of more intense labor is embodied in more products than is one of less intense labor, the length of each working day being the same. Admit. Cf. Capital, Volume 3, Chapter 3, the relation of the rate of profit to the rate of surplus value. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power. 661 Tedley. An increase in the productivity of labor will also supply more products in a given working day. But in that case the value of each single product falls, for it costs less labor than before, whereas in the case mentioned here that value remains unchanged, because each article costs the same amount of labor as before. Here we have an increase in the number of products unaccompanied by a fall in their individual prices. As their number increases, so does the sum of their prices, whereas in the case of an increase in productivity, a given value is spread over a greater mass of products. Hence, if the length of the working day remains constant, a day's labor of increased intensity will be incorporated in an increased amount of value, and, assuming no change in the value of money, in an increased amount of money. The value created varies with the extent to which the intensity of labor diverges from its normal social level of intensity. A given working day, therefore, no longer creates a constant value, but a variable one. In a day of 12 hours of ordinary intensity, the value created is, say, 6 shillings, but, with increased intensity, the value created may be 7, 8 or more shillings. It is clear that if the value created by a day's labor increases from, say, 6 to 8 shillings, then the two parts into which this value is divided, namely the price of labor power and surplus value, may both increase simultaneously, and either equally or unequally. They may both simultaneously increase from 3 shillings to 4. Here, the rise in the price of labor power does not necessarily imply that it has risen above the value of labor power. On the contrary, this rise in price may be accompanied by a fall below its value. This always occurs when the rise in the price of labor power does not compensate for its more rapid deterioration. We know that, with exceptions which are purely temporary, a change in the productivity of labor does not cause any change in the value of labor power, nor, consequently, in the magnitude of surplus value, unless the products of the industries affected are articles habitually consumed by the workers. But here this limit at tion falls to the ground. Whether the magnitude of the labor changes in extent or in intensity, there is always a corresponding change in the magnitude of the value created, independently of the nature of the article in which that value is embodied. If the intensity of labor were to increase simultaneously and equally in every branch of industry, then the new and higher degree of intensity would become the normal social degree of intensity, and would therefore cease to count as an extensive Mogny 662 the production of absolute and relative surplus value 2. But even so, the intensity of labor would still be different in different countries, and would modify the application of the law of value to the working days of different nations. The more intensive working day of one nation would be represented by a greater sum of money than the less intensive day of another nation. 4. 3. The productivity and intensity of labor constant. The length of the working day variable. The working day may vary in two directions. It may be either shortened or lengthened. From our present data, and within the limits of the assumptions made on page 655, we obtain the following laws. 1. The working day creates a greater or lesser amount of value in proportion to its length, thus, a variable and not a constant quantity of value. 2. Every change in the relation between the magnitude of surplus value and the value of labor power arises from a change in the absolute magnitude of the surplus labor, and consequently of the surplus value. 3. The absolute value of labor power can change only in consequence of the reaction exercised by the prolongation of surplus labor upon the wear and tear of labor power. Every change in this absolute value is therefore the effect, but never the cause, of a change in the magnitude of surplus value. We begin with the case in which the working day is shortened. 1. A shortening of the working day under the conditions given, i.e. with the productivity and the intensity of labor constant. 4. All things being equal, the English manufacturer can turn out a considerably larger amount of work in a given time than a foreign manufacturer, so much as to counterbalance the difference of the working days, between 60 hours a week here, and 72 or 80 elsewhere, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 31st of October 1855, page 65. The most infallible means of reducing this difference between the product of the English and of the continental working hour would be a law shortening the length of the working day in continental factories. The passage in parentheses is not to be found in any of the German editions of Capital. It first appears in the French translation of 1872, and was presumably inserted by Engels into the first English translation. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power 663 leaves the value of labor power, and therefore the necessary labor time, as it was before. It reduces the surplus labor and the surplus value. Along with the absolute magnitude of the latter, its relative magnitude also falls, i.e. its magnitude in relation to the magnitude of the value of labor power, which remains constant. Only by reducing the price of labor power below its value could the capitalist compensate himself for this fall. All the usual arguments against the shortening of the working day depend on the assumption that the phenomenon occurs under the conditions presupposed here. But in reality the very opposite is the case. A shortening of the working day either follows upon, or immediately precedes, a change in the productivity and the intensity of labor. 5. 2. Lengthening of the working day. Let the necessary labor time be 6 hours, or the value of labor power 3 shillings. Also let the surplus labor be 6 hours, or the surplus value 3 shillings. The whole working day then amounts to 12 hours and is embodied in a value of 6 shillings. If the working day is lengthened by 2 hours and the price of labor power remains the same, the surplus value increases both absolutely and relatively. Although there is no absolute change in the value of labor power, it suffers a relative fall. UNDR the conditions assumed in 1, asterisk there could not be a change of relative magnitude in the value of labor power without a change in its absolute magnitude. Here, on the contrary, the change of relative magnitude in the value of labor power is the result of the change of absolute magnitude in surplus value. Since the value product in which a day of labor is embodied increases with the length of that day, it is evident that the surplus value and the price of labor power may simultaneously increase, either by equal or unequal quantities. This simultaneous increase is therefore possible in 2 cases. The first case is an absolute increase in the length of the working day, and the second case is an increase in the intensity of labor unaccompanied by an increase in length. There are compensating circumstances, which the working of the 10 Hours Act has brought to light, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 31st of October 1848, page 7. This refers to the case considered on pp. 656-60, i.e. when the length of the working day and the intensity of labor remain constant, and the productivity of labor is the only variable factor. 664 The production of absolute and relative surplus value when the working day is prolonged, the price of labor power may fall below its value, although that price nominally remains unchanged, or even rises. The value of a day's labor power is estimated, as will be remembered, on the basis of its normal average duration, or the normal duration of the life of a worker, and on the basis of the appropriate normal standard of conversion of living substances into motion as it applies to the nature of man. 6. Up to a certain point, the increased deterioration of labor power inseparable from a lengthening of the working day may be compensated for by making amends in the form of higher wages. But beyond this point deterioration increases in geometrical progression, and all the requirements for the normal reproduction and functioning of labor power cease to be fulfilled. The price of labor power and the degree of its exploitation cease to be commensurable quantities. 4. Simultaneous versus ariations in the duration, productivity and intensity of labor. It is obvious that a large number of combinations are possible here. Any 2 of the factors may vary and the third remain constant, or all 3 may vary at once. They may vary equally or unequally, in the same direction or in opposed directions, with the result that the variations cancel each other out, either or in part. Nevertheless, every possible case can easily be analyzed by using the results obtained in cases I, 2 and 3. The effect of every possible combination may be found by treating each factor in turn as variable, and the other 2 as constant for the time being. We shall therefore restrict ourselves here to a brief discussion of 2 important cases. 1. Diminishing productivity of labor with simultaneous lengthening of the working day. In speaking here of diminishing productivity of labor, we are particularly concerned with those industries whose products determine the value of labor power. We have in mind, for example, 6. The amount of labor which a man had undergone in the course of 24 hours might be approximately arrived at by an examination of the chemical changes which had taken place in his body, changed forms in matter indicating the anterior exercise of dynamic force, Grove, on the company, Elation 01 Physical Forces, pp. 308-9d. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power 665 diminishing productivity resulting from the decreasing fertility of the soil, and from the corresponding increase in the prices of its products. Assume a working day of 12 hours and a value product of 6 shillings, half of which replaces the value of the labor power, the other half forming the surplus value. Then let a rise in the prices of the products of the soil occur, so that the value of labor power goes up from 3 shillings to 4, and the necessary labor time therefore rises from 6 hours to 8. If the length of the working day remains unaltered, the surplus labor will fall from 6 hours to 4, and the surplus value from 3 shillings to 2. If the day is lengthened by 2 hours, from 12 hours to 14 hours, the surplus labor will remain at 6 hours, the surplus value will remain at 6 shillings, but the relative magnitude of the surplus value will decrease in comparison with the magnitude of the value of labor power, as measured by the necessary labor time. If the day is lengthened by 4 hours, i.e. from 12 hours to 16, the proportional magnitudes of surplus value and value of labor power, of surplus labor and necessary labor, will continue unchanged, but the absolute magnitude of surplus value will rise from 3 shillings to 4, and that of the surplus labor from 6 hours to 8, an increment of t or 33t%. Therefore, with diminishing productivity of labor and a simultaneous lengthening of the working day, the absolute magnitude of surplus value may continue unaltered, at the same time as its relative magnitude diminishes. Its relative magnitude may continue unaltered at the same time as its absolute magnitude increases, and, finally, if the working day is lengthened to a sufficient extent, both may increase. In the period between 1799 and 1815, an increase in the prices of the means of subsistence led in England to a nominal rise in wages, although there was a fall in real wages, as expressed in the quantity of the means of subsistence they would purchase. From this fact, West and Ricardo drew the conclusion that the diminution in the productivity of agricultural labor had brought about a fall in the rate of surplus value, and they made this assumption, which was purely a product of their own imagination, the starting point of important investigations into the relative magnitudes of wages, profits and ground rent. But as a matter of fact, surplus. West. Essay on the Application of Capital to Land, London, 1815. Ricardo, an essay on the influence of a low price of corn on the profits of stock, London, 1815. These pamphlets were contributions to the controversy of 181s over the Corn Laws. 666 The production of absolute and relative surplus value had at that time increased both in absolute and in relative magnitude, thanks to the increased intensity of labor, and to the prolongation of the working day which had been forced upon the workers. This was the period in which the right to prolong the working day without any restriction at all became accepted as one of the basic rights of the citizen. 7. It was also a period especially characterized, on the one hand, by a rapid growth of capital, and, on the other hand, by a rapid growth of pauperism. 8. 2. Increasing intensity and productivity of labor with simultaneous shortening of the working day. Increased productivity and greater intensity of labor both have a similar effect. They both augment the mass of articles produced in a given time. Both therefore shorten that portion of the working. 7. Corn and labor rarely march quite abreast, but there is an obvious limit, beyond which they cannot be separated. With regard to the unusual exertions made by the laboring classes in periods of dearness, which produce the fall of wages noticed in the evidence, the evidence presented to the parliamentary committees of inquiry held in 1814 and 1815, they are most meritorious in the individuals, and certainly favor the growth of capital. But no man of humanity could wish to see them constant and unremitted. They are most admirable as a temporary relief, but if they were constantly in action, effects of a similar kind would result from them, as from the population of a country being pushed to the very extreme limits of its food. Malthus, Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, London, 1815, page 48, n. All honor to Malthus that he lays stress on the lengthening of the hours of labor, a fact to which he directly draws attention elsewhere in his pamphlet, whereas Ricardo and others, flying in the face of the most notorious facts, make invariability in the length of the working day the groundwork of in their investigations. Nevertheless, the conservative interests thus served prevented him from seeing that unlimited prolongation of the working day, combined with an extraordinary development of machinery and the exploitation of the labor of women and children, inevitably made a great portion of the working class redundant, particularly after the cessation of wartime demand and the ending of the English monopoly of the world market. It was of course far more convenient, and much more in conformity with the interests of the ruling classes, whom Malthus idolized like a true priest, to explain this overpopulation by the eternal laws of nature, rather than the merely historical laws of the nature of capitalist production. 8. A principal cause of the increase of capital, during the war, proceeded from the greater exertions, and perhaps the greater privations of the laboring classes, the most numerous in every society. More women and children were compelled by necessitous circumstances to enter upon laborious occupations, and former workmen, from the same cause, obliged to devote a greater portion of their time to increase production. Essays on Political Economy, in which are illustrated the principal causes of the present national distress. London, 1830, page 248. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power 667 day which the worker needs to produce his means of subsistence or their equivalent. The minimum length of the working day is fixed by this necessary component, which is however itself capable of further contraction. If the whole working day were to shrink to the length of its necessary component, surplus labor would vanish, something which is impossible under the regime of capital. Only the abolition of the capitalist form of production would permit the reduction of the working day to the necessary labor time. But even in that case the latter would expand to take up more of the day, and for two reasons. First, because the worker's conditions of life would improve, and his aspirations become greater, and second, because a part of what is now surplus labor would then count as necessary labor, namely the labor which is necessary for the formation of a social fund for reserve and accumulation. The more the productivity of labor increases, the more the working day can be shortened, and the more the working day is shortened, the more the intensity of labor can increase. From the point of view of society, the productivity of labor also grows when economies are made in its use. This implies not only economizing on the means of production, but also avoiding all useless labor. The capitalist mode of production, while it enforces economy in each individual business, also begets, by its anarchic system of competition, the most outrageous squandering of labor power and of the social means of production, not to mention the creation of a vast number of functions at present indispensable, but in themselves superfluous. The intensity and productivity of labor being given, the part of the social working day necessarily taken up with material production is shorter and, as a consequence, the time at society's disposal for the free intellectual and social activity of the individual is greater, in proportion as work is more and more evenly divided among all the able-bodied members of society, and a particular social stratum is more and more deprived of the ability to shift the burden of labor, which is a necessity imposed by nature, from its own shoulders to those of another social stratum. The absolute minimum limit to the shortening of the working day is, from this point of view, the universality, Allgemeinheit, of labor. In capitalist society, free time is produced for one class by the conversion of the whole lifetime of the masses into labor time. Chapter 18. Different formulae for the rate of surplus value. We have seen that the rate of surplus value is represented by the following formulae. I. Surplus value, 8. Surplus value variable capital, equals. Value of labor power, equals. Surplus labor necessary labor. The first two formulae represent, as a ratio of values, what is represented in the third formula as a ratio of the times during which those values are produced. These mutually replaceable formulae are rigorously definite and correct. We therefore find them work out in classical political economy in substance, but not in a con-Sius form. Political economy in fact provides us with derivative formulae, as follows. 2. Surplus labor, underscore. Surplus value working day, dash. Value of the product surplus product total product 1 in the same proportion is expressed here alternately in the form of labor times, of the values in which those labor times are embodied, and of the products in which those values exist. It is of course understood that by value of the product, the political economists mean only the value newly created in a working day, the constant part of the value of the product being excluded. In all the formulae included under 2 the actual degree of exploitation of labor, or the rate of surplus value, as falsely expressed. Let the working day be 12 hours long. Then, making. In the French translation of Capital Marx placed parentheses round this formula. Because the concept of surplus labor is not found clearly expressed in bourgeois political economy. Different formulae for the rate of surplus value 669. The same assumptions as we have before. The real degree of exploitation of labor will be represented by the following proportions. 6 hours surplus labor. Surplus value of 3s. 6 hours necessary labor variable capital of 3s. Equals 100% from the formulae included under 2. We get, on the contrary, 6 hours surplus labor. Surplus value of 3s. 50. T equals percent working day of 12 hours value product of 6s. These derivative formulae express, in reality, only the proportion in which the working day, or the value produced by it, is divided between the capitalist and the worker. If they are to be treated as direct expressions of the degree of capital's self-valorization, the following erroneous law would hold good: surplus labor or surplus value can never reach %. 1. Since the surplus labor is only an aliquot part of the working day, or since surplus value is only an aliquot part of the value product, surplus labor must always be less than the working day. 1. Thus, for example, in Rodbertus, Sozialbrief and von Kirchmann, Dritter Brief, Weiterlegung der Ricardoschen Lehre von der Grundrente und Begründung einer neuen Rententheorie, Berlin, 1851. I shall return to this pamphlet later on. In spite of its erroneous theory of rent, it sees through the nature of capitalist production. Marx did so in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 2, ch. 8, pp. 15-114, Chi 9, pp. 127-61. Added by Ng. S. to the third German edition. It may be seen from this how favorably Marx judged his predecessors, whenever he found in them a real advance, or new and sound ideas. In the meantime, the publication of Rodbertus's letters to Rudolf Meyer has shown that the above acknowledgment needs to be restricted to some extent. In those letters this passage occurs: Capital must be rescued not only from labor, but from itself, and that will be best effected by treating the acts of the industrial capitalist as economic and political functions that have been delegated to him with his capital, and by treating his profit as a form of salary, because we still know no other social organization. But salaries may be regulated, and may also be reduced if they take too much from wages. The eruption of Marx into society, as I may call his book, must be warded off. Altogether, Marx's book is not so much an investigation of capital as a polemic against the present form of capital, a form which he confuses with the concept of capital itself. Brief, etc. Von Dr. Rodbertus Jagetzo, ed. by Dr. Rudolf Meyer, Berlin, 1881, Volume 1, page 111, 48th Jetter from Rodbertus. The bold onslaught mounted by Rodbertus in his Social Letters finally dwindled down to ideological commonplaces of this kind. 670 The production of absolute and relative surplus value, or the surplus value always less than the total value product. In order, however, to attain the ratio of 100 to 100, they must be equal. In order for the surplus labor to absorb the whole day, i.e. an average day of any week or year, the necessary labor would have to sink to zero. But if necessary labor vanishes, surplus labor does as well, since it is only a function of the necessary IB. Th. Surplus labor. Surplus value THR. E ratio. Or. Can air working day. Value product 4 never reach the limit of 100. Still less rise to LOO plus X. The 100 rate of surplus value, however, the real degree of exploitation of labor, is able to do this. Take, for example, the estimate of L. de Laverne, according to which the English agricultural laborer gets only asterisk of the product 2 or of its value, while the capitalist farmer gets I, whatever the subsequent division of the booty between the capitalist, the landowner and others. On this calculation, the surplus labor of the English agricultural laborer is related to his necessary labor in the ratio of 3 to 1, which gives a rate of exploitation of 300%. Through the use of the formulae given under 2, the political economist's favorite method of treating the working day as constant in magnitude became a fixed usage, because in those formulae surplus labor is always compared with a working day of a given length. When the political economists treat surplus value and the value of labor power as fractions of the value product, a mode of presentation which arises, by the way, out of the capitalist mode of production itself, and whose significance we shall unearth later on, they conceal the specific character of the capital relation, namely the fact that variable capital is exchanged for living labor power, and that the worker is accordingly excluded from the product. Instead of revealing the capital relation, they show us the false semblance of a relation of association, in which that part of the product which merely replaces the constant capital advanced is of course left out in this calculation. De Laverne, as a blind admirer of England, is inclined to estimate the share of the capitalist too low, rather than too high. Léonce de Laverne, Rural Economy of England, Scotland, and Ireland, London, 1855, page 87. We find that in England a fourth only of gross production is appropriated to the payment of wages, whilst in France and Ireland 1/2 is thus disposed of. Different formulae for the rate of surplus value. 671 Worker and capitalist divide the product in proportion to the different elements which they respectively contribute towards its formation. 3. But in any case, the formulae given under 3 can always be reconverted into the original formulae. If, for instance, we have surplus labor of 6 hours, working day of 12 hours, then the necessary labor time is the 12 hours of the working day minus the surplus labor of 6 hours, and we get the following result: surplus labor of 6 hours. 100 necessary labor of 6 hours. 100. There is a third formula, which I have occasionally anticipated. 3 Sir. Plus value. Equals. Surplus labor. Equals. Unpaid labor. Value of labor power. Necessary labor. Paid labor. After the analysis given above, it is no longer possible to be Ms. IDBHE. I unpaid labor. ID. HH. EYTE 10 RMUA. 0 DIB into conc Ewing T at TE cap LTA pala R. Unpaid labor. HST pays for labor and not for labor power. Paid IB is ALA AR. Surplus labor. Only a popular expression for LB. The capitalist necessary AR pays the value of the labor power, or, if the price diverges from this, he pays the price, and receives in exchange the right to dispose of the living labor power itself. The length of time during which he utilizes this labor power is divided into 2 separate periods. During one period, the worker produces a value that is only equal to the value of his labor power, i.e. he produces its equivalent. Thus the capitalist receives, in return for advancing the price of the labor power, a product of the same price. It is the same as if he had bought the product ready-made in the market. During the other period, the period of surplus labor, 3. As all the developed forms of the capitalist process of production are forms of cooperation, nothing is easier, of course, than to make abstraction from their specifically antagonistic character, and, merely by verba, Tions, make them sound like forms of free association. This is what Count de Laborde does in De l'Esprit d'association dans tous les intérêts de la communauté, Paris, 1818. H. Carey, the Yankee, occasionally performs this conjuring trick, with similar success, even with the relations prevailing under slavery. 672 The production of absolute and relative surplus value. The utilization of the labor power creates a value for the capitalist without costing him any value in return for. He is thus able to set labor power in motion without paying for it. It is in this sense that surplus labor can be called unpaid labor. Capital, therefore, is not only the command over labor, as Adam Smith thought. It is essentially the command over unpaid labor. All surplus value, whatever particular form, profit, interest or rent, it may subsequently crystallize into, is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor time. The secret of the self-valorization of capital resolves itself into the fact that it has at its disposal a definite quantity of the unpaid labor of other people, fremder Arbeit, 4. Although the physiocrats could not penetrate the mystery of surplus value, this much was clear to them, that it was independent and disposable wealth, which he, the possessor of the surplus value, has not bought, and nevertheless selleth, Turgot, Reflections sur a formation et a distribution des richesses, page 11. Part 6. Wages. Chapter 19. The transformation of the value, and respectively the price, of labor power into wages. On the surface of bourgeois society the worker's wage appears as the price of labor, as a certain quantity of money that is paid for a certain quantity of labor. Thus people speak of the value of labor, and call its expression in money its necessary or natural price. On the other hand they speak of the market prices of labor, i.e. prices which oscillate above or below its necessary price. But what is the value of a commodity? The objective form of the social labor expended in its production. And how do we measure the quantity of this value? By the quantity of the labor contained in it. How then is the value, e.g., of a 12-hour working day to be determined? By the 12 working hours contained in a working day of 12 hours, which is an absurd tautology. 1. In order to be sold as a commodity in the market, labor must at all events exist before it is sold. But if the worker were able to endow it with an independent existence, he would be selling a commodity, and not labor. 2. 1. Mr. Ricardo, ingeniously enough, avoids a difficulty which, on a first view, threatens to encumber his doctrine, that value depends on the quantity of labor employed in production. If this principle is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor employed in producing it. Which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages, or, to give him the benefit of his own language, he maintains that the value of labor is to be estimated by the quantity of labor required to produce wages, by which he means the quantity of labor required to produce the money or commodities given to the laborer. This is similar to saying that the value of cloth is estimated, not by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production, but by the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of the silver, for which the cloth is exchanged. S. Bailey, A Critical Dissertation on the Nature, etc., of Value, pp. 50-51, 2. If you call labor a commodity, it is not like a commodity which is first produced in order to exchange, and then brought to market where it must exchange with other commodities according to the respective quantities. 676 Wages. Apart from these contradictions, a direct exchange of money, i.e. of objectified labor, with living labor, would either supersede the law of value, which only begins to develop freely on the basis of capitalist production, or supersede capitalist production itself, which rests directly on wage labor. The working day of 12 hours is represented in a monetary value of, for example, 6 shillings. There are two alternatives. Either equivalents are exchanged, and then the worker receives 6 shillings for 12 hours of labor. The price of his labor would be equal to the price of his product. In that case he produces no surplus value for the buyer of his labor, the 6 shillings are not transformed into capital, and the basis of capitalist production vanishes. But it is precisely on that one, greater than Aussies, that he sells his labor in that his labor is wage labor. Or else he receives, in return for 12 hours of labor, less than 6 shillings, i.e. less than 12 hours of labor. 12 hours of labor are exchanged for 10, 6, etc. hours of labor. But to equate unequal quantities in this way does not just do away with the determination of value. Such a self-destructive contradiction cannot be in any way even enunciated or formulated as a law. 3. It is no use deducing the exchange of more labor against less from the differences in form in each case, one piece of labor being objectified, the other living. 4. In fact, this way out is even more absurd because the value of a commodity is determined not of each which there may be in the market at the time. Labor is created the moment it is brought to market. Nay, it is brought to market before it is created. Observations on Certain Verbal Disputes, etc., pp. 75-6, 3. Treating labor as a commodity and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then, if the value of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would exchange for that quantity of capita, which had been produced by the same amount of labor. Antecedent labor would exchange for the same amount as present labor. But the value of labor in relation to other commodities is not determined by equal quantities of labor. E.G. Wakefield, in his edition of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, London, 1835, pp. 230, 231, n. 4. It was necessary to reach an agreement, yet another edition of the Contrat Social, that every time completed labor was exchanged for labor still to be performed, the latter, the capitalist, would receive a higher value than the former, the worker. Simond, Le Sismondi. De la R. Cheese com Merc. Ale, Volume 1, Geneva, 1803, page 37. Jean-Charles Leonard Simond, 1773–1842. The Swiss political economist and historian, in 1807 added the words de Sismondi to his name, having discovered a tenuous connection with an Italian aristocratic family called Sismondi, long resident in Pisa. The transformation of labor power into wages 677 by the quantity of labor actually objectified in it, but by the quantity of living labor necessary to produce it. A commodity represents, say, 6 working hours. If an invention is made by which it can be produced in 3 hours, the value, even of the commodity already produced, falls by half. It now represents 3 hours of socially necessary labor instead of the 6 formerly required. It is therefore the quantity of labor required to produce it, not the objectified form of that labor, which determines the amount of the value of a commodity. It is not labor which directly confronts the possessor of money on the commodity market, but rather the worker. What the worker is selling is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, it can therefore no longer be sold by him. Labor is the substance and the immanent measure of value, but it has no value itself. 5. In the expression, value of labor, the concept of value is not only completely extinguished, but inverted, so that it becomes its contrary. It is an expression as imaginary as the value of the earth. These imaginary expressions arise, nevertheless, from the relations of production themselves. They are categories for the forms of appearance of essential relations. That in their appearance things are often presented in an inverted way is something fairly familiar in every science, apart from political economy. Point 6. Classical political economy borrowed the category, price of s, labor the exclusive standard of value. The creator of all wealth, no commodity, Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, page 186, 6. On the other hand, the attempt to explain such expressions as merely poetic license only shows the impotence of the analysis. Hence, in answer to Proudhon's phrase, labor is said to have value not as a commodity itself, but in view of the values which it is supposed potentially to contain. The value of labor is a figurative expression, etc. I have remarked, in labor as a commodity, which is a grim reality, he, Proudhon, sees nothing but a grammatical ellipsis. Thus the whole of existing society, founded on labor as a commodity, is henceforth founded on a poetic license, a figurative expression. If society wants to eliminate all the drawbacks that assail it, well, let it eliminate all the e-sounding terms, change the language, and to this end it has only to apply to the Academy for a new edition of its dictionary, Karl Marx, Misere de, a philosophe i.e., pp. 34-5, The Poverty of Philosophy, pp. 49-50. It is naturally still more convenient to understand by the Jew nothing at all. Then one can without difficulty subsume everything under this category. Thus, for instance, J.B. Say asks, what is value? Answer. It is what a thing is worth. What is price? The value of a thing expressed in money. And why has labor on the land a value? Because a price is put upon it. Therefore value is what a thing is worth, and the land has its 678 wages labor, from everyday life without further criticism, and then simply ask the question, how is this price determined? It soon recognized that changes in the relation between demand and supply explained nothing, with regard to the price of labor or any other commodity, except those changes themselves, the oscillations of the market price above or below a certain mean. If demand and supply balance, the oscillation of prices ceases, all other circumstances remaining the same. But then demand and supply also cease to explain anything. The price of labor, at the moment when demand and supply are in equilibrium, is its natural price, determined independently of the relation of demand and supply. It was therefore found that the natural price was the object which actually had to be analyzed. Or a longer period of oscillation in the market price was taken, for example a year, and the oscillations were found to cancel each other out, leaving a mean average quantity, a constant magnitude. This naturally had to be determined otherwise than by its own mutually compensatory variations. This price, which ultimately predominates over the accidental market prices of labor and regulates them, this necessary price, according to the physiocrats, or natural price of labor, according to Adam Smith, can only be its value expressed in money, as with all other commodities. In this way, the political economists believed they could penetrate to the value of labor through the medium of the accidental prices of labor. As with other commodities, this value was then further determined by the cost of production. But what is the cost of production? Of the worker, i.e. the cost of producing or reproducing the worker himself. The political economists unconsciously substituted this question for their original one, for the search after the cost of production of labor as such turned in a circle, and did not allow them to get any further ward at all. Therefore what they called the value of labor is in fact the value of labor power, as it exists in the personality of the worker, and it is as different from its function, labor, as a machine as from the operations it performs. Because they were concerned with the difference between the market price of labor and its so-called value, with the relation of value, because its value is expressed in money. This is, anyhow, a very simple way of explaining the why and wherefore of things. *JB Say. Traité d'économie politique, 4th eden, Paris, 1819. Volume 2, pp. 486, 507. These quotations are from a list of definitions added to editions from the 4th onwards. The transformation of labor power into wages 679. This value to the rate of profit and to the values of the commodities produced by means of labor, etc. They never discovered that the course of the analysis had led not only from the market prices of labor to its presumed value, but also to the resolution of this value of labor itself into the value of labor power. Classical political economy's unconsciousness of this result of its own analysis and its uncritical acceptance of the categories, value of labor, natural price of labor, etc. as the ultimate and adequate expression for the value relation under consideration, led it into inextricable confusions and contradictions, as will be seen later, while it offered a secure base of operations to the vulgar economists who, in their shallowness, make it a principle to worship appearances only. Let us first see how the value, and the price, of labor power is represented in its converted form as wages. We know that the daily value of labor power is calculated upon a certain length of the worker's life, and that this corresponds, in turn, to a certain length of the working day. Assume that the usual working day is 12 hours and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, which is the expression in money of a value embodying 6 hours of labor. If the worker receives 3 shillings, then he receives the value of his labor power, which functions through 12 hours. If this value of a day's labor power is now expressed as the value of a day's labor itself, we have the formula: 12 hours of labor has a value of 3 shillings. The value of labor power thus determines the value of labor, or, expressed in money, its necessary price. If, on the other hand, the price of labor power differs from its value, the price of labor will similarly differ from its so-called value. As the value of labor is only an irrational expression for the value of labor power, it follows of course that the value of labor must always be less than its value product, for the capitalist always makes labor power work longer than is necessary for the reproduction of its own value. In the above example, the value of the labor power that functions through 12 hours is 3 shillings, which requires 6 hours for its reproduction. The value which the labor power produces is however 6 shillings, because it in fact functions during 12 hours, and its value product depends, not on its own value, but on the length of time it is in action. Thus a reference forward to the projected Volume 4, known now as Theories of Surplus Value. 680 wages we reach a result which is at first sight absurd. Labor which creates a value of 6 shillings possesses a value of 3 shillings. 7. We see, further, the value of 3 shillings, which represents the paid portion of the working day, i.e. 6 hours of labor, appears as the value or price of the whole working day of 12 hours, which thus includes 6 hours which have not been paid for. The wage form thus extinguishes every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus labor, into paid labor and unpaid labor. All labor appears as paid labor. Under the corvée system it is different. There the labor of the serf for himself, and his compulsory labor for the lord of the land, are demarcated very clearly both in space and time. In slave labor, even the part of the working day in which the slave is only replacing the value of his own means of subsistence, in which he therefore actually works for himself alone, appears as labor for his master. All his labor appears as unpaid labor. 8. In wage labor, on the contrary, even surplus labor, or unpaid labor, appears as paid. In the one case, the property relation conceals the slave's labor for himself. In the other case the money relation conceals the uncompensated labor of the wage laborer. We may therefore understand the decisive importance of the transformation of the value and price of labor power into the form of wages, or into the value and price of labor itself. All the notions of justice held by both the worker and the capitalist, all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production, all capitalism's illusions about freedom, all the apologetic tricks of vulgar economics, have as their basis the form of appearance discussed above, which makes the actual relation invisible, and indeed presents to the eye the precise opposite of that relation. World history has taken a long time to get to the bottom of the 7a. Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, page .40, a contribution to the critique of political economy, page 62, where I state that, in my analysis of capital, I shall solve the following problem. How does production on the basis of exchange value solely determined by labor time lead to the result that the exchange value of labor is less than the exchange value of its product? Single quote. 8. The Morning Star, a London free trade organ which is so naive as to be positively foolish, protested again and again during the American Civil War, with all the moral indignation of which man is capable, that the Negroes in the Confederate States worked absolutely for nothing. It should have compared the daily cost of a Negro in the Southern States with that of a free worker in the East End of London. The transformation of labor power into wages 681 mystery of wages. But, despite this, nothing is easier to understand than the necessity, the raison d'etre, of this form of appearance. The exchange between capital and labor at first presents itself to our perceptions in exactly the same way as the sale and pure chase of all other commodities. The buyer gives a certain sum of money, the seller an article which is something other than money. The legal mind recognizes here at most a material difference, expressed in the legally equivalent formulae. Do ut des, do ut facias, facio ut de, facio ut facias. Further, since exchange value and use value are in themselves incommensurable magnitudes, the expressions, value of labor, price of labor, do not seem more irrational than the express signs, value of cotton, price of cotton. Moreover, the worker is paid after he has given his labor. In its function as a means of payment, money realizes, but only subsequently, the value or price of the article supplied, le. In this particular case, the value or price of the labor supplied. Finally, the use value supplied by the worker to the capitalist is not in fact his labor power but its function, a specific form of useful labor, such as tailoring, cobbling, spinning, etc. That this same labor is, on the other hand, the universal value-creating element, and thus possesses a property by virtue of which it differs from all other commodities, is something which falls outside the frame of reference of the everyday consciousness. Let us put ourselves in the place of the worker who receives for 12 hours of labor the value product of, say, 6 hours of labor, namely 2 shillings. For him, in fact, his 12 hours of labor is the means of buying the 3 shillings. The value of his labor power may vary, with the value of his usual means of subsistence, from 3 to 4 shillings, or from 3 to 2 shillings, or, if the value of labor power remains constant, its price may rise to 4 shillings or fall to 2 shillings as a result of changes in the relation of demand and supply. He always gives 12 hours of labor. Every change in the amount of the equivalent that he receives therefore necessarily pairs to him as a change in the value or price of his 12 hours of labor. This circumstance misled Adam Smith, who treated the working day as a constant quantity. 9 into the opposite assertion 9. Adam Smith only incidentally alludes to the variation of the working day, when he is dealing with piece wages. In Wealth of Nations, BKI, Chi 8, of the wages of labor, asterisk. I give, that you may give. I give, that you may do. I do, that you may give. I do, that you may do. 682 wages that the value of labor is constant, although the value of the means of subsistence may vary, and the same working day, therefore, may represent more or less money for the worker. Let us consider, on the other hand, the capitalist. He wishes to receive as much labor as possible for as little money as possible. In practice, therefore, the only thing that interests him is the difference between the price of labor power and the value which its function creates. But he tries to buy all commodities as cheaply as possible, and his own invariable explanation of his profit is that it is a result of mere sharp practice, of buying under the value and selling over it. Hence he never comes to see that if such a thing as the value of labor really existed, and he really paid this value, no capital would exist, and his money would never be transformed into capital. Moreover, the actual movement of wages presents phenomena which seem to prove that it is not the value of labor power which is paid, but the value of its function, of labor itself. We may reduce these phenomena to 2 great classes. 1. Changes in wages owing to changes in the length of the working day. One might as well conclude that it is not the value of a machine which is paid, but that of its operation, because it costs more to hire a machine for a week than for a day. 2. Individual differences between the wages of different workers who perform the same function. These individual differences also exist in the system of slavery, but there they do not give rise to any illusions, for labor power is in that case itself sold frankly and openly, without any embellishment. Only, in the slave system, the advantage of a labor power above the average, and the disadvantage of a labor power below the average, affects the slave owner. Whereas in the system of wage labor it affects the worker himself, because his labor power is, in the one case, sold by himself, in the other, by a third person. For the rest, what is true of all forms of appearance and their hidden background is also true of the form of appearance, value and price of labor, or wages, as contrasted with the essential relation manifested in it, namely the value and price of labor power. The forms of appearance are reproduced directly and spontaneously, as current and usual modes of thought. The essential relation must first be discovered by science. Classical political economy stumbles approximately onto the true state of affairs, but without consciously formulating it. It is unable to do this as long as it stays within its bourgeois skin. Chapter 20. Time wages. Wages themselves again take many forms. This fact is not apparent from the ordinary economic treatises, which, in their crude obsession with the material side, stuff, ignore all differences of form. An exposition of all these forms belongs to the special study of wage labor, and not, therefore, to this work. Nevertheless, we shall have to give a brief description of the 2 fundamental forms here. The sale of labor power, as will be remembered, always takes place for definite periods of time. The converted form in which the daily value, weekly value, etc. of labor power is directly presented is hence that of time wages, therefore day wages, etc. Next it is to be noted that the laws set forth in Chapter 17, on the changes in the relative magnitudes of price of labor power and surplus value, can be transformed, by a simple alteration in their form, into laws of wages. Similarly, the distinction between the exchange value of labor power and the sum of means of subsistence into which this value is converted now appears as the distinction between nominal and real wages. It would be useless to repeat here, when dealing with the form of appearance, what we have already worked out in relation to the essential form. We shall therefore limit ourselves to a few points which characterize time wages. The sum of money L which the worker receives for his daily or weekly labor forms the amount of his nominal wages, or of his wages estimated in value. But it is clear that according to the length of the working day, that is, according to the amount of actual labor supplied every day, the same daily or weekly wage may represent very different prices of labor, i.e. very different sums of money for the same quantity of labor. 2. We must, there 1. Here we always assume that the value of money at CF remains constant. 2. The price of labor is the sum paid for a given quantity of labor. Sir Edward West, Price of Corn and Wages of Labor, London, 1826, page 67. 684 Wages. 4. In considering time wages, again distinguish between the sum total of the daily or weekly wages, etc., and the price of labor. How then can we find this price, the money value of a given quantity of labor? The average price of labor is the average daily value of labor power divided by the average number of hours in the working day. If, for instance, the daily value of labor power is 3 shillings, which is the value product of 6 working hours, and if the working day is 12 hours, the price of 1 working hour is 2 shillings, 3d. The price of the working hour thus found serves as the unit measure for the price of labor. It follows therefore that daily and weekly wages may remain the same, although the price of labor falls constantly. If, for example, the usual working day is 10 hours and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the price of the working hour is 3 td. It falls to 3d. As soon as the working day rises to 12 hours, and to 2 id. As soon as it rises to 15 hours. Despite all this, daily or weekly wages remain unchanged. Inversely, daily or weekly wages may rise, although the price of labor remains constant or even falls. If, for instance, the working day is 10 hours and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the price of 1 working hour is 3d. If the worker, owing to an increase in the number of orders, works for 12 hours, and the price of labor remains the same, his daily wage now rises to 3s71d. Without any variation having taken place in the price of labor. The same result might follow if, instead of the extensive magnitude of labor, its intensive magnitude increased. 3. The rise of nominal daily or weekly wages may therefore be unaccompanied by any change in the price of labor, or may even be accompanied by a fall in the latter. The same thing holds for the income of the worker's family, when the quantity of labor provided by the head of the family is augmented by the labor of the members of his family. There are therefore methods. West is the author of an epoch-making work in the history of political economy, published anonymously, the Essay on the Application of Capital to Land, by a Fellow of the University College of Oxford, London, 181s3. The wages of labor depend upon the price of labor and the quantity of labor performed. An increase in the wages of labor does not necessarily imply an enhancement of the price of labor. From fuller employment and greater exertions, the wages of labor may be considerably increased, while the price of labor may continue the same. West, OPCIT. pp. 67-8, 112. However, West dismisses the main question: how is the price of labor determined? With mere banalities. Jury 1 age is 685 of lowering the price of labor which are independent of any reduction in the nominal daily or weekly wage. 4. However, as a general law it follows that, given the amount of daily, weekly labor, etc., the daily or weekly wage depends on the price of labor, which itself varies either with the value of labor power, or with the divergencies between its price and its value. Given the price of labor, on the other hand, the daily or weekly wage depends on the quantity of labor expended daily or weekly. The unit of measurement for time wages, the price of the working hour, is the value of a day's labor power divided by the number of hours in the average working day. Let the latter be 12 hours, and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the value product of 6 hours of labor. Under these circumstances, the price of a working hour is 3d, and the value produced in it is 6d. If the worker is now employed for less than 12 hours a day, or for less than 6 days in the week, for instance only for 6 or 8 hours, he receives, at the price of labor just mentioned, only 2s, or 1s, 6d, a day. As, on our hypothesis, he must work on average 6 hours a day in order to produce a day's wage which corresponds to nothing more than the value of his labor power, and as, on the same hypothesis, he works only half of every hour for himself, and half for the capitalist, it is clear that he cannot obtain for himself the 4. This is perceived by the most fanatica, representative of the 18th century industrial bourgeoisie, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce we have often quoted already, although he puts the matter in a confused way. It is the quantity of labor and not the price of it. He means by this the nominal daily or weekly wage, that is determined by the price of provisions and other necessaries. Reduce the price of necessaries very low, and of course you reduce the quantity of labor in proportion. Master manufacturers know that there are various ways of raising and falling the price of labor, besides that of altering its nominal amount. OPCIT. pp. 48, 61, N.W. Senior, in his 3 lectures on the rate of wages, London, 1830, where he uses West's work without mentioning it, has this to say: the laborer is principally interested in the amount of wages, page 15. That is to say, the worker is principal one why interested in what he receives, the nominal sum of his wages, not in what he gives, the quantity of labor. 5. The effect of such an abnormal underemployment is quite different from that of a general reduction of the working day, enforced by A. The former has nothing to do with the absolute length of the working day, and may just as well occur in a working day of 15 hours as in one of 6. The normal price of labor is in the first case calculated on the basis of an average working day of 15 hours, and in the second case a working day of 6 hours. The result is therefore the same if the worker is employed in the one case for only 71 hours, and in the other case for only 3 hours. 686 wages value product of 6 hours if he is employed for less than 12 hours. In previous chapters we saw the destructive consequences of overwork, but here we come upon the origin of the sufferings which arise for the worker out of his being insufficiently employed. If the hour's wage is fixed in such a way that the capitalist does not bind himself to pay a day's or a week's wage, but only to pay wages for the hours during which he chooses to employ the worker, he can employ him for a shorter time than that which is originally the basis of the calculation of the wages for the hour, or the unit of measurement of the price of labor. Since this unit is determined by the ratio of the daily value of labor power to the working day of a given number of hours, it naturally loses all meaning as soon as the working day ceases to contain a definite number of hours. The connection between the paid and the unpaid labor is destroyed. The capitalist can now wring from the worker a certain quantity of surplus labor without allowing him the labor time necessary for his own subsistence. He can annihilate all regularity of employment, and according to his own convenience, caprice, and the interest of the moment make the most frightful overwork alternate with relative or absolute cessation of work. He can abnormally lengthen the working day without giving the worker any corresponding compensation, under the pretense of paying the normal price of labor. Hence the perfectly rational revolt of the London building workers in 1860. Against the attempt of the capitalists to impose on them this sort of wage by the hour. The legal limitation of the working day puts an end to mischievous acts of this kind, though it does not of course end the diminution of employment caused by the competition of machinery, by changes in the quality of the workers employed, and partial or general crises. With an increase in the daily or weekly wage, the price of labor may remain nominally constant, and yet fall below its normal level. This occurs every time the working day is prolonged beyond its customary length, while the price of labor, reckoned per working hour, remains constant. If, in the daily value of labor power, fraction key d, the denominator increases, warring I the numerator increases still more rapidly. The amount of deterioration in labor power, and therefore its value, increases with the duration of its functioning, and to a more rapid degree. This strike began in fact in July 1859 and ended in February 1860. Time wages 687 than the increase of that duration. In many branches of industry, where time wages are the general rule and there are no legal limits to the length of the working day, the habit has therefore spontaneously grown up of regarding the working day as normal only up to a point in time, for instance up to the expiration of the 10th hour, normal working day, the day's work, the regular hours of work. Beyond this limit the working time is overtime, and is paid at a better hourly rate, extra pay, although often in a proportion which is ridiculously small. 6. The normal working day exists here as a fraction of the actual working day, and over the year as a whole the latter is often more common than the former. The increase in the price of labor when the working day is extended beyond a certain normal limit takes place in various British industries in such a way that the low price of labor during the so-called normal time compels the worker to work during the better paid overtime, if he wishes to obtain a sufficient wage at all. 8. 6. The rate of payment for overtime in lace-making is so smally, from TD and ID to 2D per hour, that it stands in painful contrast to the amount of injury produced to the health and stamina of the work-peep. The small amount thus earned is also often obliged to be spent in extra nourishment. Children's Employment Commission, Second Report, page XVI, N. 117, 7. As for instance in paper staining until the recent introduction into this trade of the Factory Act. We work on with no stoppage for meals, so that the day's work of lot hours is finished by 4:30 p.m., and then after that is overtime, and we seldom leave off working before 6 p.m., so that we are why working overtime the whole year round. Mr. Smith's evidence, in Children's Employment Commission, First Report, page 125, 8. As for instance in the bleaching works of Scotland. In some parts of Scotland this trade, before the introduction of the Factory Act in 1862, was carried on by a system of overtime, i.e. 10 hours a day were the regular hours of work, for which a nominal wage of is 2d per day was paid to a man, there being every day overtime for 3 or 4 hours, paid at the rate of 3d per hour. The effect of this system was as Fonau's smiley face, a man could not earn more than 8s per week when working the ordinary hours. Without overtime they could not earn a fair day's wages, reports of the inspectors of factories. 30 April, 1863, page 10. The higher wages, for getting adult males to work longer hours, are a temptation too strong to be resisted, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 30th of April 1848, p.s. The book-binding trade in the City of London employs a large number of young girls from 14 to 15 years old, under indentures which prescribe certain definite hours of abore. Nevertheless, they work in the last week of each month until 10, 11, 12 or 1 o'clock at night, along with the older male workers, in very mixed company. The masters tempt them by extra pay and supper, which they eat in nay boring public houses. The great debauchery thus produced among these young immortals, children. Employment Commission, 5th Report, page 44, 688 Wages legal limitation of the working day puts an end to this part-time. 9. It is a generally known fact that the longer the working day in a branch of industry, the lower the wages are. The factory inspector Alexander Redgrave illustrates this by a comparative review of the 20 years from 1839 to 1859, according to which wages rose in the factories under the 10 Hours Act, while they fell in the factories where the work went on for 14 and 15 hours every day. From the law stated above. Namely that the price of labor being given, the daily or weekly wage depends on the quantity of labor expended. It follows, first of all, that the lower the price of habor, the greater must be the quantity of labor, or the longer must be the working day, for the worker to secure even a miserable average wage. The low level of the price of labor acts here as a stimulus to the extension of the labor time. 12. However, the extension of the period of labor produces in its turn a fall in the price of labor, and with this a fall in the daily or the weekly wage. D191 finds its compensation in the fact that, among other things, they bind many Bibles and other edifying books. 9. See Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 30th of April 1863. OPCIT. The London building workers showed a very accurate appreciation of this state of affairs when, during the Great Strike and Lockout of 1860, they did greater than declared that they would accept wages by the hour under only two conditions. 1. That, alongside the price of the working hour, a normal working day of 9 and 10 hours respectively should be laid down, and that the price of the hour for the 10-hour working day should be higher than that for an hour of the 9-hour working day. And, 2, that every hour beyond the normal working day should be reckoned as overtime and proportionally more highly paid. 10. It is a very notable thing. 2. That where long hours are the rule, SMA, wages are also so. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1863, page 9. The work which obtains the scanty pittance of food is, for the most part, excessively prolonged. Public Health, 6th Report. 1864, page 15, 11. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. 30 April, 1860, pp. 31-2, 12. The hand nail makers of England, for example, had to work 15 hours a day, because of the low price of their labor, in order to hammer out an extremely wretched weekly wage. It's a great many hours in a day, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and he has to work hard all the time to get lid. Or is. And there is the wear of the tools, the cost of firing, and something for waste iron to go out. See above, page 686. See above, page 685. Titney ages 689. The determination of the price of labor by use of the ratio daily value of labor power H. THT shows a mere working day of a given number of hours. Longation of the working day lowers the price of labor, if no compensatory factor enters. But the same circumstances which allow the capitalist in the long run to prolong the working day also allow him at first, and compel him finally, to reduce the price of labor nominally as well until the total price of the increased number of hours goes down, and therefore the daily or weekly wage falls. Here we need only refer to two kinds of circumstance. If one man does the work of 1 or 2 men, the supply of labor increases, although the supply of labor power on the market remains constant. The competition thus created between the workers allows the capitalist to force down the price of labor, while the fall in the price of labor allows him, on the other hand, to force up the hours of work still further. 13. Soon, however, this command over abnormal quantities of unpaid labor, i.e. quantities in excess of the average social amount, becomes a source of competition amongst the capitalists themselves. A part of the price of the commodity consists of the price of labor. The unpaid part of the price of labor does not need to be reckoned as part of the price of the commodity. It may be given to the buyer as a present. This is the first step taken under the impulse of competition. The second step, also compelled by competition, is the exclusion from the selling price of the commodity of at least a part of the abnormal surplus value created by the extension of the working day. In this way, an abnormally low selling price of the commodity arises, at first sporadically, and becomes fixed by degrees. This lower selling price henceforward becomes the constant basis of a miserable wage for excessive hours of work, just as originally it was the product of those very circumstances. This movement is simply in of this, which takes off altogether 2TD, or 3D, Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, page 136, D671. The women, although they work for the same length of time, earn a weekly wage of only 5s. Ibid. Page 137, D674. 13. For instance, if a factory worker refuses to work the long hours which are customary, he would very shortly be replaced by somebody who would work any length of time, and thus be thrown out of employment. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. 30 April, 1848, Evidence, page 39, D58. If one man performs the work of 2, the rate of profits will generally be raised. In consequence of the additional supply of labor having diminished its price. Senior, OPCIT, page 15. 690 wages dictated here, as the analysis of competition does not belong to this part of the investigation. Nevertheless, let the capitalist speak for himself, for a moment. In Birmingham there is so much competition of masters one against another, that many are obliged to do things as employers that they would otherwise be ashamed of, and yet no more money is made, but only the public gets the benefit. 14. The reader will remember the two sorts of London bakers, of whom one sold the bread at its full price, the full-priced bakers, the other below its normal price, the underpriced, the undersellers. Asterisk. The full-priced denounced their rivals before the Parliamentary Committee of Inquiry. They only exist now by first defrauding the public, and next getting 18 hours work out of their men for 12 hours wages. The unpaid labor of the men was made the source whereby the competition was carried on, and continues so to this day. The competition among the master bakers is the cause of the difficulty in getting rid of night work. An underseller, who sells his bread below the cost price according to the price of flour, must make it up by getting more out of the labor of the men. If I got only 12 hours work out of my men, and my neighbor got 18 or 20, he must beat me in the selling price. If the men could insist on payment for overwork, this would be set right. A large number of those employed by the undersellers are foreigners in use, who are obliged to accept almost any wages they can obtain. This Jeremiad is also interesting because it shows how it is only the semblance of the relations of production which is reflected by the brain of the capitalist. He does not know that the normal price of labor also includes a definite quantity of unpaid labor, and that this very unpaid labor is the normal source of his profits. The category of surplus labor time does not exist at all for him, since it is included in the normal working day, which he thinks he 14. Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, Evidence, page .66, D22, 15. Report, etc., relative to the grievances complained of by the journeymen bakers, London, 1862, p. E. and, in the same place, Evidence, notes 479, 359, 27. In any case, the fun priced themselves, as was mentioned above, and as their spokesman, Bennett, himself admits, make their men, generally begin work at 11 p.m. up to 8 o'clock the next morning. They are then engaged in day long. As late as 7 o'clock in the evening, Ibid, page 22. See above, pp. 278-9, n. 14. Time wages 691 has paid for in the day's wages. But overtime, namely the prolongation of the working day beyond the limits corresponding to the usual price of labor, certainly does exist for him. When faced with his underselling competitor, he even insists upon extra pay for this time. Again, he does not know that this extra pay also includes unpaid labor, just as much as the price of the customary hour of labor does. For example, the price of 1 hour of the 12-hour working day is 3d. Say the value product of half a working ho, LR, while the price of an overtime working hour is 4d, or the VA1UE product of T of a working hour. In the first case the capitalist appropriates 1/2 of the working hour, in the second case 1/3, without making any payment in return. Chapter 21. Piece wages. The piece wage is nothing but a converted form of the time wage, just as the time wage is a converted form of the value or price of labor power. In piece wages it seems at first sight as if the use value bought from the worker is not his labor power as it actually functions, living labor, but labor already objectified in the product. It also seems as if the price of this labor is determined not, as with time W. BTHFJ. T. Daily value of labor power ages, ye rack ion. Working day of a given number of hours but by the producer's capacity for work. 1. The confidence that trusts in this, the mere appearance of things, ought to receive an initial severe shock from the fact that both forms of wages exist side by side, at the same time, in the same branches of industry. For example, the compositors of London, as a general rule, work by the piece, time work being the exception, while those in the country work by the day, the exception being work by the piece. The shipwrights of the Port of London work by the job or piece, while those of all other ports work by the day. 2. In the same saddlery shops of London, often for the same work. 1. The system of piece work illustrates an epoch in the history of the working man. It is halfway between the position of the mere day laborer depending upon the will of the capitalist and the cooperative artisan, who in the not distant future promises to combine the artisan and the capitalist in his own person. Piece workers are in fact their own masters, even whilst working upon the capital of the employer. John Watts, Trade Societies and Strikes. Machinery and Cooperative Societies, Manchester, 1865, pp. 52-3. I quote this little work because it is a veritable gutter full of long decayed and apologetic commonplaces. The same Mr. Watts previously dabbled in Owenism, and published in 1842 another pamphlet, Facts and Fictions of Political Economy, in which among other things he declared that property is robbery. But that is already in the distant past. 2. T.J. Dunning, Trades. Unions and Strikes, London, 1860, page .22. Piece wages 693 piece wages are paid to Frenchmen, and time wages are paid to Englishmen. In the actual factories, where piece wages are the general rule, certain specific operations have to be accepted from this form of evaluation on technical grounds, and they are therefore paid by time wages. 3. However, it is in itself obvious that the difference of form in the payment of wages in no way alters their essential nature, although the one form may be more favorable to the development of capitalist production than the other. Let the ordinary working day contain 12 hours, of which 6 are paid, 6 unpaid. Let its value product be 6 shillings, the value product of 1 hour of labor will therefore be 6d. Let us suppose that, as the result of experience, a worker, working with the average amount of intensity and skill, and therefore devoting to the production of an article only the amount of labor time socially necessary, produces, in the course of 12 hours, 24 pieces, either distinct products or measurable parts of some integral construction. The value of these 24 pieces, after we have subtracted the amount of constant capital contained in them, will be 6 shillings, the value of a single piece will be 3d. The worker receives lid per piece, and thus earns 3 shillings in 12 hours. Just as, with time wages, it does not matter whether we assume that the worker works 6 hours for himself and 6 hours for the capitalist, or half of every hour for himself, and the other half for the capitalist. So here it does not matter whether we say that each individual piece is half paid for, and half unpaid for, or that the price of only 12 of the pieces is the equivalent of the value of the labor power, while in the other 12 pieces surplus value is incorporated. The form of piece wages is just as irrational as that of time 3. Here is how the simultaneous coexistence of these two forms of wage favors cheating on the part of the manufacturers. A factory employs 400 people, the half of which work by the piece, and have a direct interest in working longer hours. The other 200 are paid by the day, work equally long with the others, and get no more money for their overtime. The work of these 200 people for half an hour a day is equal to one person's work for so hours, or of one person's labor in a week, and is a positive gain to the employer, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 31st of October 1860, page 9. Overworking to a very considerable extent stu previs, and, in most instances, with that security against detection and punishment which the law itself affords. I have in many former reports shown the injury to work people who are not employed on piece work, but receive weekly wages, Leonard Horner, in reports of the inspectors of factories. 30 April, 1859, pp. 8-9. 694 wages. While, in our example, 2 pieces of a commodity, after subtraction of the value of the means of production consumed in them, are worth 6d. As the product of 1 hour of labor, the worker receives for them a price of 3d. Piece wages are not in fact a direct expression of any relation of value. It is not, therefore, a question of measuring the value of the piece by the labor time incorporated in it. It is rather the reverse. The labor the worker has expended must be measured by the number of pieces he has produced. In time wages the labor is measured by its immediate duration, in piece wages by the quantity of products in which the labor has become embodied during a given time. 4. The price of labor time itself is finally determined by this equation. Value of a day of labor equals daily value of labor power. The piece wage is therefore only a modified form of the time wage. Let us now look a little more closely at the characteristic peculiarities of piece wages. The quality of the labor is here controlled by the work itself, which must be of good average quality if the piece price is to be paid in full. Piece wages become, from this point of view, the most fruitful source of reductions in wages and of frauds committed by the capitalists. This is because they provide an exact measure of the intensity of labor. Only the labor time which is embodied in a quantity of commodities laid down in advance and fixed by experience counts as socially necessary labor time and is paid as such. In the larger workshops of the London tailors, therefore, a certain piece of work, a waistcoat for instance, is called an hour, or half an hour, the hour being valued at 6d. Practice determines the size of the average product of 1 hour. With new fashions, repairs, etc. a contest arises between the employer and the worker as to whether a particular piece of work is 1 hour, and so on, until here also experience decides. Similarly in the London furniture workshops, etc. If the worker cannot provide labor of an average degree of efficiency, and if he cannot therefore supply a certain minimum of work per day, he is dismissed. S4. Wages can be measured in 2 ways, either by the duration of the labor, or by its product. Abrège élémentaire des principes de économie politique, Paris, 1796, page 32. The author of this anonymous work is G. Garnier. 5. So much weight of cotton is delivered to him, the spinner, and he has to return by a certain time, in lieu of it, a given weight of twist or yam, of a certain degree of fineness, and he is paid so much per pound for that he sew. Piece wages 695. Since the quality and intensity of the work are here controlled by the very form of the wage, superintendence of labor becomes to a great extent superfluous. Piece wages therefore form the basis for the modern domestic labor we described earlier, as well as for a hierarchically organized system of exploitation and oppression. The latter has 2 fundamental forms. On the one hand, piece wages make it easier for parasites to interpose themselves between the capitalist and the wage laborer, thus giving rise to the subletting of labor. The profits of these middlemen come entirely from the difference between the price of labor which the capitalist pays, and the part of that price they actually allow the worker to receive. 6. In England, this system is called, characteristically, the sweating system. On the other hand, piece wages allow the capitalist to make a contract for so much per piece with the most important worker. In manufacture, with the chief of some group, in mines with the extractor of the coal, in the factory with the actual machine worker. At a price for which this man himself undertakes the enlisting and the payment of his assistants. Here the exploitation of the worker by capital takes place through the medium of the exploitation of one worker by another. 7. Given the system of piece wages, it is naturally in the personal interest of the worker that he should strain his labor power as intensely as possible. This in turn enables the capitalist to raise the normal degree of intensity of labor more easily. Point 8. Moreover, the returns. If his work is defective in quality, the penalty falls on him. If less in quantity than the minimum fixed for a given time, he is dismissed and an abler operative procured. EUR, OPCIT, pp. 316-17, 6. It is when work passes through several hands, each of which is to take its share of profits, while only the last does the work, that the pay which reaches the workwoman is miserably disproportioned. Children's Employment Commission, Second Report, page LXX, N. 424-7. Even the apologist Watts remarks, it would be a great improvement to the system of piecework if all the men employed on a job were partners in the contract, each according to his abilities, instead of one man being interested in overworking his fellow IOs for his own benefit. OPCIT, page 53. On the vile nature of the piecework system, cf. Children's Employment Commission, Third Report, page 66, N. 22, page 11, N. 124, page She, N. 13, 53, 59, etc. 8. This spontaneous result is often artificially helped along, as for instance in London, in the engineering trade, where a customary trick is the selecting of a man who possesses superior physical strength and quickness, as the principal of several workmen, and paying him an additional rate, by the see above, pp. 595-9. 696 Wages lengthening of the working day is now in the personal interest of the worker, since with it his daily or weekly wages rise. 9. This gradually brings on a reaction like that already described in time wages, quite apart from the fact that the prolongation of the working day, even if the piece wage remains constant, includes of necessity a fall in the price of the labor. In time wages, with few exceptions, the same wage is paid for the same function, while in piece wages, although the price of the labor time is measured by a definite quantity of the product, the daily or weekly wage will vary with the individual differences between the workers, one of whom will supply, within a given period, the minimum of product only, another the average, and a third more than the average. With regard to their actual income, then, there is great variety among the individual workers, according to their different degrees of skill, strength, energy and staying power. 10. Of course, this does not alter the general relation between capital and wage labor. First, the individual differences cancel each other out in the workshop as a whole, which thus supplies the average product within a given period of labor, and the total wages paid will be the average wage of that particular branch quarter or otherwise, with the understanding that he is to exert himself to the utmost to induce the others, who are only paid the ordinary wages, to keep up to him. Without any comment, this will go far to explain many of the complaints of stinting the action, superior skin, and working power, made by the employers against the men, i.e. when they are organized in trade unions. Dunning, OPCIT, pp. 22-3. As the author of this passage is himself a worker and the secretary of a trade union, this might be taken for an exaggeration. But compare, for example, the article, Laborer, in the highly respectable Cyclopedia of Agriculture, ed. by J.C. Morton, where the method is recommended to the farmers is an approved one. 9. All those who are paid by piece work profit by the transgression of the legal limits of work. This observation as to the willingness to work overtime is especially applicable to the women employed as weavers and reports of the inspectors of factories. 30 April, 1858, page 9. This system, piece work, so advantageous to the employer, tends directly to encourage the young potter greatly to overwork himself during the 4 or 5 years during which he is employed in the piece work system, but at low wages. This is another great cause to which the bad constitutions of the potters are to be attributed. Children's Employment Commission, First Report, page She, 10. Where the work in any trade is paid for by the piece at so much per job. Wages may very materially differ in amount. But in work by the day there is generally an uniform rate, recognized by both employer and employed as the standard of wages for the general run of workmen in the trade. Dunning, OPCIT, page 17. Piece wages 697 of industry. Second, the proportion between wages and surplus value remains unaltered, since the mass of surplus labor supplied by each particular worker corresponds with the wage he receives. But the wider scope that piece wages give to individuality tends to develop both that individuality, and with it the worker's sense of liberty, independence and self-control, and also the competition of workers with each other. The piece wage therefore has a tendency, while raising the wages of individuals above the average, to lower this average itself. However, where a particular rate of piece wage has for a long time been a fixed tradition, and its lowering, therefore, has presented as special difficulties, in such exceptional cases the masters have sometimes had recourse to the forcible transformation of piece wages into time wages. In 1860, for instance, this action set off a big strike among the ribbon weavers of Coventry. 11 Finally, the piece wage is one of the chief supports of the hour system described in the preceding chapter. 12 From what has been shown so far, it is apparent that the piece 11. The labor of the journeyman craftsman is regulated by the day or by the piece. The master craftsmen know approximately how much work a journeyman can do every day in each trade, and they often pay them in proportion to the amount of work they perform. Thus the journeymen do as much work as they can, in their own interest, and without needing any further supervision. Richard Cantillon, Essay sur la nature du commerce en général, Amsterdam, 1756, pp. 185, 202. The first edition appeared in 1755. Canty Island, from whom Kane, Sir James Stewart and Adam Smith have largely drawn, here already presents the piece wage as merely a modified form of the time wage. The French edition of Cantillon professes in its title to be a translation from the English, but the English edition, The Analysis of Trade, Commerce, etc., by Philip Canty, Lon. Late of the City of London, Merchant, is not only of later date, 1759, but proves by its contents that it is a later and revised edition. For instance, in the French edition, Hume is not yet mentioned, while in the English edition, on the other hand, Petty hardly figures any longer. The English is of less theoretical significance, but it contains all kinds of details relating specifica aili to English commerce, billion trade, etc., which are absent from the French text. The words on the title page of the English edition, according to which the work is 41 taken chiefly from the manuscript of a very ingenious gentleman, deceased, and adapted, etc., seem, therefore, a pure fiction, very customary at that time. 12. How often have we not seen many more workers taken on, in some workshops, than were needed actually to do the work? Workers are often set on in the expectation of work which is uncertain, or even completely imaginary. As they are paid piece wages, the employers say to themselves that they run no risk, because any loss of working time will be at the expense of the workers who are unoccupied. H. Gregoire, Les Typographies devant i.e. Tribunal Correctionnel de Bruxelles, Brussels, 1865, page 9. 698 Wages. Wage is the form of wage most appropriate to the capitalist mode of production. Although by no means new, it figures officially side by side with time wages in the French and English labor statutes of the 14th century. It only conquered a larger field of action during the period of manufacture properly so called. In the stormy youth of large-scale industry, and particularly from 1797 to 1815, it served as a lever for the lengthening of the working day and the lowering of wages. Very important material bearing on the movement of wages during that period is to be found in the two Blue Books report and evidence from the Select Committee on Petitions respecting the Corn Laws, Parliamentary Session of 1813-14, and report from the Lords Committee on the state of the growth, commerce, and consumption of grain, and all laws relating thereto, Session of 1814-15. Here we find documentary evidence of the constant lowering of the price of labor from the beginning of the anti-Jacobin War. In the weaving industry, for example, piece wages had fallen so low that in spite of the very great lengthening of the working day, the daily wage was then lower than it had been before. The real earnings of the cotton weaver are now far less than they were. His superiority over the common laborer, which at first was very great, has now almost entirely ceased. Indeed, the difference in the wages of skillful and common labor is far less now than at any former period. 13. How little the increased intensity and extension of labor through piece wages benefited the agricultural proletariat can be seen from the following passage from a pamphlet in favor of the landlords and farmers. By far the greater part of agricultural operations is done by people who are hired for the day or on piece work. Their weekly wages are about 12 shillings, and although it may be assumed that a man earns on piece work under the greater stimulus to labor, 1 shilling, or perhaps 2 shillings more than on weekly wages, yet it is found, on calculating his total income, that his loss of employment, during the year, outweighs this gain. Further, it will generally be found that the wages of these men bear a certain proportion to the price of the necessary means of subsistence, so that a man with 2 children is able to bring up his family without recourse to parish relief. 14. Malthus remarked at that time, with reference to the facts published by Parliament, I confess that I see. 13. Remarks on the Commercial Policy of Great Britain, London, 181 s. page 48. 14. A Defence of the Landowners and Farmers of Great Britain, London, 1814, pp. 4-5. Piece wages 699 with misgiving, the great extension of the practice of piece wage. Really hard work during 12 or 14 hours of the day, or for any longer time, is too much for any human being. Ls. In those workshops which are subject to the Factory Act, the piece wage becomes the general rule, because their capital can increase the yield of the working day only by intensifying labor. 16. Changes in the productivity of labor mean that the same quantity of a given product represents an amount of labor time which varies. Therefore, the piece wage also varies, for it is the expression of the price of a definite amount of labor time. In our earlier example, 24 pieces were produced in 12 hours, while the value product of the 12 hours was 6 shillings, the daily value of the labor power was 3 shillings, the price of an hour of labor was 3d, and the wage for one piece was lid. Half an hour of labor was absorbed in one piece. If the productivity of labor is now doubled, so that the same working day supplies 48 pieces instead of 24, and all other circumstances remain unchanged, then the piece wage falls from 1 id to id. As every piece now only represents asterisk, instead of ta working hour, 24x 1 id equals 3s, and, similarly, 48x id equals 3s. In other words, the piece wage is lowered in the same proportion as the number of pieces produced in the same time rises. 1/7, and therefore in the same proportion as the amount of labor time employed on the same piece falls. This change in the piece wage, so far purely 15. Malthus, Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, London, 1815, po. 49, note, 16. Those who are paid by piecework. constitute probably 4/5 of the workers in the factories, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 30th of April J 858, page 9, 17. The productive power of his spinning machine is accurately measured, and the rate of pay for work done with it decreases with, though not as, the increase of its productive power. Ure, OPCIT, page .317. Ure himself later contradicts this last apologetic phrase. He admits that, for example, a lengthening of the mule causes some increase in the quantity of labor required. The amount of labor does not, therefore, diminish in the same ratio as its productivity increases. Further, by this increase the productive power of the machine will be augmented 1/5. When this event happens, the spinner will not be paid at the same rate for work done as he was before, but as that rate Wi not be diminished in the ratio of 1/5, the improvement will augment his money earnings for any given number of hours of work, but the foregoing statement requires a certain modification. The spinner has to pay something additional for juvenile aid out of his additional 6 pence, ibid. Page 321. Improvements in machinery also displace a portion of adults, ibid. And this certainly does not tend to raise wages. 700 wages nominal leads to constant struggles between the capitalist and the worker, either because the capitalist uses it as a pretext for actually lowering the price of labor, or because an increase in the productivity of labor is accompanied by an increase in its intensity, or because the worker takes the outward appearance of piece wages seriously. He thinks his product is being paid for and not his labor power, and he therefore resists any reduction of wages which is not accompanied by a reduction in the selling price of the commodity. The operatives carefully watch the price of the raw material and the price of manufactured goods, and are thus enabled to form an accurate estimate of their master's profits. 18. The capitalist rightly rejects such pretensions as being gross errors as to the nature of wage labor. 19. He cries out against this presumptuous attempt to lay taxes on the progress of industry, and declares roundly that the productivity of labor does not concern the worker in the least. 2018. H. Fawcett, The Economic Position of the British Labourer, Cambridge and London, 1865, page 178. 19. In the London Standard of the 26th October 1861, there is a report of proceedings taken by the firm of John Bright and Company before the Rochdale magistrates, to prosecute for intimidation the agents of the Carpet Weavers' Trades Union. Bright's partners had introduced new MACL, one innery which would turn out 240 yards of carpet in the time and with the labor, previously required to produce 160 yards. The workmen had no claim whatever to share in the profits made by the investment of their employer's capital in mechanical improvements. Accordingly, Messrs. Bright proposed to lower the rate of pay from limited per yard to ID, leaving the earnings of the men exactly the same as before for the same labor. But there was a nominal reduction, of which the operatives, it is asserted, had not fair warning beforehand. 20. Trades unions, in their desire to maintain wages, endeavor to share in the benefits of improved machinery. Q. Horror 1. The demanding higher wages, because labor is abbreviated, is in other words the endeavor to establish a duty on mechanical improvements, on combinations of trades, New Eden, London, 1834, page 42. Chapter 22. National Differences in Wages. In Chapter 17 we were concerned with the manifold combinations which may bring about a change in the magnitude of the value of labor power, this magnitude being considered either absolutely or relatively, i.e. as compared with surplus value. We found also that the quantity of the means of subsistence in which the price of labor power was realized might again undergo fluctuations independent of, one or different from, the changes in this price. As has been said already, the simple translation of the value, or respectively of the price, of labor power, into the exoteric form of wages transforms all these laws into laws governing the movement of wages. What appears within the movement of wages as a series of varying combinations may appear for different countries as a set of simultaneous differences in national wage levels. In comparing wages in different nations, we must therefore take into account all the factors that determine changes in the amount of the value of labor power, the price and the extent of the prime necessities of life in their natural and historical development, the cost of training the workers, the part played by the labor of women and children, the productivity of labor, and its extensive and intensive magnitude. Even the most superficial comparison requires the prior reduction of the average daily wage for the same trades, in different countries, to a uniform working day. After this reduction of the daily wage to the same terms, the time wage must again be translated into the piece wage, as only the latter can be a measure both of the productivity and of the intensity of labor. In every country there is a certain average intensity of labor, below which the labor for the production of a commodity re-1. It is not accurate to say that wages, he is dealing here with the price of labor power, are increased, because they purchase more of a cheaper article. David Buchanan, in his edition of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, 1814, volume. It page 417, n. 702 wages requires more than the time socially necessary, and therefore does not count as labor of normal quality. In a given country, only a degree of intensity which is above the national average alters the measurement of value by the mere duration of labor time. It is otherwise on the world market, whose integral parts are the individual countries. The average intensity of labor changes from country to country, here is it greater, there less. These national averages form a scale whose unit of measurement is the average unit of universal labor. The more intense national labor, therefore, as compared with the less intense, produces in the same time more value, which expresses itself in more money. But the law of value is yet more modified in its international application by the fact that, on the world market, national labor which is more productive also counts as more intensive, as long as the more productive nation is not compelled by competition to lower the selling price of its commodities to the level of their value. In proportion as capitalist production is developed in a country, so, in the same proportion, do the national intensity and productivity of labor there rise above the international level. 2. The different quantities of commodities of the same kind, produced in different countries in the same working time, have, therefore, unequal international values, which are expressed in different prices, in sums of money varying according to international values. The relative value of money will therefore be less in the nation with a more developed capitalist mode of production than in the nation with a less developed capitalism. It follows then that nominal wages, the equivalent of labor power expressed in money, will also be higher in the first nation than in the second. But this by no means proves that the same can be said of real wages, i.e. the means of subsistence placed at the disposal of the worker. But even apart from these relative differences in the value of money in different countries, it will frequently be found that the daily or weekly wage in the first nation is higher than in the second, while the relative price of labor, i.e. the price of labor as compared both with surplus value and with the value of the product, stands higher in the second than in the first. 3. 2. We shall inquire, in another place, what circumstances in relation to productivity may modify this law for individual branches of production. 3. James Anderson remarks, in a polemic against Adam Smith, it deserves, likewise, to be remarked, that although the apparent price of labor is usually national differences in wages. 703 J.W. Cowell, a member of the Factory Commission of 1833, came to the conclusion, after careful investigation of the spinning trade, that, in England wages are virtually lower to the capitalist, though higher to the operative than on the continent of Europe. Ure, page 314. The English factory inspector Alexander Redgrave, in his report of the 31st October 1866, proves, by comparing the statistics of continental states, that in spite of lower wages and much longer hours of work, continental labor is, in proportion to the product, dearer than English. The English manager of a cotton factory in Oldenburg declared that the working hours there were from 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturdays included, and that the workers, when under English overseers, did not supply during this time quite so much of the product as the English in 10 hours, while they supplied much less when under German overseers. Wages are much lower than in England, in many cases lower by 50%, but the number of hands in proportion to the machinery is much greater, in certain departments in the proportion of 5 to 3. Mr. Redgrave also gives very precise details as to the Russian cotton factories. The data were given him by an English manager until recently employed there. On this Russian soil, so fruitful of all infamies, the old horrors of the early days of English factories are in full swing. The managers are, of course, English, as the native Russian capitalist is incapable of handling factory business. Despite all the overwork, which continues throughout the day and the night, despite the most shameful underpayment of the workers, Russian manufacturing only manages to vegetate thanks to the prohibition of foreign competition. I give, in conclusion, a comparative table of Mr. Redgrave's on the average number of lower and poor countries, where the produce of the soil, and grain in general, is cheap, yet it is in fact for the most part really higher than in other countries. For it is not the wages that is given to the laborer per day that constitutes the real price of labor, although it is its apparent price. The real price is that which a certain quantity of work performed actually costs the employer, and considered in this light, labor is in almost all cases cheaper in rich countries than in those that are poorer, although the price of grain, and other provisions, is USUAUY much lower in the last than in the first. Labor estimated by the day, is much lower in Scotland than in England. Labor by the piece is generally cheaper in England. James Anderson, Observations on the Means of Exciting a Spirit of National Industry, etc., Edinburgh, 1777, pp. 350-51. In fact, the inverse process also occurs. A low level of wages produces, in its turn, dearness of labor. Labor being dearer in Ireland than it is in England. Because the wages are so much lower, N 2074, in Royal Commission on Railways, Minutes, 1867. 704 wages spindles per factory and per spinner in the different countries of Europe. He himself remarks that these figures were collected a few years ago, and that since that time the size of the factories and the number of spindles per worker in England has increased. He assumes, however, that an approximately equal advance has been made in the continental countries mentioned, so that the numbers given would still retain their value for purposes of comparison. Average number of spindles per factory: England, France, Prussia, Belgium, Saxony, Austria, Switzerland. 12,600, 1,500, 1,500, 4,000, 4,500, 7,000, 8,000. Average number of spindles per person: 1 person to 14 spindles, 28. 37. / 46, 49, 50, 50, 55, 55, 74. France, Russia, Prussia, Bavaria, Austria, Belgium, Saxony, Switzerland, smaller German states, Great Britain. This comparison, says Mr. Redgrave, is yet more unfavorable to Great Britain, inasmuch as there is so large a number of factories in which weaving by power is carried on in conjunction with spinning, while in the table the weavers are not deducted, and the factories abroad are chiefly spinning factories. If it were possible to compare like with like, strictly, I could find many cotton spinning factories in my district in which mules containing 2,200 spindles are minded by one man, the minder, and 2 assistants only, turning off daily 220 lb of yarn, measuring 400 miles in length, reports of the inspectors of factories. The 31st of October 1866, pp. 31-7, Passam. National differences in wages 70s. It is well known that in Eastern Europe, as well as in Asia, English companies have undertaken the construction of railways, and have, in making them, employed a certain number of English workers side by side with the locals. Practical necessity has thus compelled them to take into account the national differences in the intensity of labor, but this has not brought them any loss. Their experience shows that even if the level of wages more or less corresponds with the average intensity of labor, the relative price of labor, the price of labor in relation to the product, gener ally, varies in the inverse direction. In an essay on the rate of wages, for one of his first economic writings, H. Carey tries to prove that differences in national wage levels are directly proportional to the degree of productivity of the working day of each nation, in order to draw from this international ratio the deduction that wages everywhere rise and fall in proportion to the productivity of labor. The whole of our analysis of the production of surplus value shows that this deduction would be absurd even if Carey himself had demonstrated his premises, instead of shuffling a confused mass of statistical material to and fro in his usual uncritical and superficial manner. The best of all is that he does not assert that things actually are as they ought to be according to his theory. For state intervention has falsified the natural economic relation. The different national wages must therefore be calculated on the assumption that the part of them that goes to the state in the form of taxes was received by the worker himself. Ought not Mr. Carey to consider further whether these state expenses are not the natural fruits of capitalist development? His reasoning is quite worthy of the man who, first of all, declared that capitalist relations of production were eternal laws of nature and reason, whose free and harmonious working was only disturbed by the intervention of the state, and then discovered afterwards that state intervention, i.e. the defense of those laws of nature and reason by the state, alias the system of protection, was necessitated by the diabolical influence of England on the world market, an influence which, it appears, does not spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. He discovered, further, that the theorems of Ricardo and others, in which existing social antagonisms and contradictions are Formu 4. Essay on the rate of wages, with an examination of the causes of the differences in the condition of the laboring population throughout the world. Philadelphia, 1835. 706 wages lated, are not the ideal product of the real economic movement, but, on the contrary, that the real antagonisms of capitalist production in England and elsewhere are the result of the theories of Ricardo and others. Finally, he discovered that it is, in the last resort, trade which destroys the inborn beauties and harmonies of the capitalist mode of production. A step further, and he will perhaps discover that the one evil in capitalist production is capital itself. Only a man with such an atrocious lack of the critical faculty, and such spurious erudition, deserved, in spite of his protectionist heresy, to become the secret source of the harmonious wisdom of a Bastiat, and of all the other free trade optimists of the present day. Part 7. The process of accumulation of capital. The transformation of a sum of money into means of production and labor power is the first phase of the movement undergone by the quantum of value which is going to function as capital. It takes place in the market, within the sphere of circulation. The second phase of the movement, the process of production, is complete as soon as the means of production have been converted into commodities whose value exceeds that of their component parts, and therefore contains the capital originally advanced plus a surplus value. These commodities must then be thrown back into the sphere of circulation. They must be sold, their value must be realized in money, this money must be transformed once again into capital, and so on, again and again. This cycle, T in which the same phases are continually gone through in succession, forms the circulation of capital. The first condition of accumulation is that the capitalist must have contrived to sell his commodities. T and to reconvert into capital the greater part of the money received from their sale. In the following pages, we shall assume that capital passes through its process of circulation in the normal way. The detailed analysis of the process will be found in Volume 2. The capitalist who produces surplus value, i.e. who extracts unpaid labor directly from the workers and fixes it in commodities, is admittedly the first appropriator of this surplus value. T. But he is by no means its ultimate proprietor. He has to share it afterwards with capitalists who fulfill other functions in social production taken as a whole, with the owner of the land, and with yet other people. Surplus value is therefore split up into various parts. Its fragments fall to various categories of person, and take on various mutually independent forms, such as profit, interest, T. gains made through trade, ground rent, etc. We shall be able to deal with these modified forms of surplus value only in Volume 3. 710. The process of accumulation of capital on the one hand. Then, we assume here that the capitalist sells the commodities he has produced at their value, and we shall not concern ourselves with their later return to the market, or the new forms that capital assumes while in the sphere of circulation, or the concrete conditions of reproduction hidden within those forms. On the other hand, we treat the capitalist producer as the owner of the entire surplus value, or, perhaps better, as the representative of all those who will share the booty with him. We shall therefore begin by considering accumulation from an abstract point of view, i.e. simply as one aspect of the immediate process of production. Insofar as accumulation actually takes place, the capitalist must have succeeded in selling his commodities, and in reconverting the money shaken loose from them into capital. Moreover, the breakup of surplus value into various fragments does not affect either its nature or the conditions under which it becomes an element in accumulation. Whatever the proportion of surplus value which the capitalist producer retains for himself, or yields up to others, he is the one who in the first instance appropriates it. In our presentation of accumulation, then, we assume no more than is assumed by the actual process of accumulation itself. On the other hand, the simple, fundamental form of the process of accumulation is obscured BQTH by the splitting up of surplus value and by the mediating movement of circulation. An exact analysis of the process, therefore, demands that we should, for a time, disregard all phenomena that conceal the workings of its inner mechanism. Chapter 23. Simple reproduction. Whatever the social form of the production process, it has to be continuous, it must periodically repeat the same phases. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and in the constant flux of its incessant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. The conditions of production are at the same time the conditions of reproduction. No society can go on producing, in other words, no society can reproduce, unless it constantly reconverts a part of its products into means of production, or elements of fresh products. All other circumstances remaining the same, the society can reproduce or maintain its wealth on the existing scale only by replacing the means of production which have been used up, i.e. the instruments of labor, the raw material and the auxiliary substances, with an equal quantity of new articles. These must be separated from the mass of the yearly product, and incorporated once again into the production process. Hence a definite portion of each year's product belongs to the sphere of production. Destined for productive consumption from the very first, this portion exists, for the most part, in forms which by their very nature exclude the possibility of individual consumption. If production has a capitalist form, so too will reproduction. Just as in the capitalist mode of production the labor process appears only as a means towards the process of valorization, so in the case of reproduction it appears only as a means of reproducing the value advanced as capital, i.e. as self-valorizing value. The economic character of capitalist becomes firmly fixed to a man only if his money constantly functions as capital. If, for instance, a sum of £100 has this year been converted into capital, and has product a surplus value of £20, it must continue during the next year, and subsequent years, to repeat the same operation. As a 712 the process of accumulation of capital periodic increment of the value of the capital, or a periodic fruit borne by capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue arising out of capital. 1. If this revenue serves the capitalist only as a fund to provide for his consumption, and if it is consumed as periodically as it is gained, then, other things being equal, simple reproduction takes place. And although this reproduction is a mere repetition of the process of production, on the same scale as before, this mere repetition, or continuity, imposes on the process certain new characteristics, or rather, causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics possessed by the process in isolation. The purchase of labor power for a fixed period is the prelude to the production process, and this prelude is constantly repeated when the period of time for which the labor power has been sold comes to an end, when a definite period of production, such as a week or a month, has elapsed. But the worker is not paid until after he has expended his labor power, and realized both the value of his labor power and a certain quantity of surplus value in the shape of commodities. He has therefore produced not only surplus value, which we for the present regard as a fund to meet the private consumption of the capitalist, but also the variable capital, the fund out of which he himself is paid, before it flows back to him in the shape of wages, and his employment lasts only as long as he continues to reproduce this fund. This is the reason for the formula of the economists, mentioned in Chapter 18, under 2, which presents wages as a share in the product itself. Point 2. What flows back to the worker in the shape of wages is a portion of the product he himself continuously reproduces. The capitalist, it is true, pays him the value of the commodity in money, but this money is merely the transmuted form of the product of his labor. While he won, the rich, who consume the products of the labor of others, can only obtain them by making exchanges, purchases of commodities. They therefore seem to be exposed to an early exhaustion of their reserve funds. But, in the social order, wealth has acquired the power of reproducing itself through the labor of others. Wealth, like labor, and by means of labor, bears fruit every year, but this fruit can be destroyed every year without making the rich man any poorer thereby. This fruit is the revenue which arises out of capita. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes d'économie politique, Paris, 1819, Volume 1, pp. 81-2. Wages as well as profits are to be considered, each of them, as a portion of the finished product. Ramsey, Op. Cit. Page 142. The share of the product which comes to the worker in the form of wages, J. Mill, E. Emmons, etc., Tr. Parisot, Paris, 1823, pp. 33-4. Simple reproduction 713 is converting a portion of the means of production into products, a portion of his former product is being turned into money. It is his labor of last week, or of last year, that pays for his labor power this week or this year. The illusion created by the money form vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single worker, we take the whole capitalist class and the whole working class. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the working class drafts, in the form of money, on a portion of the product produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The workers give these drafts back just as constantly to the capitalists, and thereby withdraw from the latter their allotted share of their own product. The transaction is veiled by the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. Variable capital is therefore only a particular historical form of appearance of the fund for providing the means of subsistence, or the labor fund, which the worker requires for his own maintenance and reproduction, and which, in all systems of social production, he must himself produce and reproduce. If the labor fund constantly flows to him in the form of money that pays for his labor, it is because his own product constantly moves away from him in the form of capital. But this form of appearance of the labor fund makes no difference to the fact that it is the worker's own objectified labor which is advanced to him by the capitalist. 3. Let us take a peasant liable to do compulsory labor services. He works on his own land with his own means of production for, say, 3 days a week. The other 3 days are devoted to forced labor on T.E. Lord's domain. He constantly reproduces his own labor fund, which never, in his case, takes the form of a money payment for high labor, advanced by another person. But in return his unpaid ND forced labor for the Lord never acquires the character of voluntary and paid labor. If one fine morning, the landowner appropriates to himself the plot of land, the cattle, the seed, in short, the means of production of the peasant, the latter will thenceforth be obliged to sell his labor power to the former. He will, other things being equal, labor 6 days a week as before, 3 for himself, 3 for his former lord, who thenceforth becomes a wage-paying capitalist. As before, he will 3. When capital is employed in advancing to the workman his wages, it adds nothing to the funds for the maintenance of labor. Cazenove, in a note to his edition of Ma. Thus his definitions in Political Economy, London, 1853, page 22. 714 The process of accumulation of capital use up the means of production as means of production, and transfer their value to the product. As before, a definite portion of the product will be devoted to reproduction. But from the moment that forced labor is changed into wage labor, the labor fund, which the peasant himself continues as before to produce and reproduce, takes the form of a quantity of capital advanced in the form of wages by the lord of the land. The bourgeois economist, whose limited mentality is unable to separate the form of appearance from the thing which appears within that form, shuts his eyes to the fact that even at the present time the labor fund only crops up exceptionally on the face of the globe in the form of capital. 4. Variable capital, it is true, loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds. 5. Only when we view the process of capitalist production in the flow of its constant renewal. But that process must have had a beginning of some kind. From our present standpoint, it therefore seems likely that the capitalist, once upon a time, became possessed of money by some form of primitive accumulation, or Springlish accumulation, that took place independently of the unpaid labor of other people, and that this was therefore how he was able to frequent the market as a buyer of labor power. However this may be, the mere continuity of the process of capitalist production, or simple reproduction, brings about other remarkable transformations which seize hold of not only the variable, but the total capital. If a surplus value of £200 is generated every year by the use of a capital of £1,000, and if this surplus value is consumed every year, it is clear that when this process has been repeated for 5 years, the surplus value consumed will amount to 5x £200, or the £1,000 originally advanced. If only a part were consumed, say 1/2, the same result would follow at the end of 10 years, since Locke's 4. The wages of labor are advanced by capitalists in the case of less than 1/4 of the laborers of the earth. Richard Jones, Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, Hertford, 1852, page 36, 5. Though the manufacturer, i.e. the worker engaged in manufacture, has his wages advanced to him by his master, he in reality costs him no expense, the value of those wages being generally restored, together with a profit, in the improved value of the subject upon which his labor is bestowed. A. Smith, Op. Cit. BK2, ch. 3, Volume 2, page 355 in Wakefield's edition of 1835-9. We have preferred primitive accumulation to original accumulation. T as the phrase has become established by now as part of the English language. Simple reproduction £715 100 equals £1,000. The following general formulation emerges. The value of the capital advanced divided by the surplus value annually consumed gives the number of years, or periods of reproduction, at the expiration of which the capital originally advanced has been consumed by the capitalist and has disappeared. The capitalist thinks that he is consuming the produce of the unpaid labor of others, the surplus value, and is keeping intact the value of his original capital, but what he thinks cannot alter the actual situation. After the lapse of a certain number of years, the value of the capital he possesses is equal to the sum total of the surplus value he has appropriated during those years, and the total value he has consumed is equal to the value of his original capital. It is true that he has in hand a quantity of capital whose magnitude has not changed, and that part of it, such as buildings, machinery, etc., was already there when he began to conduct his business operations. But we are not concerned here with the material components of the capital. We are concerned with its value. When a person consumes the whole of his property, by taking upon himself debts equal to the value of that property, it is clear that his property represents nothing but the sum total of his debts. And so it is with the capitalist. When he has consumed the equivalent of his original capital, the value of his present capital represents nothing but the total amount of surplus value appropriated by him without payment. Not a single atom of the value of his old capital continues to exist. Therefore, entirely leaving aside all accumulation, the mere continuity of the production process, in other words simple reproduction, sooner or later, and necessarily, converts all capital into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. Even if that capital was, on its entry into the process of production, the personal property of the man who employs it, and was originally acquired by his own labor, it sooner or later becomes value appropriated without an equivalent, the unpaid labor of others materialized either in the money form or in some other way. We saw in Chapter 4 that for the transformation of money into capital something more was required than the production and circulation of commodities. We saw that on the one hand the possessor of value or money, on the other hand the possessor of the value-creating substance. On the one hand, the possessor of the means of production and subsistence, on the other, the possessor of nothing but labor power, must confront each other as buyer and seller. 716 The process of accumulation of capital, a division between the product of labor and labor itself, between the objective conditions of labor and subjective labor power, was therefore the real foundation and the starting point of the process of capitalist production. But what at first was merely a starting point becomes, by means of nothing but the continuity of the process, by simple reproduction, the characteristic result of capitalist production, a result which is constantly renewed and perpetuated. On the one hand, the production process incessantly converts material wealth into capital, into the capitalist's means of enjoyment and his means of valorization. On the other hand, the worker always leaves the process in the same state as he entered it. A personal source of wealth, but deprived of any means of making that wealth a reality for himself. Since, before he enters the process, his own labor has already been alienated, and from him, appropriated by the capitalist, and incorporated with capital, it now, in the course of the process, constantly objectifies itself so that it becomes a product alien to him, fremder product. Since the process of production is also the process of the consumption of labor power by the capitalist, the worker's product is not only constantly converted into commodities, but also into capital, i.e. into value that sucks up the worker's value-creating power, means of subsistence that actually purchase human beings, and means of production that employ the people who are doing the producing. 6. Therefore, the worker himself constantly produces objective wealth, in the form of capital, an alien power that dominates and exploits him, and the capitalist just as constantly produces labor power, in the form of a subjective source of wealth which is abstract, exists merely in the physical body of the worker, and is separated from its own means of objectification and realization. In short, the capitalist produces the worker as a wage eabor. 7. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the worker, is the absolutely necessary condition for capitalist production. 6. This is a remarkably peculiar property of productive labor. Whatever is productively consumed is capita, and it becomes capital by consumption. James Mew, Op. Cit. Page .242. James Mill, however, was never able to track down this remarkably peculiar property. 7. It is true indeed, that the first introducing a manufacture employs many poor, but they cease not to be so, and the continuance of it makes many reasons for a limited exportation of wool. London, 1677, page 19. The Fanner now absurdly asserts that he keeps the poor. They are indeed kept in misery. Reasons for the late increase. 0. The poor rates. Or a comparative view of the prices of labor and provisions. London, 1777, page 31. Simple reproduction. 717 The worker's consumption is of two kinds. While producing, he consumes the means of production with his labor, and converts them into products with a higher value than that of the capital advanced. This is his productive consumption. It is at the same time consumption of his labor power by the capitalist who has bought it. On the other hand, the worker uses the money paid to him for his labor power to buy the means of subsistence. This is his individual consumption. The worker's productive consumption and his individual consumption are therefore totally distinct. In the former, he acts as the motive power of capital and belongs to the capitalist. In the latter, he belongs to himself, and performs his necessary vital functions outside the production process. The result of the first kind of consumption is that the capitalist continues to live, of the second, that the worker himself continues to live. When dealing with the working day, we saw that the worker is often compelled to make his individual consumption into a merely incidental part of the production process. In such a case, he provides himself with means of subsistence in order to keep his labor power in motion, just as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine and oil to the wheel. His means of consumption are then merely the means of consumption of a means of production. His individual consumption is directly productive consumption. This, however, appears to be an abuse, rather than an essential attribute of the capitalist process of production. 8. The matter takes quite another aspect if we contemplate not the single capitalist and the single worker, but the capitalist class and the working class, not an isolated process of production, but capitalist production in full swing and on its actual social scale. By converting part of his capital into labor power, the capitalist valorizes the value of his entire capital. He kills two birds with one stone. He profits not only by what he receives from the worker, but also by what he gives him. The capital given in return for labor power is converted into means of subsistence which have to be consumed to reproduce the muscles, nerves, bones and brains of existing workers, and to bring new workers into existence. Within the limits of what is absolutely necessary, therefore, the Indi 8. Rossi would not have declaimed so emphatically on this point if he had really penetrated the secret of productive consumpti 9n. Cf. For example, P. Rossi. Cours d'économie politique, Brussels, 1843, page 370. To conceive capacity for labor in abstraction from the worker's means of subsistence during the production process is to conceive a phantom. 718 The process of accumulation of capital visual consumption of the working class is the reconversion of the means of subsistence given by capital in return for labor power into fresh labor power which capital is then again able to exploit. It is the production and reproduction of the capitalist's most indispensable means of production, the worker. The individual consumption of the worker, whether it occurs inside or outside the workshop, inside or outside the labor process, remains an aspect of the production and reproduction of capital, just as the cleaning of machinery does, whether it is done during the labor process, or when intervals in that process permit. The fact that the worker performs acts of individual consumption in his own interest, and not to please the capitalist, is something entirely irrelevant to the matter. The consumption of food by a beast of burden does not become any less a necessary aspect of the production process because the beast enjoys what it eats. The maintenance and reproduction of the working class remains a necessary condition for the reproduction of capital. But the capitalist may safely leave this to the worker's drives for self-preservation and propagation. All the capitalist cares for is to reduce the worker's individual consumption to the necessary minimum, and an immense distance separates his attitude from the crudeness of the South American mine owners, who force their workers to consume the more substantial, rather than the less substantial, kind of food. 9. Hence both the capitalist and his ideologist, the political economist, consider only that part of the worker's individual consumption to be productive which is required for the perpetuation of the working class, and which therefore must take place in order that the capitalist may have labor power to consume. What the worker consumes over and above that minimum for his own pleasure is seen as unproductive consumption. 10. If the accumulation of capital were to cause a rise of wages and an increase in the worker's consumption unaccompanied by an increase in the consumption of labor power by capital, the additional capital would be con 9. The workers in the mines of South America, whose daily task, the heaviest perhaps in the world, consists in bringing to the surface on their shoulders a load of meta, weighing from 180 to 200 pounds, from a depth of 450 feet, live on bread and beans only. They themselves would prefer the bread alone for food, but their masters, who have found out that the men cannot work so hard on bread, treat them like horses, and compel them to eat beans. Beans are relatively much richer in bone ash than is bread. Liebig, Op. Cit. Vo I. 1, page 194, n. 10. James Meal, Op. Cit. pp. 238 if. Simple reproduction 719 summed unproductively. LL In reality, the individual consumption of the worker is unproductive even from his own point of view, for it simply reproduces the needy individual. It is productive to the capitalist and to the state, since it is the production of a force which produces wealth for other people. 12. From the standpoint of society, then, the working class, even when it stands outside the direct labor process, is just as much an appendage of capital as the lifeless instruments of labor are. Even its individual consumption is, within certain limits, a mere aspect of the process of capital's reproduction. That process, however, takes good care to prevent the workers, those instruments of production who are possessed of consciousness, from running away, by constantly removing their product from one pole to the other, to the opposite pole of capital. Individual consumption provides, on the one hand, the means for the worker's maintenance and reproduction. On the other hand, by the constant annihilation of the means of subsistence, it provides for their continued reappearance on the labor market. The Roman slave was held by chains. The wage laborer is bound to his owner by invisible threads. The appearance of independence is maintained by a constant change in the person of the individual employer, and by the legal fiction of a contract. In former times, capital resorted to legislation, whenever it seemed necessary, in order to enforce its proprietary rights over the free worker. For instance, down to 1815 the emigration of mechanics employed in machine making was forbidden in Eng land, on pain of severe punishment. The reproduction of the working class implies at the same time the transmission and accumulation of skills from one generation to another. 13 The capitalist regards the existence of such a skilled 11. If the price of labor should rise so high that, notwithstanding the increase of capital, no more could be employed, I should say that such increase of capital would be still unproductive. Why consumed? Ricardo, Op. Cit. Page 163, 12. The only productive consumption, properly so caned, is the consumption or destruction of wealth. He means the using up of the means of production, by capitalists with a view to reproduction. The workman is a productive consumer to the person who employs him, and to the state, but not, strictly speaking, to himself. Ma Ithis, definitions, etc., page 30, 13. The only thing, of which one can say, that it is stored up and prepared beforehand, is the skin of the laborer. The accumulation and storage of skilled labor, that most important operation, is, as regards the great mass of laborers, accomplished without any capital whatever. Hodgkin, Labor Defended, etc., page 13. 720. The process of accumulation of capital working class is one of the conditions of production which belong to him, and in fact views it as the real existence of his variable capital. This becomes very clear as soon as a crisis threatens him with its loss. As a result of the American Civil War and the AC Company and cotton famine, the majority of the cotton workers of Lancashire were, as is well known, thrown out of work. Both from the working class itself, and from other social strata, there arose a cry for state aid, or voluntary national subscriptions, in order to make possible the emigration of those who were redundant, to the English colonies or to the United States. That was the time when the Times published a letter, the 24th of March 1863, from Edmund Potter, a former president of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce. This letter was rightly described in the House of Commons as the Manifesto of the Manufacturers. 14. We shall reproduce here a few characteristic passages, in which the proprietary rights of capital over labor power are unblushingly asserted. He, the man out of work, may be told the supply of cotton workers is too large, and must, in fact, be reduced by a third, perhaps, and that then there will be a healthy demand for the remaining 2/3. Public opinion urges emigration. The master cannot willingly see his labor supply being removed. He may think, and perhaps justly, that it is both wrong and unsound. That if the public funds are to be devoted to assist emigration, he has a right to be heard, and perhaps to protest. The same Potter then proceeds to point out how useful the cotton industry is, how it has undoubtedly drawn the surplus population from Ireland and from the agricultural districts, how immense is its extent, how it yielded laths of total English exports in the year 1860, how, after a few years, it will again expand by the extension of the market, particularly of the Indian market, and by calling forth a plentiful supply of cotton at 6d. per pound. He then continues, it is not to be denied that, time, 1, 2, or 3 years it may be, will produce the quantity. The question I would put then is this. Is the trade worth retaining? Is it worthwhile to keep the machinery, he means the living labor machines, in order, and is it not the greatest folly to think of parting with that? I think it is. I allow that the workers are not a property, not the property of Lancashire and the masters, but they are the 14. That letter might be looked upon as the Manifesto of the Manufacturers. Farrand, Motion on the Cotton Famine, House of Commons, the 27th of April 1863. Simple reproduction. 721. Strength of both. They are the mental and trained power which cannot be replaced for a generation. The mere machinery which they work might much of it be beneficially replaced, nay improved, in a 12-month. Ones encourage or allow the working power to emigrate, and what of the capitalist? This cry from the heart reminds one of Lord Chamberlain Caleb. Take away the cream of the workers, and fixed capital will depreciate in a great degree, and the floating will not subject itself to a struggle with the short supply of inferior labor. We are told the workers wish it, emigration. Very natural it is that they should do so. Reduce. Compress the cotton trade by taking away its working power and reducing their wages expenditure, say 1/5, or 5 millions, and what then would happen to the class above, the small shopkeepers, and what of the rents, the cottage rents? Trace out the effects upward to the small farmer, the better householder, and the landowner, and say if there could be any suggestion more suicidal to all classes of the country than enfeebling a nation by exporting the best of its manufacturing population, and destroying the value of some of its most productive capital and enrichment. I advise a loan of 5 or 6 millions sterling. Extending it may be over 2 or 3 years, administered by special commissioners added to the boards of guardians in the cotton districts, under special legislative regulations, enforcing some occupation or labor, as a means of keep 15. It will not be forgotten that this same Captai sings quite another tune under ordinary circumstances, when it is a question of reducing wages. Then the masters exclaim with one voice, see above, page 549, the factory operatives should keep in wholesome remembrance the fact that theirs is really a low species of skinned labor, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which, by a short training of the least expert, can be more quickly, as well as abundantly, acquired. The master's machinery, which we now learn can advantageously be replaced and improved within 12 months, Rennie plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labor and skin of the operative, who cannot now be replaced in less than 30 years, which 6 months' education can teach, and a common laborer can learn. Kalb was a character in Schiller's tragedy Kabali und Liebe. In Act 3, Scene 2, Kalb, who is Lord Chamberlain of a petty German princely court, hears of the decision of the president, another court officier, to resign, which would bring him down as we, 1. But what of me? You can at least talk well, he says, addressing the president, you are a man of learning. But what would become of me if His Highness dismissed me? 722 The process of accumulation of capital ing up at least the moral standard of the recipients of the loan. Can anything be worse for landowners or masters than parting with the best of the workers, and demoralizing and disappointing the rest by an extended depletive emigration, a depletion of capital and value in an entire province? Potter, the chosen mouthpiece of the cotton manufacturers, distinguishes between two sorts of machinery. Both belong to the capitalist, but one stands in his factory, while the other is housed in cottages outside the factory at night time and on Sundays. The one is inanimate, the other living. The inanimate machinery not only wears out and loses value from day to day, but also much of it becomes out of date so quickly, owing to constant technical progress, that it can be replaced with advantage by new machinery after a few months. With the living machinery the reverse is true. It gets better the longer it lasts, and in proportion as the skill handed down from one generation to another accumulates. Here is the answer given by the Times to the cotton magnate. Mr. Edmund Potter is so impressed with the exceptional and supreme importance of the cotton masters that, in order to preserve this class and perpetuate their profession, he would keep 500,000 of the laboring class confined in a great moral workhouse against their will. Is the trade worth retaining? Asks Mr. Potter. Certainly by all honest means it is, we answer. Is it worth while keeping the machinery in order? Again asks Mr. Potter. Here we hesitate. By the machinery, Mr. Potter means the human machinery, for he goes on to protest that he does not mean to use them as an absolute property. We must confess that we do not think it worthwhile, or even possible, to keep the human machinery in order. That is to shut it up and keep it oiled till it is wanted. Human machinery will rust under inaction, oil and rub it as you may. Moreover, the human machinery will, as we have just seen, get the steam up of its own accord, and burst or run amuck in our great towns. It might, as Mr. Potter says, require some time to reproduce the workers, but, having machinists and capitalists at hand, we could always find thrifty, hard, industrious men wherewith to improvise more master manufacturers than we can ever want. Mr. Potter talks of the trade reviving in 1, 2, or 3 years, and he asks us not to encourage or allow the working power to emigrate. He says that it is very natural the workers should wish to emigrate, but he thinks that in spite of their desire, the nation ought to keep this 500,000 of workers. Simple reproduction 723 with their 700,000 dependents, shut up in the cotton districts, and as a necessary consequence, he must of course think that the nation ought to keep down their discontent by force, and sustain them by alms. And upon the chance that the cotton masters may some day want them. The time has come when the great public opinion of these islands must operate to save this working power from those who would deal with it as they would deal with iron and coal and cotton. 16 This article was only a jeu d'esprit. The great public opinion was in fact of Mr. Potter's own opinion. It too thought that the factory workers were movable accessories to the factories. Their emigration was prevented. 1. They were locked up in that moral workhouse, the cotton districts, and they form, as before, the strength of the cotton manufacturers of Lancashire. Capitalist production therefore reproduces in the course of its own process the separation between labor power and the conditions of labor. It thereby reproduces and perpetuates the conditions under which the worker is exploited. It incessantly forces him to sell his labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that he may enrich himself. 18 It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and worker confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It is the alternating rhythm of the process itself which throws the worker back onto the market again and again as a seller of his labor power and continually transforms his own product into a means by which another man can purchase him. In reality, the worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. His economic bondage. 19 is 16. The T.S., the 24th of March 1863, 17. Parliament did not vote a single farthing in aid of emigration, but simply passed some act empowering the municipal corporations to keep the workers in a state of semi-starvation, to exploit them without paying the norma, wages. On the other hand, when the cattle disease broke out 3 years later, Parliament hastened to break even its own normal customs, and immediately voted millions for the indemnification of the millionaire landlords, whose farmers in any event came out of it without losing anything, owing to the rise in the price of meat. The bestial howls of the landed proprietors at the opening of Parliament, in 1866, showed that a man can worship the cow Sabala without being a Hindu, and can change himself into an ox without being a Jupiter. 18. The worker asked for means of subsistence in order to live. The master asked for labor in order to make a profit. Sismondi, Op. Cit. Page 91, 19. A clumsy agricultural form of this bondage exists in the county of Durham. This is one of the few counties in which circumstances do not. 724 The process of accumulation of capital at once mediated through, and concealed by, the periodic renewal of the act by which he sells himself, his change of masters, and the oscillations in the market price of his labor. 20 The capitalist process of production, therefore, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself. On the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer. 21. Secure to the farmer undisputed proprietary rights over the agricultural laborers. The existence of the mining industry allows the latter some freedom of choice. Here, therefore, and in contrast with the general rule which prevails elsewhere, the farmer rents only such farms as have on them laborers' cottages. The rent of the cottage forms part of the wage. These cottages are known as hinds houses. They are let to the laborers in consideration of certain feudal services, under a contract called bondage, which, among other things, binds the laborer, during the time he is employed elsewhere, to leave someone, say his daughter, etc., to fill his place. The laborer himself is called a bondsman. This relationship also shows, from an entirely new angle, how individual consumption by the worker is consumption on behalf of capital, in other words productive consumption. It is curious to observe that the very dung of the hind and bondsman is the perquisite of the calculating lord. And the lord will allow no privy but his own to exist in the neighborhood, and will rather give a bit of manure here and there for a garden than bate any part of his seigneurial right. Public Health, 7th Report, 1864, page 188, 20. It will not be forgotten that, where the labor of children is concerned, even the formality of a voluntary sale vanishes. 21. Capital presupposes wage labor. Wage labor presupposes capital. They reciprocally condition each other's existence, they reciprocally bring forth each other. Does a worker in a cotton factory merely produce cotton goods? No, he produces capital. He produces values which serve afresh to command his labor and by means of it to create new values. Karl Marx, Lohnarbeit und Kapital, in Neue Rheinische Zeitung, number 266, the 7th of April 1849. Wage, Labor and Capital, in Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 1, page 162. The articles published under the above heading in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung are parts of some lectures given by me on that topic in 1847 in the Deutscher Arbeiterverein in Brussels. Their publication was interrupted by the February Revolution. The Deutscher Arbeiterverein was founded in 1847 in Brussels by Marx and Engels, with the aim of educating the German workers living there in the principles of communism. In February 1848, the Belgian authorities compelled it to disband by arresting most of its leading members. Chapter 24. The transformation of surplus value into capital. Capitalist production on a progressively increasing scale. The inversion which converts the property laws of commodity production into laws of capitalist appropriation. Earlier we considered how surplus value arises from capital. Now we have to see how capital arises from surplus value. The employment of surplus value as capital, or its reconversion into capital, is called accumulation of capital. Let us first consider this process from the standpoint of the individual capitalist. Suppose a master spinner has advanced a capital of £10,000, of which 4/5, £8,000, is laid out in cotton, machinery, etc., and 1/5, £2,000, in wages. Let him produce 240,000 lb of yam every year, and let the value of this yam be £12,000. The rate of surplus value being 100%, the surplus value is contained in the surplus, or net product, of 40,000 lb of yarn, which is 1/6 of the gross product, and has a value of £2,000 which will be realized by a sale. £2,000 is £2,000. Neither seeing nor smelling will tell us that this sum of money is surplus value. When we know that a given value is surplus value, we know how its owner came by it, but that does not alter the nature either of value or of money. In order to transform this newly acquired sum of £2,000 into capital, the master spinner will, all circumstances remaining as before, advance 4/5 of it, £1,600, in the purchase of cotton, etc., and 1/5, £400, in the purchase of additional spinning workers, who will find in the market the means of subsistence whose value the master has advanced to them. The new capital of 1. Accumulation of capital. The employment of a portion of revenue is capital. Malthus, Definitions, etc., ed. Cazenove, page 11. Conversion of revenue into capital. Malthus, Principles of Political Economy, 2nd ed., London, 1836, page 320. 726. The process of accumulation of capital £2,000 then functions in the spinning mill and in its turn brings in a surplus value of £400. The capital value was originally advanced in the form of money. The surplus value, however, existed from the outset as the value of a definite portion of the gross product. If this gross product is sold, converted into money, the capital value regains its original form. From this moment on, the capital value and surplus value are both sums of money, and their reconversion into capital takes place in precisely the same way. The one as well as the other is laid out by the capitalist in the purchase of commodities that place him in a position to start making his goods again, and indeed, on a larger scale this time. But in order to be able to buy these commodities, he must find them ready in the market. His own yarn circulates only because he brings his annual product to market, as do all other capitalists with their commodities. But these commodities, before coming to market, were already part of the annual production fund, i.e. part of the total mass of objects of every kind into which the sum total of the individual capitals, or the total social capital, had been converted in the course of the year, and of which each capitalist had in hand only a small fraction. All the transactions in the market can accomplish is the interchange of the individual components of this annual product, their transfer from one hand to another. They cannot increase the total annual production, nor can they alter the nature of the objects produced. Hence the use that can be made of the total annual product depends entirely on its own composition, and in no way on circulation. Annual production must in the first place furnish all those objects, use values, from which the material components of capital, used up in the course of the year, have to be replaced. After we have deducted this, there remains the net or surplus product, which contains the surplus value. And what does this surplus product consist of? Only of things destined to satisfy the needs and desires of the capitalist class, things which consequently enter into the consumption fund of the capitalists. If that were all, the cup of surplus value would be drained to the very dregs, and nothing but simple reproduction would ever take place. Accumulation requires the transformation of a portion of the surplus product into capital. But we cannot, except by a miracle, transform into capital anything but such articles as can be employed in the labor process, i.e. means of production, and such. The transformation of surplus value into capital 727 further articles is or suitable for the sustenance of the worker, le. Means of subsistence. Consequently, a part of the annual surplus labor must have been applied to the production of additional means of production and subsistence, over and above the quantity of these things required to replace the capital advanced. In a word, surplus value can be transformed into capital only because the surplus product, whose value it is, already comprises the material components of a new quantity of capital. 2. Now, in order that these components may actually function as capital, the capitalist class requires additional labor. If the exploitation of the workers already employed does not increase, either extensively or intensively, additional labor powers must be enlisted. The mechanism of capitalist production has already provided for this in advance, by reproducing the working class as a class dependent on wages, a class whose ordinary wages suffice, not only to maintain itself, but also to increase its numbers. All capital needs to do is to incorporate this additional labor power, annually supplied by the working class in the shape of labor powers of all ages, with the additional means of production comprised in the annual product, and the transformation of surplus value into capital has been accomplished. Looked at concretely, accumulation can be resolved into the production of capital on a progressively increasing scale. The cycle of simple reproduction alters its form and, to use Sismondi's expression, changes into a spiral. 3. Let us now return to our example. It is the old story. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, and so on. The original capital of £10,000 brings in a surplus value of £2,000, which is capitalized. The new capital of £2,000 brings in a surplus value of £400, and this too is capitalized, transformed into a second additional 2. Here we take no account of the export trade, by means of which a nation can change articles of luxury either into means of production or means of subsistence, and vice versa. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world of trade as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is established everywhere and has taken possession of every branch of industry. 3. Sismondi's analysis of accumulation suffers from the great defect that he contents himself, to too great an extent, with the phrase, conversion of revenue into capital. Without trying to investigate the material conditions of this operation. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes d'économie Po. Idic. Volume 1. Paris, 1819, page 119. 728. The process of accumulation of capital, which in its turn produces a further surplus value of £80. And the process continues in this way. We leave out of account here the portion of the surplus value consumed by the capitalist. We are also not interested, for the moment, in whether the additional capital is joined onto the original capital, or separated from it so that it can valorize itself independently. Nor are we concerned whether the same capitalist employs it who originally accumulated it, or whether he hands it over to others. All we must remember is this. By the side of the newly formed capital, the original capital continues to reproduce itself and to produce surplus value, and this is true of all accumulated capital in relation to the additional capital engendered by it. The original capital was formed by the advance of £10,000. Where did its owner get it from? Single quote. From his own labor and that of his forefathers is the unanimous answer of the spokesman of political economy. 4. And, in fact, their assumption appears to be the only one consonant with the laws of commodity production. But it is quite otherwise with regard to the additional capital of £2,000. We know perfectly well how that originated. There is not one single atom of its value that does not owe its existence to unpaid labor. The means of production with which the additional labor power is incorporated, as well as the necessaries with which the workers are sustained, are nothing but component parts of the surplus product, parts of the tribute annually exacted from the working class by the capitalist class. Even if the latter uses a portion of that tribute to purchase the additional labor power at its full price, so that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent, the whole thing still remains the age-old activity of the conqueror, who buys commodities from the conquered with the money he has stolen from them. If the additional capital employs the person who produced it, this producer must not only continue to valorize the value of the original capital, but must buy back the fruits of his previous labor with more labor than they cost. If we view this as a transaction between the capitalist class and the working class, it makes no difference that additional workers are employed by means of the unpaid labor of the previously employed workers. The capitalist may even convert the additional capital into a machine that throws the producers of that capital out of work, and replaces them with 4. The original labor, to which his capital owed its origin. Sismondi, Op. Cit. T. Volume 1, page 109. The transformation of surplus value into capital 729. A few children. In every case, the working class creates by the surplus labor of 1 year the capital destined to employ additional labor in the following year. 5. And this is what is called creating capital out of capital. The accumulation of the first additional capital of £2,000 presupposes that a value of £10,000 exists, advanced by the capitalist, and belonging to him by virtue of his original labor. The second additional capital of £400 presupposes, on the contrary, only the prior accumulation of the £2,000, of which the £400 is the capitalized surplus value. The ownership of past unpaid labor is thenceforth the sole condition for the appropriation of living unpaid labor on a constantly increasing scale. The more the capital East has accumulated, the more is he able to accumulate. The surplus value that makes up additional capital number 1 is the result of the purchase of labor power with part of the original capital, a purchase which conformed to the laws of commodity exchange and which, from a legal standpoint, presupposes no thing beyond the worker's power to dispose freely of his own capacities, and the money owner's or commodity owner's power to dispose freely of the values that belong to him. Equally, additional capital number 2 is merely the result of additional capital number 1, and is therefore a consequence of the relations described above. Hence each individual transaction continues to conform to the laws of commodity exchange, with the capitalist always buying labor power and the worker always selling it at what we shall assume is its real value. It is quite evident from this that the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws based on the production and circulation of commodities, become changed into their direct opposite through their own internal and inexorable dialectic. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, is now turned round in such a way that there is only an AP-parent exchange, since, firstly, the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself merely a portion of the product of the labor of others which has been appropriated without an equivalent. And, secondly, this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, the worker, but replaced together with an added surplus. The relation of exchange between capitalist and worker becomes a mere semblance belonging only to the process of circulation. It becomes a mere form, which is alien to the content of the transaction itself. Labor creates capital before capital employs labor. B. G. Wakefield, England and America. London, 1833, Volume 2, page 110. 730. The process of accumulation of capital and merely mystifies it. The constant sale and purchase of labor power is the form. The content is the constant appropriation by the capitalist, without equivalent, of a portion of the labor of others which has already been objectified, and his repeated exchange of this labor for a greater quantity of the living labor of others. Originally, the rights of property seemed to us to be grounded in a man's own leo j.lr. Some such assumption was at least necessary, since only commodity owners with equal rights confronted each other, and the sole means of appropriating the commodities of others was the alienation of a man's own commodities, commodities which, however, could only be produced by labor. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor thus becomes the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. 6. Therefore, however much the capitalist mode of appropriation may seem to fly in the face of the original laws of commodity production, it nevertheless arises, not from a violation of these laws but, on the contrary, from their application. Let us make this clear once more by briefly reviewing the consecutive phases of motion whose culminating point is capitalist accumulation. We saw, in the first place, that the original transformation of a sum of values into capital was achieved in complete accordance with the laws of exchange. One party to the contract sells his labor power, the other buys it. The former receives the value of his commodity, whose use value labor is thereby alienated to the buyer. Means of production which already belong to the latter are then transformed by him, with the aid of labor equally belonging to him, into a new product which is likewise lawfully his. The value of this product includes, first, the value of the means. 6. The property of the capitalist in the product of the labor of others is a strict consequence of the law of appropriation, the fundamental principle of which was the reverse, the exclusive entitlement of the worker to the product of his own labor. Cherblys, Richesse ou Pauvrele, Paris, 1841, p. s. 8, where, however, the dialectical inversion is not correctly developed. This passage, up to page 734, Laws of Capitalist Appropriation, was added by Engels to the fourth German edition on the basis of a similar passage included by Marx in the French translation of 1872. The transformation of surplus value into capital 731 of production which have been used up. Useful labor cannot consummate these means of production without transferring their value to the new product. But, to be saleable, labor power must be capable of supplying useful labor in the branch of industry in which it is to be employed. The value of the new product includes, further, the equivalent of the value of the labor power together with a surplus value. This is so because the value of the labor power, sold for a definite length of time, say a day, a week, etc., is less than the value created by its use during that time. But the worker has received payment for the exchange value of his labor power and by so doing has alienated its use value. This being the case in every sale and purchase. The fact that this particular commodity, labor power, possesses the peculiar use value of supplying labor, and therefore of creating value, cannot affect the general law of commodity production. If, therefore, the amount of value advanced in wages is not merely found again in the product, but augmented by a surplus value, this is not because the seller has been defrauded, for he has really received the value of his commodity. It is due solely to the fact that this commodity has been used up by the buyer. The law of exchange requires equality only between the exchange values of the commodities given in exchange for one another. From the very outset, indeed, it presupposes a difference between their use values, and it has nothing whatever to do with their consumption, which begins only after the contract has been concluded and executed. Thus, the original transformation of money into capital takes place in the most exact accordance with the economic laws of commodity production and with the rights of property derived from them. Nevertheless, its result is 1. That the product belongs to the capitalist and not to the worker. 2. That the value of this product includes, apart from the value of the capital advanced, a surplus value which costs the worker labor but the capitalist nothing, and which nonetheless becomes the legitimate property of the capitalist. 3. That the worker has retained his labor power and can sell it anew if he finds another buyer. Simple reproduction is only the periodic repetition of this first operation. Each time, money is freshly transformed into capital. Thus the law is not broken. On the contrary, it gains the opportune 732 the process of accumulation of capital ity to operate continuously. Several successive acts of exchange have only made the last represent the first. 7. And yet we have seen that simple reproduction suffices to stamp this first operation, insofar as it is conceived as an isolated process, with a totally changed character. Of those who share the national income among themselves, the one side, the workers, acquire each year a fresh right to their share by fresh labor. The others, the capitalists, have already acquired, by their original labor, a permanent right to their shares. It is indeed a well-known fact that the sphere of labor is not the only one in which primogeniture works miracles. Nor does it matter if simple reproduction is replaced by reproduction on an extended scale, by accumulation. In the former case, the capitalist squanders the whole of the surplus value in dissipation. In the latter, he demonstrates his bourgeois virtue by consuming only a portion of it and converting the rest into money. The surplus value is his property, it has never belonged to anyone else. If he advances it for the purposes of production, the advances made come from his own funds, exactly as on the day when he first entered the market. The fact that on this occasion the funds are derived from the unpaid labor of his workers makes absolutely no difference. If worker B is paid out of the surplus value which worker A produced, then, in the first place, A furnished that surplus value without having the fair price of his commodity cut by even a farthing, and, in the second place, the transaction is no concern of B's whatever. What B claims, and has a right to claim, is that the capitalist should pay him the value of his labor power. Both of them still benefited. The worker, because he was advanced the fruits of his labor, should read, of the unpaid labor of other workers, before the work was done, should read, before his own labor had borne fruit. The employer, because the labor of this worker was worth more than his wages, should read, produced more value than the value of his wages. 9. To be sure, the matter looks quite different if we consider capitalist production in the uninterrupted flow of its renewal, and if, in place of the individual capitalist and the individual worker, we view them in their totality, as the capitalist class and the working class confronting each other. But in so doing we should be applying standards entirely foreign to commodity production. 7. Sismondi, Op. Cit. Volume 1, page 70. 8. Ibid. pp. 110, 111. 9. Ibid. Page 135. The transformation of surplus value into capital. 733. Only the mutually independent buyer and seller face each other in commodity production. Relations between them cease on the day when the term stipulated in the contract they concluded expires. If the transaction is repeated, it is repeated as the result of a new agreement which has nothing to do with the previous one and in which it is only an accident that brings the same seller together again with the same buyer. If, therefore, commodity production, or one of its associated processes, is to be judged according to its own economic laws, we must consider each act of exchange by itself, apart from any connection with the act of exchange preceding it and that following it. And since sales and purchases are negotiated solely between particular individuals, it is not admissible to look here for relations between whole social classes. However long a series of periodic reproductions and preceding accumulations the capital functioning today may have passed through, it always preserves its original virginity. As long as the laws of exchange are observed in every single act of exchange. Taken in isolation, the mode of appropriation can be completely revolutionized without in any way affecting the property rights which correspond to commodity production. The same rights remain in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer, who, exchanging equivalent for equivalent, can enrich himself only by his own labor, and in the period of capitalism, when social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who are in a position to appropriate the unpaid labor of others over and over again. This result becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale, by the worker himself, of labor power as a commodity. But it is also only from then onwards that commodity production is generalized and becomes the typical form of production, It is only from then onwards that every product is produced for sale from the outset and all wealth produced goes through the sphere of circulation. Only where wage labor is its basis does commodity production impose itself upon society as a whole, but it is also true that only there does it unfold all its hidden potentialities. To say that the intervention of wage labor adulterates commodity production is to say that commodity production must not develop if it is to remain unadulterated. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own immanent laws, undergoes a further development into capitalist production, the Property Laws 734, the process of accumulation of capital of commodity production must undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become laws of capitalist appropriation. 10. We have seen that even in the case of simple reproduction, all capital, whatever its original source, is transformed into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. But in the flood of production, the total capital originally advanced becomes a vanishing quantity, magnitudo evanescens in the mathematical sense, in comparison with the directly accumulated capital, i.e. the surplus value or surplus product that is reconverted into capital. This occurs whether the capital originally advanced is functioning in the hands of the man who accumulated it, or in the hands of other people. Hence the political economists describe capital in general as accumulated wealth, transformed surplus value or revenue, that is employed over again in the production of surplus value. 11. And the capitalist himself as the owner of surplus value. 12. This same way of looking at things is merely expressed in another form in the statement that all existing capital is accumulated or capitalized interest, for interest is nothing but a fragment of surplus value. 13.2. The political economists' erroneous conception of reproduction on an increasing scale before we attempt to give a more detailed characterization of accumulation or the reconversion of surplus value into capital, we must clear out of the way an ambiguity concocted by the classical economists. The commodities the capitalist buys with a part of the surplus value for his own consumption do not serve as means of product. 10. We may well, therefore, feel astonished at the cleverness of Proudhon, who would abolish capitalist property by enforcing the eternal laws of property which are themselves based on commodity production. 11. Capital, viz. Accumulated wealth employed with a view to profit. Malthus, Op. Cit. Po. 262. Capita. Consists of wealth saved from revenue, and used with a view to profit. R. Jones, Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, Hertford, 1852, page 16, 12. The possessors of surplus produce are capital, the source and remedy of the national difficulties. A letter to Lord John Russell, London, 1821, Po. 4, 13. Capital, with compound interest on every portion of capita, saved, is so all-engrossing that all the wealth in the world from which income is derived, has long ago become the interest on capita. The Economist, London, the 19th of July, 1851. The transformation of surplus value into capital 735 tion or means of valorization. Similarly, the labor he buys for the satisfaction of his natural and social requirements does not serve as productive labor. Instead of transforming surplus value into capital, he rather consumes or expends it as revenue when he purchases those commodities and that labor. It was of decisive importance for the bourgeois economists, when confronted with the habitual mode of life of the old nobility, which, as Hegel rightly says, consists in consuming what is available. And is displayed in particular in the luxury of personal retainers, to promulgate the doctrine that the accumulation of capital is the first duty of every citizen, and to preach unceasingly that accumulation is possible if a man eats up all his revenue, instead of spending a good part of it on the acquisition of additional productive workers, who bring in more than they cost. On the other hand, the economists also had to contend against the popular prejudice which confuses capitalist production with hoarding. 14. And therefore imagines that accumulated wealth is either wealth that is rescued from destruction in its existing natural form, i.e. withdrawn from consumption, or wealth that does not enter into circulation. The exclusion of money from circulation would constitute precisely the opposite of its valorization as capital, and the accumulation of commodities in the sense of hoarding them would be sheer foolishness. 1. In fact, the accumulation of commodities in great masses is the result either of a bottleneck in circulation or of overproduction. 16. It is true that the popular mind is impressed, on the one hand, by the sight of the mass of goods that are stored up for gradual consumption by the rich. 17. And on the other hand by the 14. No political economist of the present day can by saving mean mere hoarding, and beyond this contracted and insufficient proceeding, no use of the term in reference to the national wealth can well be imagined, but that which must arise from a different application of what is saved, founded upon a real distinction between the different kinds of labor maintained by it. Malthus, Op. Cit. pp. 38-9, 1. Thus for instance Balzac, who so thoroughly studied every shade of avarice, represents the old usurer Gobseck as being in his second childhood when he begins to create a hoard by piling up commodities. 16. Accumulation of stocks. Non-exchange. Overproduction. T. Corbett, Op. Cit. Page 104, 17. It is in this sense that Necker speaks of the articles of pomp and magnificence, whose accumulation has increased with time. D. Which, the Hegel, Philosophy 01 Right, para. 203, edition, English edition, Op. Cit. Page 270. 736 The process of accumulation of capital formation of a reserve. The latter is a phenomenon which is common to all modes of production, and we shall dwell on it for a moment when we come to analyze the process of circulation. The classical economists are therefore quite right to maintain that the consumption of the surplus product by productive, instead of unproductive, workers is a characteristic feature of the process of accumulation. But at this point the mistakes also begin. Adam Smith has made it the fashion to present accumulation as nothing more than the consumption of the surplus product by productive workers. This amounts to saying that the capitalization of surplus value consists merely in turning surplus value into labor power. Let us listen to Ricardo on this point. It must be understood that all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether they are consumed by those who reproduce, or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved, and added to capital, what we mean is, that the portion of revenue, so said to be added to capital, is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. There can be no greater error than in supposing that capital is increased by non-consumption. 18. There can be no greater error than the one repeated after Adam Smith by Ricardo and all subsequent political economists, namely the view that the portion of revenue so said to be added to capital, is consumed by productive laborers. According to this, all surplus value that is transformed into capital becomes variable capital. However, in actual fact the surplus value, like the value originally advanced, divides up into constant and variable capital, into means of production and labor power. Labor power is the form in which variable capital exists during the process of production. In this process the labor power is itself consumed by the capitalist while the means of production are consumed by the labor power in the exercise of its function, labor. At the same time, the money paid for the purchase of the labor power is converted into laws of property have assembled together in the hands of a single class of society. L'Œuvre de M. Necker, Paris and Lausanne, 1789, Volume 2, d'Administration des Finances de la France, page 291, 18. Ricardo, Op. Cit. Page 163, note. This note is not in any of the German editions, but was included in the French translation of 1872. See Capital, Volume 2, Chapter 2, Section 4, Reserve Fund. The transformation of surplus value into capital 737 means of subsistence, which are consumed, not by productive labor, but by the productive worker. Adam Smith, at the end of a quite preposterous analysis, comes to the absurd conclusion that even though each individual capital is divided into a constant and a variable part, the capital of society can be entirely resolved into variable capital, i.e. it is laid out exclusively in the payment of wages. For instance, suppose a cloth manufacturer converts £2,000 into capital. He lays out one part of the money in buying weavers, the other in woolen yarn, machinery, etc. But the people from whom he buys the yarn and the machinery themselves use a part of the purchase money to pay for labor, and so on until the whole £2,000 is spent in the payment of wages, until the entire product represented by the £2,000 has been consumed by productive workers. It is evident that the entire thrust of this argument lies in the words and so on, which send us from pillar to post. In fact, Adam Smith breaks off the investigation just where the difficulties begin. 19. The annual process of reproduction is easily understood, as long as we look solely at the sum total of the year's production. But every single component of this annual product must be brought into the market as a commodity, and there the difficulties begin. The movements of the individual capitals and personal revenues cross and intermingle, and become lost in a general alternation of positions, in the circulation of society's wealth. This confuses the onlooker, and provides the investigation with very complicated problems to solve. In the third part of Volume 2 I shall give an analysis of the way the whole system is actually linked together. It is one of the great merits of the physiocrats that in their Tableau économique they were the first to attempt to depict the 19. In spite of his logic, John Stuart Mill never manages to detect even such a faulty analysis as this on the part of his predecessors, even when it cries out for rectification from a purely technical standpoint, entirely within the bourgeois field of vision. In every case he registers the confusion of his masters with the dogmatism of a disciple. And so it is here. The capital itself in the long run becomes entirely wages, and when replaced by the sale of produce becomes wages again. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, BKIT, ch. 1. Smith, of course, refers not to constant and variable capital but to fixed and circulating capital. T. Marx discussed Keynes' Tableau économique both in Capital, Volume 2, Chapter 19, and in Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Chapter 2, The Physiocrats. 738. The process of accumulation of capital years production in the shape in which it emerges from circulation. 20f or the rest. It goes without saying that political economy has not failed to exploit, in the interests of the capitalist class, Adam Smith's doctrine that the whole of that part of the net product which is transformed into capital is consumed by the working class. 3. Division of surplus value into capital and revenue. The abstinence theory in the previous chapter, we treated surplus value, or the surplus product, solely as a fund for satisfying the capitalist's individual consumption requirements. In this chapter, so far, we have treated it solely as a fund for accumulation. In fact, however, it is neither the one nor the other, it is both. One part of the surplus value is consumed by the capitalist as revenue, 21. The other part is employed as capital, i.e. it is accumulated. With a given mass of surplus value, then, the larger the one part, the smaller the other. Other things being equal, the ratio of these parts determines the magnitude of the accumulation. But it is the owner of the surplus value, the capitalist, who makes this division. It is an act of his will. That part of the tribute exacted by him which he accumulates is said to be saved by him, because he does 20. In his analysis of the process of reproduction, hence also that of accumulation, Adam Smith not only failed to advance, but even retrogressed considerably, in comparison with his predecessors, especially the physiocrats. Connected with the illusion mentioned in the text is the really extraordinary dogma that the price of commodities is made up of wages, profit, interest, and ground rent, i.e. merely of wages and surplus value. Starting from this basis, Stork naively confesses, it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements. Stork, Op. Cit. St. Petersburg, 1815, Volume 2, page 141, note. A fine kind of economic science this is, which declares it impossible to resolve the price of a commodity into its simplest elements. This point will be further investigated in Part 3 of Volume 2 and Part 7 of Volume 3. 21. The reader will notice that the word revenue is used in a double sense. First, to designate surp, as value, as the fruit periodically yielded by capital, and second, to designate the part of that fruit which is periodica hy consumed by the capitalist, or added to his private consumption fund. I retain this double meaning because it harmonizes with the language of the English and French economists. The whole price of the annual produce, natural IY, divides itself into three parts: the rent of land, the wages of labor, and the profits of stock, wealth of nations, BKI, ch. 11, conclusion. The transformation of surplus value into capital 739 not consume it, i.e. because he performs his function as a capitalist and enriches himself. Except as capital personified, the capitalist has no historical value, and no right to that historical existence which, to use Lichnowsky's amusing expression, ain't got no date. It is only to this extent that the necessity of the capitalist's own transitory existence is implied in the transitory necessity of the capitalist mode of production. But, in so far as he is capital personified, his motivating force is not the acquisition and enjoyment of use values, but the acquisition and augmentation of exchange values. He is fanatically intent on the valorization of value, consequently he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. In this way he spurs on the development of society's productive forces, and the creation of those material conditions of production which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. Only as a personification of capital is the capitalist respectable. As such, he shares with the miser an absolute drive towards self-enrichment. But what AP pairs in the miser as the mania of an individual is in the capitalist the effect of a social mechanism in which he is merely a cog. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital, so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation. In so far, therefore, as his actions are a mere function of capital endowed as capital is, in his person, with consciousness and will, his own private consumption counts as a robbery committed against the accumulation of his capital, just as, in double entry bookkeeping, the private expenditure of the capitalist is placed on the debit side of his account against his capital. Accumulation is the conquest of the world of social wealth. It is the extension of the K. Nen datum n. Cht hat. This phrase was uttered in the Frank FW1 National Assembly on the 31st August 1848 by the reactionary Silesian landowner, Prince Felix von Lichnowsky, in the course of a speech attacking Poland's historical right to independence. Lichnowsky naturally became a byword for the intellectual narrowness and backwardness of the old Prussian nobility. He was greeted with laughter by most of the assembly. The whole scene was described by Engels in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Mu 5, pp. 35s3. 740. The process of accumulation of capital area of exploited human material and, at the same time, the extension of the direct and indirect sway of the capitalist. 22. But original sin is at work everywhere. With the development of the capitalist mode of production, with the growth of accumulation and wealth, the capitalist ceases to be merely the incarnation of capital. He begins to feel a human warmth towards his own atom, and his education gradually enables him to smile at his former enthusiasm for asceticism, as an old-fashioned miser's prejudice. While the capitalist of the classical type brands individual consumption as a sin against his function, as abstinence from accumulating, the modernized capitalist is capable of viewing 22. Taking the usurer, that old-fashioned but ever-renewed specimen of the capitalist, for his text, Luther shows very aptly that the love of power is an element in the desire to get rich. The heathen were able, by the light of reason, to conclude that a usurer is a double-dyed thief and murderer. We Christians, however, hold them in such honor, that we fairly worship them for the sake of their money. Whoever eats up, robs, and steals the nourishment of another, that man commits as great a murder, so far as in him lies, as he who starves a man or utterly undoes him. Such does a usurer, and sits the while safe on his stool, when he ought rather to be hanging on the gallows, and be eaten by as many ravens as he has stolen guilders, if only there were so much flesh on him, that so many ravens could stick their beaks in and share it. Meanwhile, we hang the small thieves. Little thieves are put in the stocks, great thieves go flaunting in gold and silk. Therefore is there, on this earth, no greater enemy of man, after the devil, than a gripe money and usurer, for he wants to be God over all men. Turks, soldiers, and tyrants are also bad men, yet must they let the people live, and confess that they are bad, and enemies, and do, nay, must, now and then show pity to some. But a usurer and money glutton, such a one would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and every one may receive from him as from a god, and be his serf for evermore. This is what gladdens his heart, and also, to wear fine cloaks, golden chains, rings, to wipe his mouth, to be deemed and taken for a worthy, pious man. Usury is a great huge monster, like a werewolf, who lays waste in, more than any Cacus, Geryon or Antaeus. And yet decks himself out, and would be thought pious, so that people may not see where the oxen have gone, that he drags backwards into his den. But Hercules shall hear the cry of the oxen and of his prisoners, and shall seek Cacus even in cliffs and among rocks, and shall set the oxen loose again from the villain. For Cacus means the villain that is a pious usurer, and steals, robs, eats everything. And will not own that he has done it, and thinks no one will find him out, because the oxen, drawn backwards into his den, make it seem, from their footprints, that they have been let out. So the usurer would deceive the world, as though he were of use and gave the world oxen, which he, however, rends, and eats all alone. And since we break on the wheel, and behead, highwaymen, murderers, and housebreakers, how much more ought we to break on the wheel and kill? Hunt down, curse, and behead all usurers. Martin Luther. Op. Cit. The transformation of surplus value into capital 741 accumulation is renunciation of pleasure. Two souls, alas, do dwell within his breast, the one is ever parting from the other. At the historical dawn of the capitalist mode of production. And every capitalist upstart has to go through this historical stage individually. Avarice, and the drive for self-enrichment, are the passions which are entirely predominant. That the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open, in the form of speculation in the credit system, 1,000 sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth, and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. Moreover, the capitalist gets rich, not, like the miser, in proportion to his personal labor and restricted consumption, but at the same rate as he squeezes out labor power from others, and compels the worker to renounce all the enjoyments of life. Thus, although the expenditure of the capitalist never possesses the bona fide character of the dashing feudal lord's prodigality, but, on the contrary, is always restrained by the sordid avarice and anxious calculation lurking in the background, this expenditure nevertheless grows with his accumulation, without the one necessarily restricting the other. At the same time, however, there develops in the breast of the capitalist a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation and the desire for enjoyment. Dr. Aikin says, in a work published in 1795, the trade of Manchester may be divided into 4 periods. First, when manufacturers were obliged to work hard for their livelihood. They enriched themselves chiefly by robbing the parents whose children were bound as apprentices to them. The parents paid a high premium, while the apprentices were starved. On the other hand, the average profits were low, and, in order to accumulate, extreme parsimony was needed. They lived like misers, and were far from consuming even the interest on their capital. The second period, when they had begun to acquire little fortunes, but worked as hard as before for the direct exploitation of labor costs labor, as every slave driver knows, and lived in as plain a manner as before. The third, when luxury began, and the trade was pushed by sending out riders for orders into every market town in the cf. Goethe, Faust, parted before the city gate, lines 11-12 to 13. 742 The process of accumulation of capital kingdom. It is probable that few or no capitals of £3,000 to £4,000 acquired by trade existed here before 1690. However, about that time, or a little later, the traders had got money beforehand, and began to build modem brick houses, instead of those of wood and plaster. Even in the early part of the 18th century, a Manchester manufacturer who placed a pint of foreign wine before his guests exposed himself to the remarks and headshakings of all his neighbors. Before the rise of machinery, a manufacturer's evening expenditure at the public house where they all met never exceeded 6 pence for a glass of punch, and a penny for a screw of tobacco. It was not till 1758, and this marks an epoch, that a person actually engaged in business was seen with a carriage of his own. The fourth period, the last 30 years of the 18th century, is that in which expense and luxury have made great progress, supported by a trade extended by means of riders and factors through every part of Europe. 23 What would the good Dr. Aikin say if he could rise from the grave and see the Manchester of today? Accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. Industry furnishes the material which saving accumulates. 24 Therefore save, i.e. reconvert the greatest possible portion of surplus value or surplus product into capital. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production. This was the formula in which classical economics expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie in the period of its domination. Not for one instant did it deceive itself over the nature of wealth's birth pangs. 25 But what use is it to lament a historical necessity? If, in the eyes of classical economics, the proletarian is merely a machine for the production of surplus value, the capitalist too is merely a machine for the transformation of this surplus value into surplus capital. Classical economics takes the historical function of the capitalist in grim earnest. In order to conjure away 23. Dr. Aikin. Description of the country from 30 to 40 miles round Manchester, London, 1795, pp. 182 Father, 181, 188 as well, 24. Adam Smith, OPCIT, BKIT, CH, 3, 25. Even J.B. Say says, the savings of the rich are made at the expense of the poor. The Roman proletarian lived almost entirely at the expense of society. One might almost say that modern society lives at the expense of the proletarians, on the portion of the wages of labor which it withdraws from their pockets. See Simondi, Etudes etc., Volume 1, page 24. JBSOAY, Traité d'économie politique, 5th eden, Volume 1, Paris, 1826, pp. 130-31. The transformation of surplus value into capital. 743 The awful conflict between the desire for enjoyment and the drive for self-enrichment. Malthus, around the beginning of the 1820s, advocated a division of labor which assigned the business of accumulating to the capitalist actually engaged in production, and the business of spending to the other sharers in surplus value, the landed aristocracy, the place men, the beneficed clergy and so on. It is of the highest importance, he says, to keep separate the passion for expenditure and the passion for accumulation. 26 The capitalists, who had long since turned themselves into good livers and men of the world, complained loudly at this. What? Exclaimed one of their spokesmen, a follower of Ricardo, dbes Mr. Malthus preach high rents, heavy taxation, etc. so that the industrious may constantly be kept up to the mark by the pressure of unproductive consumers? By all means let there be production on a constantly increasing scale, runs the shibboleth, but production will, by such a process, be far more curbed in than spurred on. Nor is it quite fair thus to maintain in idleness a number of persons, only to pinch others, who are likely, from their characters, if you can force them to work with success. 27 Though he finds it unfair to spur on the industrial capitalist by depriving his bread of its butter, he still thinks it necessary to reduce the worker's wages to a minimum, to keep him industrious. Nor does he for a moment conceal the fact that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the secret of making a profit. Increased demand on the part of the laborers means nothing more than their disposition to take less of their own product for themselves, and leave a greater part of it to their employers, and if it be said, that this begets glut, by lessening consumption, on the part of the workers, I can only reply that glut is synonymous with large profits. 28 The learned dispute between the industrial capitalist and the wealthy landowning idler as to how the booty pumped out of the workers may most advantageously be divided for the purposes of accumulation had to fall silent in the face of the July Revolution. Shortly afterwards, the urban proletariat sounded the tocsin of revolution at Lyons, and the rural proletariat began to set fire to farmyards and hayricks in England. On this side of the channel Owenism began to spread, on the other side, St. Simonism and 26. Ma Ithis, OPCIT, pp. 319-20, 27. An inquiry into those principles, respecting the nature of demand, etc., page 67. 28. Ibid, page 59. 744 The process of accumulation of capital. Fourierism. The hour of vulgar economics had arrived. Exactly a year before Nassau W. Sr. discovered at Manchester that the profit, including interest, of capital is the product of the unpaid last hour of the 12 hours of labor, he had announced to the world another discovery. I substitute, he proudly says, for the word capital, considered as an instrument of production, the word abstinence. 29 An unparalleled example of the discoveries of vulgar economics. It replaces an economic category with a sycophantic phrase, and that is all. When the savage, says Senior, makes bows, he exercises an industry, but he does not practice abstinence. This is sup po. D. To explain how and why, in the earlier states of society, the implements of labor were constructed, without the abstinence of the capitalist. The more society progresses, the more abstinence is demanded, 30 namely from those whose business it is to appropriate the industry and the products of others. All the conditions necessary for the labor process are now converted into acts of abstinence on the part of the capitalist. If the calm is not all eaten, but in part also sown, abstinence of the capitalist. If the wine gets time to mature, abstinence of the capi. 29. Senior, Principes Fondamento de Economie Politique, tr. Arrivabene, Paris, 1836, page .309. This was rather too much for the adherents of the old classical school. Mr. Senior has substituted for it, the expression labor and profit, the expression labor and abstinence. He who converts his revenue abstains from the enjoyment which its expenditure would afford him. It is not the capital, but the use of the capital productively, which is the cause of profits. John Cazenove, OPCIT, page 130, n. John Stuart Mill, on the contrary, both copies Ricardo's theory of profit, and annexes to it Senior's remuneration of abstinence. He is as much at home with absurd and flat contradictions as he is at sea with the Hegelian contradiction, which is the source of all dialectics. It has never occurred to the vulgar economist to make the simple reflection that every human action may be conceived as an abstinence from its opposite. Eating is abstinence from fasting, walking is abstinence from standing still, working is abstinence from idling is abstinence from working, etc. These gentlemen would do well to ponder occasionally over Spinoza's F. Determinatio est negatio, 30. Senior, OPCIT, pp. 342-3. Spinoza made this statement in a letter of the 2nd of June 1674 to J. Gels. But it should be noted that it is quoted and commented on a number of times by Hegel. The formulation in the Logic is particularly appropriate here. The foundation of all determinateness is negation. Logic, para. 91, edition. In this case, eating is not fasting, working is not idling, etc. See above, pp. 333-8, Senior's Last Hour. The transformation of surplus value into capital. 745 Talai Street 31. The capitalist robs himself whenever he lends the instruments of production to the worker, in other words, whenever he valorizes their value as capital by incorporating labor power into them instead of eating them up, steam engines, cotton, railways, manure, horses and all, or, as the vulgar economist childishly conceives, instead of dissipating their value in luxuries and other articles of consumption. 32. How the capitalist class can perform the latter feat is a secret which vulgar economics has so far obstinately refused to divulge. Enough that the world continues to live solely through the self-chastisement of this modern penitent of Vishnu, the capitalist. Not only accumulation, but the simple conservation of a capital requires a constant effort to resist the temptation of consuming it. Point 33. The simple dictates of humanity therefore plainly enjoin the release of the capitalist from his martyrdom and his temptation, in the same way as the slave owners of Georgia, USA, have recently been delivered by the abolition of slavery from the painful dilemma over whether they should squander the surplus product extracted by means of the whip from their Negro slaves entirely in Champagne, or whether they should reconvert a part of it into more Negroes and more land. In economic formations of society of the most diverse kinds, there occurs not only simple reproduction but also, though in varying degrees, reproduction on an increasing scale. Progressively more is produced and consumed, and therefore more products have to be converted into means of production. However, this 31. No one will sow his wheat, for instance, and al-10w it to remain a 12-month in the ground, or leave his wine in a cellar for years, instead of consuming these things or their equivalent at once. Unless he expects to acquire additional value, etc. Scrope, Political Economy, ed. A. Potter, New York, 1841, pp. 133-4, *32. The deprivation the capitalist imposes on himself by lending. This euphemism is used, according to the approved method of vulgar economics, in order to identify the exploited wage laborer with the industrial capitalist himself, who borrows money from other capitalists, his instruments of production to the worker, instead of devoting their value to his own consumption, by transforming them into objects of utility or pleasure. G. de Molinari, OPCIT, page 36-33. Corcel Senoy, OPCIT, page 20. This is in fact a reference to A. Potter's book, Political Economy, Its Objects, Uses, and Principles, New York, 1841. However, much of Potter's book is merely a reprint of Scrope's Principles of Political Economy, published in England in 1833. 746 The process of accumulation of capital process does not appear as an accumulation of capital, and consequently it does not appear as the function of a capitalist, as long as the worker's means of production, and with them his product and means of subsistence, do not confront him in the shape of capital. 34 Richard Jones, who died a few years ago, and was the successor of Malthus in the chair of political economy at Haileybury, the college that trains people for the Indian civil service, discusses this point well in the light of two important facts. Since the greater part of the Indian population are peasants cultivating their land themselves, their products, their instruments of labor and their means of subsistence never take the shape of a fund saved from revenue, which fund has, therefore, gone through a previous process of accumulation. 35 On the other hand, in those provinces where English rule has least disturbed the old system, the non-agricultural workers are directly employed by the magnates, to whom a portion of the agricultural surplus product is rendered in the shape of tribute or rent. One part of this product is consumed by the magnates in its natural form. Another part is converted by the workers into articles of luxury and other consumption goods for the use of the magnates, and the remainder forms the wage of the workers, who own their implements of labor. Here, production and reproduction on an increasing scale go on their way without any intervention from that peculiar saint, that knight of the woeful countenance, the abstaining capitalist. 34. The particular classes of income which yield the most abundantly to the progress of national capital, change at different stages of their progress, and are, therefore, entirely different in nations occupying different positions in that progress. Profits. Unimportant source of accumulation, compared with wages and rents, in the earlier stages of society. When a considerable advance in the powers of national industry has actually taken place, profits rise into comparative importance as a source of accumulation. Richard Jones, textbook, etc. pp. 16, 21, 35. Ibid. pp. 36 fr. Note by Ng. S. to the 4th German edition. This must be an oversight, as the passage cannot be traced. On the contrary, the passage is there on page 36, but the quotation is highly compressed. It reads as follows, in full. The wages of the agriculturalists are not advanced out of funds which have been saved and accumulated from revenues. In other words, they have undergone no process of accumulation, but are produced by the laborers themselves, and never exist in any other shape than that of a stock for their own immediate consumption. The transformation of surplus value into capital 747-4. The circumstances which, independently of the proportional division of SURPLUS version ALU into capital and revenue, determine the extent of accumulation, namely, the degree of exploitation of labor power, the productivity of labor, the growing difference in amount between capital employed and capital consumed, and the magnitude of the capital advanced. If we assume the proportion in which surplus value breaks up into capital and revenue is a given factor, the magnitude of the capital accumulated clearly depends on the absolute magnitude of the surplus value. Suppose that 80% of the surplus value is capitalized, and 20% is eaten up, then the accumulated capital will be £2,400 or £1,200, according to whether the total amount of surplus value was £3,000 or £1,500. Hence all the circumstances that determine the mass of surplus value operate to determine the magnitude of the accumulation. Here we shall summarize them once again, but only insofar as they offer fresh material which relates to accumulation. It will be remembered that the rate of surplus value depends, in the first place, on the degree of exploitation of labor power. Political economy lays such great stress on this point that it occasionally identifies the acceleration of accumulation which results from an increase in the productivity of labor with the acceleration which arises from an increase in the exploitation of the worker. 36 In the chapters on the production of surplus value we constantly assumed that wages were at least equal to the value of labor power. But the forcible reduction of the wage of labor beneath its value plays too important a role in the practical move. 36. Ricardo says, in different stages of society the accumulation of capital or of the means of employing, i.e. exploiting, labor is more or less rapid, and must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest where there is an abundance of fertile land. If, in the first sentence, the productive powers of labor mean the smalliness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical, tautologous, because the remaining aliquot part is the fund whence capital can, if the owner pleases, be accumulated. But then this does not generally happen, where there is most fertile land. Observations on certain verbal disputes, etc., pp. 74-5. 748 The process of accumulation of capital meant of affairs for us not to stay with this phenomenon for a moment. In fact, it transforms the worker's necessary fund for consumption, within certain limits, into a fund for the accumulation of capital. Wages, says John Stuart Mill, have no productive power, they are the price of a productive power. Wages do not contribute, along with labor, to the production of commodities, no more than the price of tools contributes along with the tools themselves. If labor could be had without purchase, wages might be dispensed with. 37 But if the workers could live on air, it would not be possible to buy them at any price. This zero cost of labor is therefore a limit in a mathematical sense, always beyond reach, although we can always approximate more and more nearly to it. The constant tendency of capital is to force the cost of labor back towards this absolute zero. An 18th century writer we have often quoted already, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce, actually reveals the innermost secret of English capital when he declares that England's historical mission is to force down English wages to the French and Dutch level. 38 He says, naively, but if our poor, a technical term for the workers, will live luxuriously, then labor must, of course, be dear. One has only to consider what luxuries the manufacturing populace consume, such as brandy, gin, tea, sugar, foreign fruit, strong beer, printed linens, snuff, tobacco, etc. 39 He quotes the work of a Northamptonshire manufacturer, who, with one eye on heaven, laments, labor is 1/3 cheaper in France than in England, for their poor work hard, and fare hard, as to their food and clothing. Their chief diet is bread, fruit, herbs, roots, and dried fish, for they very seldom eat flesh, and when wheat is dear, they eat very little bread. 40, to which may be added, our essayist Con. II. 37. J.Q.H.N. Stuart Mill, Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844, page 90. 38. An Essay on Trade and Commerce, London, 1770, page .44. In December 1866 and January 1867 the Times published similar effusions by English mine owners depicting the happy situation of the Belgian miners, who asked, and received, no more money than was strictly necessary to keep them alive for their masters. The Belgian workers tolerate a great deal, but to figure in TNE Times as model proletarians. The answer came at the beginning of February 1867. A strike of Belgian mineworkers at Marchiennes, which was put down with powder and lead. 39. Ibid. pp. 44, 46, 40. The Northamptonshire manufacturer commits a pious fraud, pardonable in one whose heart is so full. He pretends to compare the life of the transformation of surplus value into capital 749 to news, that their drink is either water or other small liquors, so that they spend very little money. These things are very difficult to be brought about, but they are not impracticable, since they have been effected both in France and in Holland. 41 20 years later, an American humbug, the ennobled Yankee Benjamin Thompson, alias Count Rumford, pursued the same line in philanthropy, to the great satisfaction of God and man. His essays are a cookery book with recipes of all kinds for replacing the ordinary, but expensive food of the worker with various surrogates. The following is a particularly successful recipe issued by this remarkable philosopher: 5 lb of barley meal, 7 d. 5 lb of Indian corn, 6 ld. 3 d. worth of red herring, 1 d. salt, 1 d. vinegar, 2 d. pepper and sweet herbs, and a 1 l. 20 id. Make a soup for 64 men, and at the medium price of barley and of Indian corn. This soup may be provided at id. The portion of 20 ounces. 42 English and French manufacturing workers, but in the words just quoted he is in fact depicting the French agricultura, laborers, as he himself later confesses in his confused way. 41. Ibid. pp. 70-71. Note by Engels to the third German edition. Today, thanks to the competition on the world market which has grown up since then, we have advanced much further. China, says Mr. Stapleton, MP, to his constituents, should become a great manufacturing country. I do not see how the manufacturing population of Europe could sustain the contest without descending to the level of their competitors. The Times, the 3rd of September J. 873, page 8. The desired goal of English capital is no longer continental wages, oh no, it is Chinese wages. 42. Benjamin Thompson, Essays, Political, Economical, and Philosophical, etc., 3 vo. S. London, 179 and 1802, Volume 1, page 294. In his book The State of the Poor, or an History of the Laboring Classes in England, etc., Sir F. M. Eden strongly recommends the Rumfordian beggar soup to workhouse overseers, and reproach F.U. Y warns the English workers that many poor people, particularly in Scotland, live, and that very comfortably, for months together, upon oat maya, and barley maya, mixed with only water and salt. Volume 1, BKI, ch. 2, page 503. The same sort of hints are made in the 19th century. The most wholesome mixtures of flour having been refused by the English agricultural laborer. In Scotland, where education is better, this prejudice is, probably, unknown. Char. S. H. Perry, M.D., The Question O. The Sir Benjamin Thompson, 1753-1814, was born in Massachusetts, fought for Eng, and in the American War of Independence, which won him a knighthood, then spent the years between 1784 and 1795 in the service of the Elector of Bavaria. He eventually rose to the position of Minister of War. In 1790 the Elector created him Count von Rumford in the German imperial peerage, a title he continued to use for the rest of his life, which was spent in England and France. 750 The process of accumulation of capital with the advance of capitalist production. The adulteration of food has rendered Thompson's ideal superfluous. 43 At the end of the 18th and during the first 10 years of the 19th century, the English farmers and landlords enforced the absolute minimum of wages by paying the agricultural laborers less than the minimum in the actual form of wages, and the remainder in the form of parochial relief. Here is an example of the buffoonery of the English Dogberries, when they were, legally, laying down a wage tariff. The squires of Norfolk had dined, says Mr. Burke, when they fixed the rate of wages. The squires of Berks evidently thought the laborers ought not to do so, when they fixed the rate of wages at Speenhamlin, 1795. There they decided that income, weekly, should be 3s. For a man, when the gallon or half peck loaf of 8 lb 11 ounces is at is, and increase regularly till bread is 1s. 5d. When it is above that sum, decrease regularly till it be at 2s, and then his food should be lth less. 44 Before the Committee of Inquiry of the House of Lords, 1814, a certain A. Bennett, a big farmer, magistrate, poor law guardian and wage regulator, was asked, has any proportion of the value of daily labor been made up to the laborers out of the poor's rate? Answer. Yes, it has. The weekly income of every family is made up to the gallon loaf, 8 lb 11 ounces, and 3d, per head. The gallon loaf per week is what we suppose sufficient for the maintenance of every person in the family for the week, and the 3d is for clothes, and if the parish think proper to find clothes, the 3d is deducted. This practice goes through all the western part of Wiltshire and, I believe, throughout the country. 45 Necessity of the existing corn laws considered, London, 1816, page 69. This same Perry, however, complains that the English worker is now, 1815, in a much worse condition than in Eden's time, 1797, 43. Prom the reports of the most recent Parliamentary Commission on Adulteration of the Means of Subsistence. Asterisk, it will be seen that the adulteration even of medicines is the rule, not the exception, in Eng, and. For example, the examination of 34 specimens of opium, bought from the same number of different chemists in London, showed that 31 were adulterated with poppy heads, wheat flour, gum, clay, sand, etc. Several specimens did not contain an atom of morphine. 44. G. L. Newnham, barrister at Yao. A review of the evidence before the Committee of the Two Houses of Parliament on the Corn Laws, London, 1815, page 20, note 45. Ibid. pp. 19-20. This is the report from the Select Committee on the Working of the Adulteration of Food Act, 1872, 1874. The transformation of surplus value into capital 751 feet for years, exclaims a bourgeois writer of the time, they, the farmers, have degraded a respectable class of their countrymen by forcing them to have recourse to the workhouse. The farmer, while increasing his own gains, has prevented any accumulation on the part of his laboring dependents. 46. The case of so-called domestic industry shows the part played in our own time by direct robbery from the workers' necessary consumption fund in the formation of surplus value, and therefore in the formation of the fund for the accumulation of capital. We shall give further facts on this subject later. Although that portion of the constant capital which consists of the instruments of labor must, in all branches of industry, be sufficient for a certain number of workers, this number being determined by the size of the enterprise, it by no means always necessarily increases in the same proportion as the quantity of labor employed. Let us suppose that 100 workers, working 8 hours a day in a given factory, yield 800 hours of labor. If the capitalist wishes to raise this total by 1/2, he can employ 50 more workers, but then he must also advance more capital, not merely for wages, but for instruments of labor. But he might also let the 100 workers work 12 hours instead of 8, and then the instruments of labor already to hand would suffice. They would merely be consumed more rapidly. Thus additional labor, arising from a greater exertion of labor power, can augment the surplus product and surplus value, which is the substance of accumulation, without a proportional augmentation in the constant part of capital. In the extractive industries, mines, etc., the raw materials do not form part of the capital advanced. The object of labor is in this case not a product of previous labor, but something provided by nature free of charge, as in the case of metals, minerals, coal, stone, etc. Here the constant capital consists almost exclusively of instruments of labor which can very easily absorb an increased quantity of labor, day and night shifts, for example. All other 46. C. H. Perry, Op. Cit. pp. 77, 69. The landlords, on their side, not only indemnified themselves for the anti-Jacobin war, which they waged in the name of Eng, but enriched themselves enormously. Their rents doubled, trebled, quadrupled, and in one instance, increased sixfold in 18 years. I. Ibid. pp. 100-101. See above, pp. 601-4. 752. The process of accumulation of capital, things being equal, the mass and value of the product will rise in direct proportion to the labor expended. As on the first day of production, the two original agencies working to form the product, man and nature, continue to cooperate, and now, as creators of the products, they are also creators of the material elements of capital. Thanks to the elasticity of labor power, the domain of accumulation has extended without any prior increase in the size of the constant capital. In agriculture, the amount of land under cultivation cannot be increased without laying out more seed and manure. But once this has been done, the purely mechanical plowing of the soil itself produces a marvelous effect on the size of the product. A greater quantity of labor, performed by the same number of workers as before, thus increases the fertility of the land without requiring any new contribution in the form of instruments of labor. It is once again the direct action of man on nature which becomes an immediate source of greater accumulation, without the intervention of any new capital. Finally, in industry proper, every additional expenditure of labor presupposes a corresponding additional expenditure of raw materials, but not necessarily of instruments of labor. And as extractive industry and agriculture supply manufacturing industry both with its own raw materials and with those for its instruments of labor, the additional product provided by extractive industry and agriculture without any additional advance of capital also redounds to the advantage of manufacturing industry. We arrive, therefore, at this general result, by incorporating with itself the two primary creators of wealth, labor power and land. Capital acquires a power of expansion that permits it to augment the elements of its accumulation beyond the limits apparently fixed by its own magnitude, or by the value in the mass of the means of production which have already been produced, and in which it has its being. Another important factor in the accumulation of capital is the degree of productivity of social labor. The mass of the products in which a certain value, and therefore a surplus value of a given magnitude is embodied, increases along with the productivity of labor. If the rate of surplus value remains the same, or even if it falls, provided that it falls more slowly and the productivity of labor rises, the mass of the surplus produce increases. If the division of this product into revenue and the transformation of surplus value into capital 753 additional capital remains the same, the consumption of the capital East may accordingly increase without any decrease in the fund for accumulation. The relative magnitude of the accumulation fund may even increase at the expense of the consumption fund, while the cheapening of commodities places at the disposal of the capitalist as many means of enjoyment as formerly, or even more. But the increasing productivity of labor is accompanied by a cheapening of the worker, as we have seen, and it is therefore accompanied by a higher rate of surplus value, even when real wages are rising. The latter never rise in proportion to the productivity of labor. The same value in variable capital therefore sets in motion more labor power and, consequently, more labor. The same value in constant capital is embodied in more means of production, in more instruments of labor, materials of labor and auxiliary materials. It therefore supplies both more product-creating agent size and more value-creating agencies, in other words absorbers of labor. Therefore, even if the value of the additional capital remains the same or diminishes, accelerated accumulation still takes place. Not only does the scale of reproduction materially extend, but the production of surplus value increases more rapidly than the value of the additional capital. The growth of the productivity of labor also has an impact on the original capital, i.e. the capital which is already engaged in the production process. A part of the functioning constant capital consists of instruments of labor such as machinery, etc., which are not consumed, and therefore not reproduced or replaced, until long periods of time have elapsed. However, every year some of these instruments of labor perish, or reach the ultimate limit of their productive function. At this point, then, they reach the time for their periodic reproduction, for their replacement with other, similar machines. If the productivity of labor has increased in the place where these instruments of labor are constructed, and it does develop continually, owing to the uninterrupted advance of science and technology, the old machines, tools, apparatus, etc. will be replaced by more efficient and, considering their increased efficiency, cheaper ones. The old capital is replaced in a more productive form, not to mention continual improvements in the details of the instruments of labor actually in operation. The other part of the constant capital, raw material and auxiliary substances, is reproduced over and over again within the space of a year. The part of constant capital produced by agriculture is re. 754. The process of accumulation of capital produced annually, by and large. Every time improved methods are introduced, therefore, this has an almost simultaneous impact on the new capital and the capital already engaged in its function. Every advance in chemistry not only multiplies the number of useful materials, and the useful applications of those already known, thus extending capital's sphere of investment along with its growth, it also teaches capital how to throw back the waste from the processes of production and consumption into the cycle of the process of reproduction, and thus, without any previous outlay of capital, it creates fresh materials for it. Like the increased exploitation of natural wealth resulting from the simple act of increasing the pressure under which labor power has to operate, science and technology give capital a power of expansion which is independent of the given magnitude of the capital actually functioning. They react at the same time on that part of the original capital which has entered the stage of its renewal. This, in passing into its new shape, incorporates, free of charge, the social advances made while its old shape was being used up. Of course, this development of productivity is accompanied by a partial depreciation of the functioning capital. But insofar as this depreciation makes itself acutely felt in competition, the main burden falls on the worker, in whose increased exploitation the capitalist seeks compensation for his loss. Labor transmits to the product the value of the means of production consumed by it. On the other hand, the value and mass of the means of production set in motion by a given quantity of labor increase as the labor becomes more productive. Although the same quantity of labor adds to its products only the same sum of new value, the old capital value, transmitted by the labor to the products, nevertheless continues to increase in line with the growth in productivity. An English spinner and a Chinese spinner, for example, may work the same number of hours with the same intensity. They will then both create equal values in the course of a week. But in spite of this equality, an immense difference exists between the value of the weekly product of the Englishman, who works with a mighty automatic machine, and that of the Chinese, who only has a spinning wheel. In the same time as the Chinese spins 1 pound of cotton, the Englishman spins several hundreds of pounds. A sum of old values, many hundred times as great, swells the value of his product, for in that product the old values reappear in a new useful form, and can thus function anew as capital. In 1782, as the transformation of surplus value into capital 755 Friedrich Engels informs us, the whole wool crop of the preceding 3 years, in England, lay unused for want of workers, and would have continued so to lie if the newly invented machinery had not come to its assistance and spun it. 47. The labor which was objectified in the form of machinery did not of course directly cause men to spring out of the earth, but it made it possible for a smaller number of workers, adding relatively less living labor, not only to consume the wool productively, and put into it new value, but also to preserve its old value, in the form of yarn, etc. At the same time, it provided the means and the incentive for an increased reproduction of wool. It is the natural property of living labor to keep old value in existence while it creates new. Hence, with the increase in efficacy, extent and value of its means of production and therefore with the accumulation which accompanies the development of its productivity, labor maintains and perpetuates an always increasing capital value in an ever-renewed form. 48. This natural power of labor appears as a power incorporated into capital for the latter's own self-preservation, just as 47. Friedrich Engels, Lage der Arbeitenden Klasse in England, page 20, English translation, page 44, 48. Classical economics, because of deficiencies in its analysis of the labor process and the valorization process, has never properly grasped this important aspect of reproduction. This can be seen from Ricardo, who says, for example, that whatever change may occur in productivity, a million men always produce in manufactures the same value. This is correct, if the extension and degree of intensity of their labor are constant. But what Ricardo overlooks in certain conclusions he draws is that the above fact does not prevent a million men, with different degrees of productivity in their labor, from turning into products very different masses of the means of production, and therefore preserving in their products very different masses of value, in consequence of which the values of the products yielded may vary considerably. It may be noted in passing that Ricardo tried in vain to make clear to J.B. Say, by that very example, the difference between use value, which he here calls wealth or material riches, and exchange value. Say answers. As for the difficulty raised by Ricardo when he says that, by using better methods of production, a million people can produce 2 or 3 times as much wealth, without producing any more value, this difficulty disappears when one bears in mind, as one should, that production is like an exchange in which a man contributes the productive services of his labor, his land, and his capital, in order to obtain products. It is by means of these productive services that we acquire all the products existing in the world. Therefore, we are the richer, our productive services have the more value, the greater the quantity of useful things they bring in through the exchange which is called production. J.B. Say, Lettres A.M. Malthus, Paris, 1820, pp. 168-9. The difficulty, it exists for him, not for Ricardo. Say means to clear up as this. Why does the exchange? Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy, London, 1821, page 320. 756 The process of accumulation of capital. The productive forces of social labor appear as inherent characteristics of capital, and just as the constant appropriation of surplus labor by the capitalists appears as the constant self-valorization of capital. All the powers of labor project themselves as powers of capital, just as all the value forms of the commodity do as forms of money. With the growth of capital, the difference between the capital employed and the capital consumed increases. In other words, there is an increase in the value in the material mass of the instruments of labor, such as buildings, machinery, drainpipes, plowing oxen, apparatus of every kind that functions for a longer or shorter time in constantly repeated processes of production, or serves for the attainment of particular useful effects, while the instruments of labor themselves only gradually wear out, therefore only lose their value piecemeal, and transfer value of the use values not increase, when their quantity increases in consequence of an increase in the productivity of labor. Answer. The difficulty is met by calling use value exchange value, if you please. Exchange value is a thing which, one way or another, is connected with exchange. Therefore production is called an exchange of labor and means of production for the product. It is crystal clear that you obtain more exchange value in proportion as production yields more use value. In other words, the more use values, e.g. stockings, a working day yields to the stocking manufacturer, the richer is he in stockings. Suddenly, however, it occurs to say that, with a greater quantity of stockings their price, which of course has nothing to do with their exchange value, fails, because competition obliges them, the producers, to sell their products for what they cost to make. But where does the profit come from if the capitalist sells the commodities at their cost price? Never mind. Say declares that, in consequence of increased productivity, everyone now receives in return for a given equivalent 2 pairs of stockings instead of 1 as before. The result he arrives at is precisely Ricardo's proposition, the proposition he aimed to disprove. After this mighty intellectual effort, he triumphantly exclaims to Malthus, "This, sir, is the well-founded doctrine without which it is impossible, I say, to explain the greatest difficulties in political economy, and, in particular, to explain why it is that a nation can be richer when its products fall in value, even though wealth is va. Ue, Ibid. Page 170. An English economist remarks on similar conjuring tricks which also appear in Say's Lettres. Those affected ways of talking make up in general that which M. Say is pleased to call his doctrine and which he earnestly urges Malthus to teach at Hertford, as it is already taught in numerous parts of Europe. He says, all these propositions appear paradoxical to you. Look at the things they express, and I venture to believe that they then appear very simple and very rational. Doubtless, and in consequence of the same process, they will appear everything else, except original. An inquiry into those principles respecting the nature of demand, etc., pp. 116, 110. The transformation of surplus value into capital 757 that value to the product only bit by bit. In the same proportion as these instruments of labor serve as agencies in the formation of products without adding value to those products, i.e. in the same proportion as they are wholly employed but only partly consumed, to that degree do they perform, as we saw earlier, the same free service as the forces of nature, such as water, steam, air and electricity. This free service of past labor, when it is seized on and filled with vitality by living labor, accumulates progressively as accumulation takes place on a larger and larger scale. Since past labor always disguises itself as capital, i.e. since the debts owed to the labor of A, B, C etc. are disguised as the assets of the non-worker X, bourgeois citizens and political economists are full of praise for the services performed by past labor, which, according to that Scottish genius McCulloch, ought indeed to receive a special remuneration in the shape of interest, profit, etc. 49. The ever-growing weight of the assistance given by past labor to the living labor process in the form of means of production is therefore attributed to that form of past labor in which it is alienated, enephremed, as unpaid labor, from the worker himself, i.e. it is attributed to its form as capital. The practical agents of capitalist production and their ideological word-spinners are as incapable of thinking of the means of production separately from the antagonistic social mask they wear at present as a slave owner as of thinking of the worker himself as distinct from his character as a slave. With a given degree of exploitation of labor power, the mass of surplus value produced is determined by the number of workers simultaneously exploited. This corresponds, although in varying proportions, with the magnitude of the capital. Thus, the more that capital increases by means of successive accumulations, the more does the sum of value increase that is divided into a fund for consumption and a fund for accumulation. The capitalist can therefore live a more pleasant life, and at the same time, renounce more. And, finally, the more the scale of production extends, along with the mass of the capital advanced, the greater the expansive capacity of its driving forces. 49. McCulloch took out a patent on the wages of past labor, long before Senior patented the wages of abstinence. J. R. McCulloch, The Principles of Political Economy, London, 1825. Page 291. The profits of capital are only another name for the wages of accumulated labor. 758. The process of accumulation of capital. 5. 758. The process of accumulation of capital. 5. The so-called labor fund. It has been shown in the course of this inquiry that capital is not a fixed magnitude, but a part of social wealth which is elastic, and constantly fluctuates with the division of surplus value into revenue and additional capital. It has been seen further that, even with a given magnitude of functioning capital, the labor power, science and land, which means, economically speaking, all the objects of labor furnished by nature without human intervention, incorporated in it form elastic powers of capital, allowing it, within certain limits, a field of action independent of its own magnitude. In this inquiry we have ordered all relations arising from the process of circulation, which may produce very different degrees of efficiency in the same mass of capital. And since we presupposed the limits set by capitalist production, we presupposed the social process of production in a form developed by purely spontaneous growth, we disregarded any more rational combination which could be effected directly and in a planned way with the means of production and the labor power at present available. Classical political economy has always liked to conceive social capital as a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency. But this prejudice was first established as a dogma by the arch-Philistine, Jeremy Bentham, that soberly pedantic and heavy-footed oracle of the common sense of the 19th century bourgeoisie. 50. Bentham is among philosophers what Martin Tupper is among poets. Both could only have been manufactured in England. 51. So, cf. Among other passages, Jeremy Bentham, Theor, E. de Paix, Nes et des Recompenses, Trail 1 pound. Dumont, 3rd ed. Paris, 1826, Volume 2, BKIV, ch. 2. 51. Bentham is a purely English phenomenon. Not even excepting our own philosopher, Christian Wolff, in no time and in no country has the most homespun manufacturer of commonplaces ever strutted about in so satisfied a way. The principle of utility was no discovery made by Bentham. He simply reproduced in his dually way what he, Vicious and other Frenchmen had said with wit and ingenuity in the 18th century. To know what is useful for a dog, one must investigate the nature of dogs. This nature is not Christian Wolff, 1679 to 1754. Was a German philosopher and mathematician, a disciple of Leibniz. His philosophy was in fact a common-sense adaptation and watering down of Leibniz's ideas, and it held the field in Germany from the 17,308 until Kant's time. Martin Tupper, 1810–89, was an English man of letters and poet. His fame in Victorian times rested on his proverbial philosophy, 1838–67, a long series of commonplace didactic moralizings in blank verse. The transformation of surplus value into capital. 759. This dogma in fact renders the commonest phenomena of the production process, for instance its sudden expansions and contractions, and even accumulation itself, absolutely incomprehensible. 52. It was used by Bentham himself, as well as by Malthus, James Mill, McCulloch, etc., for apologetic purposes, and in particular so as to represent one part of capital, namely variable capital, or that part convertible into labor power, as being of fixed size. Variable capital in its material existence, the mass of the means of subsistence it represents for the worker, or the so-called labor fund, was turned by this fable into a separate part of social wealth, confined by natural chains and unable to cross the boundary to the other parts. To set in motion the part of social wealth which is to function as constant capital, or, to express it in a material form, as means of production, a definite mass of living labor is required. This mass is given by technology. But the number of workers required to put this mass of labor power in a fluid itself deducible from the principle of utility. Applying this to man, he that would judge in human acts, movements, relations, etc. according to the principle of utility would first have to deal with human nature in general, and then with human nature as historically modified in each epoch. Bentham does not trouble himself with this. With the driest naivete he assumes that the modern petty bourgeois, especially the English petty bourgeois, is the normal man. Whatever is useful to this peculiar kind of normal man, and to his world, is useful in and for itself. He applies this yardstick to the past, the present and the future. The Christian religion, for example, is useful, because it forbids in the name of religion the same faults that the penal code condemns in the name of the law. Art criticism is harmful, because it disturbs worthy people in their enjoyment of Martin Tupper, etc. This is the kind of rubbish with which the brave fellow, with his motto, nulla dies sine linea, has piled up mountains of books. I had the courage of my friend Heinrich Heine. I should call Mr. Jeremy a genius in the way of bourgeois stupidity. 52. Political economists are too apt to consider a certain quantity of capital and a certain number of laborers as productive instruments of uniform power, or operating with a certain uniform intensity. Those who maintain that commodities are the sole agents of production prove that production could never be enlarged, for it requires as an indispensable condition to such an enlargement that food, raw materials, and tools should be previously augmented, which is in fact maintaining that no increase of production can take place without a previous increase, or, in other words, that an increase is impossible. S. Bailey, Money and its Vicissitudes, pp. 58, 70. Bailey criticizes the dogma mainly from the point of view of the process of circulation. No day without its line. This statement was ascribed in antiquity to the painter Apelles I, who, it is said, let no day go by without adding something to a painting. Pliny the Elder, Historia Natura, is, BK 35, para. 84. 760. The process of accumulation of capital state is not given, for it changes with the degree of exploitation of the individual labor power. Nor is the price of this labor power given, but only its minimum limit, which is moreover very elastic. The facts on which the dogma is based are these. On the one hand, the worker has no right to interfere in the division of social wealth into means of enjoyment for the non-worker and means of production. On the other hand, it is only in favorable and exceptional cases that he can enlarge the so-called labor fund at the expense of the revenue of the rich. S3. How absurd a tautology results from the attempt to represent the capitalist limits of the labor fund as social barriers imposed by its very nature may be seen, for example, in Professor Fawcett. 54. The circulating capital of a country, he says, is its wage fund. Hence, if we desire to calculate the average money wages received by each laborer, we have simply to divide the amount of this capital by the number of the laboring population. 55. That is to say, we first add together the individual wages actually paid, and then we assert that the sum thus obtained forms the total value of the labor fund, handed down to us by the grace of God and nature. Lastly, we divide the sum thus obtained by the number of workers, in order to find out how much each is permitted to receive on the average. A very shrewd way of proceeding, this is. It does not prevent Mr. Fawcett from saying, in the same breath, the aggregate wealth which is annually saved in England, is divided into two portions. One portion is employed as capital to 53. In his Principles of Political Economy, 1868 edition, page 128, John Stuart Mill says this: the produce of labor is apportioned at present in an inverse ratio to the labor. The largest portions to those who have never worked at all, the next largest to those whose work is almost nominal, and so in a descending scale, the remuneration dwindling as the work grows harder and more disagreeable, until the most fatiguing and exhausting bodily labor cannot count with certainty on being able to earn even the necessaries of life. Single quote. To avoid misunderstandings, let me say that, while it is quite right to rebuke men like John Stuart Mill for the contradiction between their traditional economic dogmas and their modem tendencies, it would be very unjust to jump them together with the herd of vulgar economic apologists. 54. H. Fawcett, Professor of Poetical Economy at Cambridge, The Economic Position of the British Labourer, London, 1865, page 120. 55. Let me remind the reader here that I was the first to use the categories, variable capital, and constant capital. Political economy since the time of Adam Smith has confusedly mixed up the determining characteristics contained in these categories with a merely formal distinction, arising out of the process of circulation, between fixed and circulating capital. For further details on this point, see Volume 2, Part LL. The transformation of surplus value into capital 761 maintain our industry, and the other portion is exported to foreign countries. Only a portion, and perhaps, not a large portion of the wealth which is annually saved in this country, is invested in our own industry. 56. The greater part of the yearly accruing surplus product, which is embezzled from the English workers without any equivalent being given in return, is thus used as capital, not in England, but in foreign countries. But with the additional capital thus exported, a part of the labor fund, invented by God and Bentham, naturally also flows out of the country. 57-56. Fawcett, Op. Cit. pp. 122-357. It might be said that not only capital but also workers, in the shape of emigrants, are annually exported from England. In the text, however, there is no question of the peculium of the emigrants, who are in great part not workers. Most of them are the sons of farmers. The additional capital annually transported abroad to be put out at interest is a much greater proportion of the annual accumulation than the yearly emigration is of the yearly increase of population. In Roman law, the small amount of property a father allowed his child, or a master his slave, to hold as his own. Here the meaning is the portion of the labor fund the emigrants have presumably left behind them, thus counterbalancing the loss of the capital exported, or rather the loss of that part of the capital exported which would have contributed to TBE labor fund if it had remained in the country. Chapter 25. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. A growing demand for labor power accompanies accumulation. If the composition of capital remains the same in this chapter, we shall consider the influence of the growth of capital on the fate of the working class. The most important factor in this investigation is the composition of capital, and the changes it undergoes in the course of the process of accumulation. The composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. As value, it is determined by the proportion in which it is divided into constant capital, or the value of the means of production, and variable capital, or the value of labor power, the sum total of wages. As material, as it functions in the process of production, all capital is divided into means of production and living labor power. This latter composition is determined by the relation between the mass of the means of production employed on the one hand, and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. I call the former the value composition, the latter the technical composition of capital. There is a close correlation between the two. To express this, I call the value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and mirrors the changes in the latter, the organic composition of capital. Wherever I refer to the composition of capital, without further qualification, its organic composition is always understood. The many individual capitals invested in a particular branch of production have compositions which differ from each other to a greater or lesser extent. The average of their individual compositions gives us the composition of the total capital in the branch of production under consideration. Finally, the average of all the average compositions in all branches of production gives us the general law of capitalist accumulation 763 composition of the total social capital of a country, and it is with this alone that we are concerned here in the final analysis. Growth of capital implies growth of its variable constituent, in other words, the part invested in labor power. A part of the surplus value which has been transformed into additional capital must always be retransformed into variable capital, or additional labor fund. If we assume that, while all other circumstances remain the same, the composition of capital also remains constant, a definite mass of the means of production continues to need the same mass of labor power to set it in motion, then the demand for labor, and the fund for the subsistence of the workers, both clearly increase in the same proportion as the capital, and with the same rapidity. Since the capital produces a surplus value every year, of which one part is added every year to the original capital, since this increment itself grows every year along with the augmentation of the capital already functioning, and since, lastly, under conditions especially liable to stimulate the drive for self-enrichment, such as the opening of new markets, or of new spheres for the outlay of capital resulting from newly developed social requirements, the scale of accumulation may suddenly be extended merely by a change in the proportion in which the surplus value or the surplus product is divided into capital and revenue. For all these reasons, the requirements of accumulating capital may exceed the growth in labor power or in the number of workers. The demand for workers may outstrip the supply, and thus wages may rise. This must indeed ultimately be the case if the conditions assumed above continue to prevail. For since in each year more workers are employed than in the preceding year, sooner or later a point must be reached at which the requirements of accumulation begin to outgrow the customary supply of labor, and a rise of wages therefore takes place. Complaints were to be heard about this in England during the whole of the 15th century and the first half of the 18th. The more or less favorable circumstances in which the wage laborers support and multiply themselves in no way alter the fundamental character of capitalist production. As simple reproduction constantly reproduces the capital relation itself, i.e. the presence of capitalists on the one side, and wage laborers on the other side, so reproduction on an expanded scale, i.e. accumulation, reproduces the capital relation on an expanded scale, with more capitalists, or bigger capitalists, at one pole, and more wage laborers at the other pole. The reproduction of labor power 764. The process of accumulation of capital which must incessantly be reincorporated into capital is its means of valorization, which cannot get free of capital, and whose enslavement to capital is only concealed by the variety of individual capitalists to whom it sells itself, forms, in fact, a factor in the reproduction of capital itself. Accumulation of capital is therefore multiplication of the proletariat. 1. Classical political economy grasped this fact so thoroughly that Adam Smith, Ricardo, etc., as mentioned earlier, inaccurately identified accumulation with the consumption, by productive workers, of the whole of the capitalized part of the surplus product, or with the transformation of the surplus product into additional wage laborers. John Bellers was already saying this in 1696, for if one had 100,000 acres of land and as many pounds in money, and as many cattle, without a laborer, what would the rich man be, but a laborer? And as the laborers make men rich, so the more laborers there will be, the more rich men. The labor of the poor being the minds of the rich. 2. So also Bernard de Mandeville at the beginning of the 18th century. It would be easier, where property is well secured, to live without money than without poor, for who would do the work? As they, the poor, ought to be kept from starving, so they should receive nothing worth saving. If here and there one of the lowest class, by uncommon industry, and pinching his belly, lifts himself above the condition he was brought up in, nobody ought to hinder him. Nay, it is undeniably the wisest course for every per one. Karl Marx, Wage Labor and Capital, Op. Cit. If the masses are all oppressed equally, the more proletarians a country has, the richer it will be. L'économie po, itique. Source des Revolutions et des Utopies Prétendues Socialistes, Paris, 1857, Volume 3, page 331. Proletarian must be understood to mean, economically speaking, nothing other than wage laborer. The man who produces and valorizes capital, and is thrown onto the street as soon as he becomes superfluous to the need for valorization possessed by Monsieur Capital, as Pecker calls this person. The sickly proletarian of the primitive forest is a pretty Rocherian fancy. The primitive forester is the owner of the primitive forest and uses it as his property, meeting as few obstacles to this as an orang-utang. He is not, therefore, a proletarian. This would only be the case if the primitive forest exploited him, instead of being exploited by him. As far as his health is concerned, such a man would well bear comparison, not only with the modem proletarian, but also with the syphilitic and scrofulous quality. However, Herr Wilhelm Roscher no doubt means his native heath of Elteinberg when he talks about a primitive forest. 2. John Bellers, Op. Cit. Page 2. Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, Selected Works, Volume 1, page 162. The general law of capitalist accumulation 765 son in the society, and for every private family to be frugal, but it is the interest of all rich nations, that the greatest part of the poor should almost never be idle, and yet continually spend what they get. Those that get their living by their daily labor have nothing to stir them up to be serviceable but their wants which it is prudence to relieve, but folly to cure. The only thing then that can render the laboring man industrious, is a moderate quantity of money, for as too little will, according as his temper is, either dispirit or make him desperate, so too much will make him insolent and lazy. From what has been said, it is manifest, that, in a free nation, where slaves are not allowed of, the surest wealth consists in a multitude of laborious poor, for besides that they are the never-failing nursery of fleets and armies, without them there could be no enjoyment, and no product of any country could be valuable. To make the society, which of course consists of non-workers, happy and people easier under the meanest circumstances, it is requisite that great numbers of them should be ignorant as well as poor. Knowledge both enlarges and multiplies our desires, and the fewer things a man wishes for, the more easily his necessities may be supplied. 3. What Mandeville, an honest man with a clear mind, had not yet grasped was the fact that the mechanism of the accumulation process itself not only increases the amount of capital but also the mass of the laboring poor, i.e. the wage laborers, who turn their labor power into a force for increasing the valorization of the growing capital, and who are thereby compelled to make their relation of dependence on their own product, as personified in the capitalist, into an eternal relation. In reference to this relation of dependence, Sir P. M. Eden remarks, in his The State of the Poor, or in History of the Laboring Classes in England, the natural produce of our soil is certainly not fully adequate to our subsistence. We can neither be clothed, lodged nor fed but in consequence of some previous labor. A portion at least of the society must be indefatigably employed. There are others who, though they neither toil nor spin, can yet command the produce of industry. 3. Bernard de Mandeville Jail, The Fable of the Bees, 5th Eden, London, 1728, remarks, pp. 212-13, 328. Temperate living and constant employment is the direct road, for the poor, to rational happiness, by which the author means the longest possible working days and the smallest possible amount of the means of subsistence, and to riches and strength for the state, namely for the landowners, capitalists, and their political dilatories and agents. An Essay on Trade and Commerce, London, 1770, page 54. 766 The process of accumulation of capital but who owe their exemption from labor solely to civilization and order. They are peculiarly the creatures of civil institutions, for which have recognized that individuals may acquire property by various other means besides the exertion of labor. Persons of independent fortune owe their superior advantages by no means to any superior abilities of their own, but almost entirely to the industry of others. It is not the possession of land, or of money, but the command of labor which distinguishes the opulent from the laboring part of the community. This, the scheme approved by Eden, would give the people of property sufficient influence and authority over those who work for them, and it would place such laborers, not in an abject or servile condition, but in such a state of easy and liberal dependence as all who know human nature, and its history, will allow to be necessary for their own comfort. Sir F. M. Eden, it may be remarked in passing, was the only disciple of Adam Smith to have achieved anything of importance during the 18th century. 6. 4. Eden should have asked whose creatures, the civil institutions, were. From the standpoint he adopts, that of juridical illusion, he does not regard the law as a product of the material relations of production, but rather the reverse. He sees the relations of production as products of the law. Lingard overthrew Montesquieu's illusory esprit de Lois with one word. L'esprit de Lois, c'est le proplete is Eden. Op. Cit. Volume 1, BKI, ch. 1, pp. 1-2, and preface, page XX. 6. If the reader thinks at this point of Malthus, whose essay on population appeared in 1798, I would remind him that this work in its first form is nothing more than a schoolboyish, superficial plagiarism of Defoe, Sir James Stewart, Townsend, Franklin, Wal Iachi, etc., declaimed in the manner of a sermon, but not containing a single original proposition of Malthus himself. The great sensation this pamphlet caused was due solely to the fact that it corresponded to the interests of a particular party. The French Revolution had found passionate defenders in the United Kingdom. The principle of population, slow, worked out in the 18th century, and then, in the midst of a great social crisis, proclaimed with drums and trumpets as the infallible antidote to the doctrines of Condorcet, etc., was greeted jubilantly by the English oligarchy as the great destroyer of all hankerings after a progressive development of humanity. Malthus, greatly astonished at his success, then set himself to the task of stuffing into the old framework of his book various bits of superficially compiled material, and adding to it new matter. But this new matter was not discovered by Malthus, it was merely annexed by him. Let us note incidentally that although Malthus was a parson of the Church of England, he had taken the monastic vow of celibacy. For this is one of the conditions of holding a fellowship in Protestant Cambridge University. Socios Collegiorum. The spirit of the laws is property, S. Lingott, Theorie des lois civiles, O.U. Prink. Pays Fondamento de la Société, Volume 1, London, 1767, page 236. The general law of capitalist accumulation 767 Meritos esse non permittimus, sed statum postquam quis exorum duxerit, Socius Collegii, Decino esse. Reports of Cambridge University Commission, page 172. This circumstance favorably distinguishes Malthus from other Protestant parsons, who have flung off the Catholic requirement of the celibacy of the priesthood, and taken, be fruitful and multiply, as their special biblical mission to such an extent that they generally contribute to the increase of population to a really unbecoming extent, whilst at the same time preaching the principle of population to the workers. It is characteristic that the fail of man, as economically travestied, the apple of Adam, the urgent appetite, the checks which tend to blunt the shafts of Cupid, as Parson Townsend waggishly puts it. It is characteristic that this delicate question was and is monopolized by the representatives of Protestant theology, or rather of the Protestant Church. With the exception of the Venetian monk Ortiz, an original and clever writer, most of the population theorists are Protestant clerics. For instance, Bruckner's Theory du Systeme Animal, Leiden, 1767, in which the whole of the modem theory of population is exhaustively treated, using ideas furnished by the passing dispute between Quesnay and his pupil, the elder Mirabeau, then Parson Wallace, Parson Townsend, Parson Malthus and his pupil, the arch-parson Thomas Chalmers, to say nothing of lesser reverend scribblers in this line. Originally, political economy was studied by philosophers such as Hobbes, Locke and Home, by businessmen and statesmen, like Thomas More, Temple, Sully, DeWitt, North, Law, Vanderland, Cantillon and Franklin, and the theoretical aspects especially were studied, and with the greatest success, by medical men like Petty, Barbon, Mandeville and Quesnay. Even in the middle of the 18th century, the Rev. Mr. Tucker, a notable economist for that time, made his excuses for meddling with mammon. Later on, and indeed with the entry of the principle of population, the hour of the Protestant parsons struck. Petty, who regarded population as the basis of wealth, and was, like Adam Smith, an outspoken enemy of the parsons, said, as if he had a presentiment of their bungling interference, that religion best flourishes when the priests are most mortified, as was before said of the law, which best flourisheth when lawyers have least to do. He advises the Protestant priests, therefore, if they, once for all, will not follow the Apostle Paul and mortify themselves by celibacy, not to breed more churchmen than the benefices, as they now stand shared out, will receive, that is to say, if there be places for about 12,000 in England and we do not permit the fellows of the colleges to be maimed, but rather, as soon as anyone takes a wife, he ceases to be a fellow of his college. T. Victor Riquetti, Marquis de Mirabeau, 1715-89, French economist, of the Physiocratic school. In L. Ami des Hommes, O.U. Traité de la Population, Avignon, 1756, the elder Mirabeau asserted that the level of population was always limited by the quantity of the means of subsistence. He differed from Quesnay in asserting that the decline of the population of France could be remedied by breaking up the great estates and making France a land of small proprietors, who would live frugally and be self-sufficient. Quesnay, on the other hand, supported large-scale agriculture, as he approached the question from the angle of agricultural production rather than that of population. The dispute was only temporary, for in 1763, in his Philosophie Rurale, Mirabeau adopted all Quesnay's ideas, and disavowed his errors of the past. 768 The process of accumulation of capital under the conditions of accumulation we have assumed so far, conditions which are the most favorable to the workers, their relation of dependence on capital takes on forms which are endurable or, as Eden says, easy and liberal. Instead of becoming more intensive with the growth of capital, this relation of dependence only becomes more extensive, i.e. the sphere of capital's exploitation and domination merely extends with its own dewales. It will not be safe to breed up 24,000 ministers, for then the 12,000 which are unprovided for will seek ways how to get themselves a livelihood, which they cannot do more easily than by persuading the people that the 12,000 incumbents do poison or starve their souls, and misguide them in their way to heaven. Petty, A Treatise of Taxes and Contributions, London, 1667, page 57. Adam Smith's position with the Protestant priesthood of his time is shown by the following. In a letter to A. Smith, LL.D. on the life, death, and philosophy of his friend David Hume. By one of the people called Christians, 4th Eden, Oxford, 1784, Dr. Home, Bishop of Norwich, reproves Adam Smith, because in a published letter to Mr. Strahan, he embalmed his friend David, i.e. Hearn, because he told the world how Hwne amused himself on his deathbed with Lucian and whist, and because he even had the impudence to write of H.E. I have always considered him, both in his lifetime and since his death, as approaching as nearly to the idea of a perfectly wise and virtuous man, as, perhaps, the nature of human frailty will permit. The bishop cries out, in a passion, "Is it right in you, sir, to hold up to our view as perfectly wise and virtuous, the character and conduct of one, who seems to have been possessed with an incurable antipathy to all that is called religion, and who strained every nerve to explode, suppress and extirpate the spirit of it among men, that its very name, if he could effect it, might no more be had in remembrance?" Ibid. Page 8. But let not the lovers of truth be discouraged, atheism cannot be of long continuance, page 17. Adam Smith had the atrocious wickedness to propagate atheism through the land, name. Why by his theory of moral sentiments. Upon the whole, doctor, your meaning is good, but I think you will not succeed this time. You would persuade us, by the example of David Hume, that atheism is the only cordial for low spirits, and the proper antidote against the fear of death. You may smile over Babylon in ruins and congratulate the hardened Pharaoh on his overthrow in the Red Sea, Ibid. pp. 21-2. One orthodox individual among Adam Smith's college friends wrote after his death, Smith's well-placed affection for Hume hindered him from being a Christian. When he met with honest men whom he liked, he would believe almost anything they said. Had he been a friend of the worthy ingenious Horrocks, he would have believed that the moon sometimes disappeared in a clear sky without the interposition of a cloud. He approached to republicanism in his Political Principles, the B, by James Anderson, 18 vols. Edinburgh, 1791-3, Volume 3, pp. 166-165. Parson Thomas Chalmers was inclined to suspect that Adam Smith invented the category of unproductive laborers out of pure malice, so that he could put the Protestant parsons in it, in spite of their blessed work in the vineyard of the Lord. The general law of capitalist accumulation 769 mentions and the number of people subjected to it. A larger part of the worker's own surplus product, which is always increasing and is continually being transformed into additional capital, comes back to them in the shape of means of payment, so that they can extend the circle of their enjoyments, make additions to their consumption fund of clothes, furniture, etc., and lay by a small reserve fund of money. But these things no more abolish the exploitation of the wage laborer, and his situation of dependence, than do better clothing, food and treatment, and a larger peculium, in the case of the slave. A rise in the price of labor, as a consequence of the accumulation of capital, only means in fact that the length and weight of the golden chain the wage laborer has already forged for himself allow it to be loosened somewhat. In the controversies on this question, the essential fact has generally been overlooked, namely the differentia specifica of capitalist production. Labor power is not purchased under this system for the purpose of satisfying the personal needs of the buyer, either by its service or through its product. The aim of the buyer is the valorization of his capital, the production of commodities which contain more labor than he paid for, and therefore contain a portion of value which costs him nothing and is nevertheless realized, through the sale of those commodities. The production of surplus value, or the making of profits, is the absolute law of this mode of production. Labor power can be sold only to the extent that it preserves and maintains the means of production as capital, reproduces its own value as capital, and provides a source of additional capital in the shape of unpaid labor. 7. The conditions of its sale, whether more or less favorable to the worker, include therefore the necessity of its constant resale, and the constantly extended reproduction of wealth as capital. Wages, as we have seen, imply by their very nature that the worker will always provide a certain quantity of unpaid labor. Even if we leave aside the case where a rise of wages is accompanied by a fall in the price of labor, it is clear that at the best of times an increase in wages means only a quantitative reduction in the amount of unpaid labor the worker has to supply. This reduction can never go so 7. The limit, however, to the employment of both the operative and the laborer is the same, namely, the possibility of the employer realizing a profit on the produce of their industry. The rate of wages is such as to reduce the master's gains below the average profit of capital, he will cease to employ them, or he will only employ them on condition of submission to a reduction of wages. John Wade, Op. Cit. Page 241. 770 The process of accumulation of capital far as to threaten the system itself. Apart from violent conflicts over the rate of wages, and Adam Smith already showed that in such a conflict the master, by and large, remained the master, a rise in the price of labor resulting from accumulation of capital implies the following alternatives. Either the price of labor keeps on rising, because its rise does not interfere with the progress of accumulation. There is nothing remarkable in this, for as Adam Smith says, after these profits are diminished, stock may not only continue to increase, but to increase much faster than before. A great stock, though with small profits, generally increases faster than a small stock with great profits. OPCIT. Volume 1, page 189. In this case, it is evident that a reduction in the amount of unpaid labor in no way interferes with the extension of the domain of capital. Or, the other alternative, accumulation slackens as a result of the rise in the price of labor, because the stimulus of gain is blunted. The rate of AC accumulation lessens, but this means that the primary cause of that lessening itself vanishes, i.e., the disproportion between capital and exploitable labor power. The mechanism of the capitalist production process removes the very obstacles it temporarily creates. The price of labor falls again to a level corresponding with capital's requirements for self-valorization, whether this level is below, the same as, or above that which was normal before the rise of wages took place. We see therefore that in the first case it was not the diminished rate, either of the absolute or of the proportional increase in labor power, or the working population, which caused the excess quantity of capital, but rather the converse. The increase in capital made the exploitable labor power insufficient. In the second case it was not the increased rate, either of the absolute or of the proportional increase in labor power, or the working population, that made the capital insufficient, but rather the converse. The relative reduction in the amount of capital caused the exploitable labor power, or rather its price, to be in excess. It is these absolute movements of the accumulation of capital which are reflected as relative movements of the mass of exploitable labor power, and therefore seem produced by the latter's own independent movement. To put it mathematically, the rate of accumulation is the independent, not the dependent variable. The rate of wages is the dependent, not the independent variable. Thus, when the industrial cycle is in its phase of crisis, a general fall in the price of commodities is expressed as a rise in the general law of capitalist accumulation 771 relative value of money, and, in the phase of prosperity, a general rise in the price of commodities is expressed as a fall in the relative value of money. The so-called currency school conclude from this that with high prices too much money is in circulation, with low prices too little. Their ignorance and complete misunderstanding of the facts 8 are worthily paralleled by the economists, who interpret the above phenomena of accumulation by saying that in one case there are too few, and in the other, too many wage laborers in existence. The law of capitalist production, which really lies at the basis of the supposed natural law of population, can be reduced simply to this. The relation between capital, accumulation and the rate of wages is nothing other than the relation between the unpaid labor which has been transformed into capital and the additional paid labor necessary to set in motion this additional capital. It is therefore in no way a relation between two magnitudes which are mutually independent, i.e. between the magnitude of the capital and the numbers of the working population. It is rather, at bottom, only the relation between the unpaid and the paid labor of the same working population. If the quantity of unpaid labor supplied by the working class and accumulated by the capitalist class increases so rapidly that its transformation into capital requires an extraordinary addition of paid labor, then wages rise and, all other circumstances remaining equal, the unpaid labor diminishes in proportion. But as soon as this diminution touches the point at which the surplus labor that nourishes capital is no longer supplied in normal quantity, a reaction sets in. A smaller part of revenue is capitalized, accumulation slows down, and the rising movement of wages comes up against an obstacle. The rise of wages is therefore confined within limits that not only leave intact the foundations of the capitalist system, but also secure its reproduction on an increasing scale. The law of capitalist accumulation, mystified by the economists into a supposed law of nature, in fact expresses the situation that the very nature of accumulation excludes every diminution in the degree of exploitation of labor, and every rise in the price of labor, which could seriously imperil 8. Cf. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, pp. 16s 11 ft. English edition, pp. 182-5. See above, page 242, for a sketch of the doctrines of the currency school, or adherents of the CW10C principle. 772 The process of accumulation of capital, the continual reproduction, on an ever larger scale, of the capital relation. It cannot be otherwise in a mode of production in which the worker exists to satisfy the need of the existing values for valorization, as opposed to the inverse situation, in which objective wealth is there to satisfy the worker's own need for development. Just as man is governed, in religion, by the products of his own brain, so, in capitalist production, he is governed by the products of his own hand. 9. 2. A relative diminution of the variable part of capital occurs in the course of the further progress of accumulation and of the concentration accompanying it according to the economists themselves. It is neither the actual extent of social wealth nor the magnitude of the capital already acquired that leads to a rise of wages, but only the constant growth of accumulation and the degree of rapidity of that growth. Adam Smith, Book 1, Chapter 8. So far, we have considered only one special phase of this process, that in which the increase of capital occurs while the technical composition of capital remains constant. But the process goes beyond this phase. Given the general basis of the capitalist system, a point is reached in the course of accumulation at which the development of the productivity of social labor becomes the most powerful lever of accumulation. The same cause, says Adam Smith, which raises the wages of labor, the increase of stock, tends to increase its productive powers, and to make a smaller quantity of labor produce a greater quantity of work. 9. If we now return to our first inquiry, where we showed that capital itself is only a product of human labor, It seems quite incomprehensible that man can have fallen under the domination of capital, his own product, and can be subordinated to it. And as in reality this is indisputably the case, the question involuntarily forces itself on us. How has the worker been able to pass from being the master of capital, as its creator, to being its slave? Von Thienen, Der Isolierte Staat, Part 2, Section 2, Rostock, 1863, pp. 5-6. It is to Thienen's credit that he asked this question. His answer is simply childish. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, BKI, Shaw. 8. Page 142 of Volume 1 in the 1814 edition. The general law of capitalist accumulation 773 apart from natural conditions, such as the fertility of the soil, etc., and apart from the skill of independent and isolated producers, shown rather qualitatively in the high standard of their products than quantitatively in their mass. The level of the social productivity of labor is expressed in the relative extent of the means of production that one worker, during a given time, with the same degree of intensity of labor power, turns into products. The mass of means of production with which he functions in this way increases with the productivity of his labor. But those means of production play a double role. The increase of some is a consequence, that of the others is a condition, of the increasing productivity of labor. For example, the consequence of the division of labor, under manufacture, and the application of machinery is that more raw material is worked up in the same time, and therefore a greater mass of raw material and auxiliary substances enters into the labor process. That is the consequence of the increasing productivity of labor. On the other hand, the mass of machinery, beasts of burden, mineral manures, drain pipes, etc. is a condition of the increasing productivity of labor. This is also true of the means of production concentrated in buildings, furnaces, means of transport, etc. But whether condition or consequence, the growing extent of the means of production, as compared with the labor power incorporated into them, is an expression of the growing productivity of labor. The increase of the latter appears, therefore, in the diminution of the mass of labor in proportion to the mass of means of production moved by it, or in the diminution of the subjective factor of the labor process as compared with the objective factor. This change in the technical composition of capital, this growth in the mass of the means of production, as compared with the mass of the labor power that vivifies them, is reflected in its value composition by the increase of the constant constituent of capital at the expense of its variable constituent. There may be, for example, originally 50% of a capital laid out in means of production, and 50% in labor power. Later on, with the development of the productivity of labor, 80% may be laid out in means of production, 20% in labor power, and so on. This law of the progressive growth of the constant part of capital in comparison with the variable part is confirmed at every step, as already shown, by the comparative analysis of the prices of commodities, whether we compare different economic epochs or different nations in the 774 the process of accumulation of capital same epoch. The relative magnitude of the part of the price which represents the value of the means of production, or the constant part of the capital, is in direct proportion to the progress of AC accumulation, whereas the relative magnitude of the other part of the price, which represents the variable part of the capital, or the payment made for labor, is in inverse proportion to the progress of accumulation. However, this diminution in the variable part of capital is compared with the constant part, or, in other words, this change in the composition of the value of the capital, provides only an approximate indication of the change in the composition of its material constituents. The value of the capital employed today in spinning is I constant and T variable, while at the beginning of the 18th century it was one constant and one variable. Yet, in contrast to this, the mass of raw material, instruments of labor, etc. that a certain quantity of spinning labor consumes productively today is many hundred times greater than at the beginning of the 18th century. The reason is simple. With the increasing productivity of labor, the mass of the means of production consumed by labor increases, but their value in comparison with their mass diminishes. Their value therefore rises absolutely, but not in proportion to the inges in their mass. The increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is therefore much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production into which the constant capital, and the mass of the labor power into which the variable capital is converted. The former difference increases with the latter, but in a smaller degree. The progress of accumulation lessens the relative magnitude of the variable part of capital, therefore, but this by no means thereby excludes the possibility of a rise in its absolute magnitude. Suppose that a capital value is divided at first into 50% constant and 50% variable capital, and later into 80% constant and 20% variable capital. If, in the meantime, the original capital, say £6,000, has increased to £18,000, its variable constituent has also increased, in fact by 20%. It was £3, OOOT is now £3,600. But whereas formerly an increase of capital by 20% would have sufficed to raise the demand for labor by 20 per these proportions are notional ones, used for the purposes of illustration. T-cap idle a word. This is a compressed way of saying, a quantity of capital possessing a given amount of value. The general law of capitalist accumulation 775 cent, now the original capital needs to be tripled to secure an increase of 20% in the demand for labor. We showed in Part 4 how the development of the social productivity of labor presupposes cooperation on a large scale, how the division and combination of labor can only be organized on that basis, and the means of production economized by concentration on a vast scale, How instruments of labor which, by their very nature, can only be used in common, such as systems of machinery, can be called into existence, how gigantic natural forces can be pressed into the service of production, and how the production process can be transformed into a process of the technological application of scientific knowledge. When the prevailing system is the production of commodities, i.e., where the means of production are the property of private persons and the artisan therefore either produces commodities in isolation and independently of other people, or sells his labor power as a commodity because he lacks the means to produce independently, the above-mentioned presupposition, namely cooperation on a large scale, can be realized only through the increase of individual capitals, only in proportion as the social means of production and subsistence are transformed into the private property of capitalists. Where the basis is the production of commodities, large-scale production can occur only in a capitalist form. A certain accumulation of capital in the hands of individual producers therefore forms the necessary precondition for a specifically capitalist mode of production. We had therefore to presuppose this when dealing with the transition from handicrafts to capitalist industry. It may be called primitive accumulation, or sprungliche accumulation, because it is the historical basis, instead of the historical result, of specifically capitalist production. How it itself originates we need not investigate as yet. It is enough that it forms the starting point. But all methods for raising the social productivity of labor that grow up on this basis are at the same time methods for the increased production of surplus value or surplus product, which is in its turn the formative element of accumulation. They are, therefore, also methods for the production of capital by capital, or methods for its accelerated accumulation. The continual reconversion of surplus value into capital now appears in the shape of the increasing magnitude of the capital that enters into the production process. This is in turn the basis of an extended scale of production, of the methods for raising the productivity of labor that accompany it, and of an accelerated 776 the process of accumulation of capital production of surplus value. If, therefore, a certain degree of AC accumulation of capital appears as a precondition for the specific ally capitalist mode of production, the latter reacts back to cause an accelerated accumulation of capital. With the accumulation of capital, therefore, the specifically capitalist mode of production develops, and, with the capitalist mode of production, the accumulation of capital. These two economic factors bring about, in the compound ratio of the impulses they give to each other, that change in the technical composition of capital by which the variable component becomes smaller and smaller as compared with the constant component. Every individual capital is a larger or smaller concentration of means of production, with a corresponding command over a larger or smaller army of workers. Every accumulation becomes the means of new accumulation. With the increasing mass of wealth which functions as capital, accumulation increases the concentration of that wealth in the hands of individual capitalists, and thereby widens the basis of production on a large scale and extends the specifically capitalist methods of production. The growth of the social capital is accomplished through the growth of many individual capitals. All other circumstances remaining the same, the individual capitals grow, and with their growth the concentration of the means of production increases, in the proportion in which they form aliquot parts of the total social capital. At the same time offshoots split off from the original capitals and start to function as new and independent capitals. Apart from other causes, the division of property within capitalist families plays a great part in this. With the accumulation of capital, therefore, the number of capitalists grows to a greater or lesser extent. Two features characterize this kind of concentration, which grows directly out of accumulation, or rather is identical with it. Firstly, the increasing concentration of the social means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is, other things remaining equal, limited by the degree of increase of social wealth. Secondly, the part of the social capital domiciled in each particular sphere of production is divided among many capitalists who confront each other as mutually independent and competitive commodity producers. Therefore, not only are accumulation and the concentration accompanying it scattered over many points, but the increase of each functioning capital is thwarted by the formation of new capitals and the subdivision of old. Accumulation, therefore. The general law of capitalist accumulation 777 presents itself on the one hand as increasing concentration of the means of production, and of the command over labor, and on the other hand as repulsio of many individual capitals from one another. This fragmentation of the total social capital into many individual capitals, or the repulsion of its fractions from each other, is counteracted by their attraction. The attraction of capitals no longer means the simple concentration of the means of production in the command over labor, which is identical with accumulation. It is concentration of capitals already formed, destruction of their individual independence, expropriation of capitalist by capitalist, transformation of many small into few large capitals. This process differs from the first one in this respect, that it only presupposes a change in the distribution of already available and already functioning capital. Its field of action is therefore not limited by the absolute growth of social wealth, or in other words by the absolute limits of accumulation. Capital grows to a huge mass in a single hand in one place, because it has been lost by many in another place. This is centralization proper, as distinct from accumulation and concentration. The laws of this centralization of capitals, or of the attraction of capital by capital, cannot be developed here. A few brief factual indications must suffice. The battle of competition is fought by the cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities depends, all other circumstances remaining the same, on the productivity of labor, and this depends in turn on the scale of production. Therefore, the larger capitals beat the smaller. It will further be remembered that, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, there is an increase in the minimum amount of individual capital necessary to carry on a business under its normal conditions. The smaller capitals, therefore, crowd into spheres of production which large-scale industry has taken control of only sporadically or incompletely. Here competition rages in direct proportion to the number, and in inverse proportion to the magnitude, of the rival capitals. It always ends in the ruin of many small capitalists, whose capitals partly pass into the hands of their concurrents, and partly vanish completely. Apart from this, an altogether new force comes into existence with the development of capitalist production, the credit system. In its first stages, the passage which follows from 6 in its first stages to movement towards centralization, page 780, was added by Engels to the fourth German 778. The process of accumulation of capital system furtively creeps in as the humble assistant of accumulation, drawing into the hands of individual or associated capitalists by invisible threads the money resources, which lie scattered in larger or smaller amounts over the surface of society. But it soon becomes a new and terrible weapon in the battle of competition and is finally transformed into an enormous social mechanism for the centralization of capitals. Commensurately with the development of capitalist production and accumulation, there also takes place a development of the two edition, on the basis of the French translation of 1872. It replaces the following passage, written by Marx and retained throughout the first three Genin editions. Not only is this itself a new and mighty weapon in the battle of competition. By unseen threads it also draws the disposable money, scattered in larger or smaller masses over the surface of society, into the hands of individual or associated capitalists. It is the specific machine for the centralization of capitals. The centralization of capitals, or the process of their attraction, becomes more intense in proportion as the specifically capitalist mode of production develops along with accumulation. In its turn, centralization becomes one of the greatest levers of this development. It shortens and quickens the transformation of separate processes of production into processes socially combined and carried out on a large scale. The increasing bulk of individual masses of capital becomes the material basis of an uninterrupted revolution in the mode of production itself. The capitalist mode of production continually conquers branches of industry not yet wholly, or only sporadic ally or formally, subjugated by it. At the same time there grow up on its soil new branches of industry, which could not exist without it. Finally, in the branches of industry already carried on upon the capitalist basis, the productivity of labor is made to ripen as in a hothouse. In all these cases, the number of workers fails in proportion to the mass of the means of production worked up by them. An ever-increasing part of the capital is turned into means of production, an ever-decreasing part into labor power. The degree to which the means of production or means of employment for the workers lessens progressively as those means become more extensive, more concentrated, and technically more efficient. A steam plow is an incomparably more efficient means of production than an ordinary plow, but the capital value laid out in it is an incomparably smaller means for employing men than if it were laid out in ordinary plows. At first, it is the mere adding of new capital to old which allows the objective conditions of the process of production to be extended and undergo technical transformations. But soon these changes of composition and technical transformations get a more or less complete grip on the old capital that has reached the term of its period of reproduction and therefore has to be replaced. This metamorphosis of old capital is independent, to a certain extent, of the absolute growth of social capital, in the same way as is its centralization. But this centralization, which only redistributes the social capital already to hand, and melts a number of old capitals into one, works in its turn as a powerful agent in the metamorphosis of old capital. Single quote. The general law of capitalist accumulation 779 most powerful levers of centralization. Competition and credit. At the same time the progress of accumulation increases the material amenable to centralization, i.e. the individual capitals, while the expansion of capitalist production creates, on the one hand, the social need, and on the other hand, the technical means, for those immense industrial undertakings which require a previous centralization of capital for their accomplishment. Today, therefore, the force of attraction which draws together individual capitals, and the tendency to centralization, are both stronger than ever before. But if the relative extension and energy of the movement towards centralization is determined, to a certain degree, by the magnitude of capitalist wealth and the superiority of the economic mechanism already attained, the advance of centralization does not depend in any way on a positive growth in the magnitude of social capital. And this is what distinguishes centralization from concentration, the latter being only another name for reproduction on an extended scale. Centralization may result from a mere change in the distribution of already existing capitals, from a simple alteration in the quantitative grouping of the component parts of social capital. Capital can grow into powerful masses in a single hand in one place, because in other places it has been withdrawn from many individual hands. In any given branch of industry, centralization would reach its extreme limit if all the individual capitals invested there were fused into a single capita 1:10 in a given society. This limit would be reached only when the entire social capital was united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist company. Centralization supplements the work of accumulation by enabling industrial capitalists to extend the scale of their operations. Whether this latter result is the consequence of accumulation or centralization, whether centralization is accomplished by the violent method of annexation, where certain capitals become such preponderant centers of attraction for others that they shatter the individual cohesion of the latter and then draw the separate fragments to themselves. Or whether the fusion of a number of capitals already formed or in process of formation takes place by the smoother process of organizing joint stock companies, the 10. Note by Engels to the 4th German edition. The latest English and American trusts are already striving to attain this goal by attempting to unite at least all the large-scale concerns in one branch of industry into a single great joint stock company with a practical monopoly. 780 The process of accumulation of capital economic effect remains the same. Everywhere the increased scale of industrial establishments is the starting point for a more comprehensive organization of the collective labor of many people, for a broader development of their material motive forces, for the progressive transformation of isolated processes of production, carried on by customary methods, into socially combined and scientifically arranged processes of production. But accumulation, the gradual increase of capital by reproduction as it passes from the circular to the spiral form, is clearly a very slow procedure compared with centralization, which needs only to change the quantitative groupings of the constituent parts of social capital. The world would still be without railways if it had had to wait until accumulation had got a few individual capitals far enough to be adequate for the construction of a railway. Centralization, however, accomplished this in the twinkling of an eye, by means of joint stock companies. And while in this way centralization intensifies and accelerates the effects of accumulation, it simultaneously extends and speeds up those revolutions in the technical composition of capital which raise its constant portion at the expense of its variable portion, thus diminishing the relative demand for labor. The masses of capital welded together overnight by centralization reproduce and multiply as the others do, only more rapidly, and they thereby become new and powerful levers of social accumulation. Therefore, when we speak of the progress of social accumulation, we tacitly include these days the effects of centralization. The additional capitals formed in the normal course of accumulation, see Chapter 24, Section 1, serve above all as vehicles for the exploitation of new inventions and discoveries, and industrial improvements in general. But in time the old capital itself reaches the point where it has to be renewed in all its aspects, a time when it sheds its skin and is reborn like the other capitals in a perfected technical shape, in which a smaller quantity of labor will suffice to set in motion a larger quantity of machinery and raw material. The absolute reduction in the demand for labor which necessarily follows from this is obviously so much the greater, the higher the degree to which the capitals undergoing this process of renewal are already massed together by virtue of the movement towards centralization. On the one hand, therefore, the additional capital formed in the general law of capitalist accumulation 781 the course of further accumulation attracts fewer and fewer workers in proportion to its magnitude. On the other hand, the old capital periodically reproduced with a new composition repels more and more of the workers formerly employed by it. 3. The progressive production of a relative surplus population or industrial reserve army the accumulation of capital, which originally appeared only as its quantitative extension, comes to fruition, as we have seen, through a progressive qualitative change in its composition, i.e. through a continuing increase of its constant component at the expense of its variable component. 1. The specifically capitalist mode of production, the development of the productivity of labor which corresponds to it, and the change in the organic composition of capital which results from it, are things which do not merely keep pace with the progress of accumulation, or the growth of social wealth. They develop at a much quicker rate, because simple accumulation, or the absolute expansion of the total social capital, is accompanied by the centralization of its individual elements, and because the change in the technical composition of the additional capital goes hand in hand with a similar change in the technical composition of the original capital. With the progress of accumulation, therefore, the proportion of constant to variable capital changes. If it was originally say 1, it now becomes successively 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 7 to 1, etc., so that as the capital grows, instead of its total value, only etc. is turned into labor power, and, on the other hand, into means of production. Since the demand for labor is determined not by the extent of the total capital but by its variable constituent alone, that demand falls progressively with the growth of the total capital, instead of rising in proportion to it, as was previously assumed. It falls relatively to the magnitude of the total capital, and at an accelerated rate, as this magnitude increases. With the growth of the total capital, its variable consti 11. Note by Engels to the 3rd German edition. In Marx's own copy there is here the marginal note. Note here for working out later. If the extension is only quantitative, then for a greater and a smaller capital in the same branch of business the profits are as the magnitudes of the capitals advanced. If the quantitative extension induces a qualitative change, then the rate of profit on the larger capital rises at the same time. 782 The process of accumulation of capital the labor incorporated in it, does admittedly increase, but in a constantly diminishing proportion. The intermediate pauses in which accumulation works as simple extension of production on a given technical basis are shortened. It is not merely that an accelerated accumulation of the total capital, accelerated in a constantly growing progression, is needed to absorb an additional number of workers, or even, on account of the constant metamorphosis of old capital, to keep employed those already performing their functions. This increasing accumulation and centralization also becomes in its turn a source of new changes in the composition of capital, or in other words of an accelerated diminution of the capital's variable component, as compared with its constant one. This accelerated relative diminution of the variable component, which accompanies the accelerated increase of the total capital and moves more rapidly than this increase, takes the inverse form, at the other pole, of an apparently absolute increase in the working population, an increase which always moves more rapidly than that of the variable capital or the means of employment. But in fact it is capitalist accumulation itself that constantly produces, and produces indeed in direct relation with its own energy and extent, a relatively redundant working population, i.e. a population which is superfluous to capital's average requirements for its own valorization, and is therefore a surplus population. If we consider the total social capital, we can say that the movement of its accumulation sometimes causes periodic changes, and at other times distributes various phases simultaneously over the different spheres of production. In some spheres a change in the composition of capital occurs without any increase in its absolute magnitude, as a consequence of simple concentration. In others the absolute growth of capital is connected with an absolute diminution in its variable component, or in other words, in the labor power absorbed by it. In others again, capital continues to grow for a time on its existing technical basis, and attracts additional labor power in proportion to its increase, while at other times it undergoes organic change and reduces its variable component. In all spheres, the increase of the variable part of the capital, and therefore of the number of workers employed by it, is always connected with violent fluctuations in the temporary production of a surplus population, whether this takes the more striking form of the extrusion of workers already employed, or the first three additions have here, centralization, instead of concentration. The general law of capitalist accumulation 783 less evident, but not less real, form of a greater difficulty in absorbing the additional working population through its customary outlets. 12 Owing to the magnitude of the already functioning social capital, and the degree of its increase, owing to the extension of the scale of production, and the great mass of workers set in motion, owing to the development of the productivity of their labor, and the greater breadth and richness of the stream springing from all the sources of wealth, there is also an extension of the scale on which greater attraction of workers by capital is accompanied by their greater repulsion. An increase takes place in the rapidity of the change in the organic composition of capital and in its technical form, and an increasing number of spheres of production become involved in this change, sometimes simultaneously, and sometimes alternatively. The working population therefore produces both the accumulation of capital and the means by which it is itself made relatively superfluous, and it does this to an extent which is always increasing. 13 This is a law of population peculiar. 12. The census of England and Wales shows, for instance, all persons employed in agriculture, landlords, farmers, gardeners, shepherds, etc. included, 1,851 to 2,011,447, 1,861 to 1,924,110, a reduction of 87,337. Worsted manufacture, 1,851 to 102,714 persons, 1,861 to 79,242. Silk weaving, 1,851 to 111,940, 1,861 to 101,678. Calico printing, 1,851 to 12,098, 1,861 to 12,556. A small increase, despite the enormous extension of this industry, which implies a great proportional reduction in the number of workers employed. Hat making, 1,851 to 15,957, 1,861 to 13,814. Straw hat and bonnet making, 1,851 to 20,393, 1,861 to 18,176. Malting, 1,851 to 10,566, 1,861 to 10,677. Chandlery, 1,851 to 4,949, 1,861 to 4,686. This fall is due, among other things, to the increase in lighting by gas. Comb making, 1,851 to 2,038, 1,861 to 1,478. Sawyers, 1,851 to 30,552, 1,861 to 31,647. A small increase, owing to the spread of sawing machines. Nail making, 1,851 to 26,940, 1,861 to 26,130. A fall, owing to the competition of machinery. Tin and copper mining, 1,851 to 31,360, 1,861 to 32,041. As against this, HPW ever, we have cotton spinning and weaving, 1,851 to 371,777, 1,861 to 456,646, and coal mining, 1,851 to 183,389, 1,861 to 246,613. The increase of laborers is generally greatest, since 1851, in those branches of industry in which machinery has not up to the present been employed with success. Census 0, England and Wales, or the year 1861, Volume 3, London, 1863, page 36, 13. The law of progressive diminution of the relative magnitude of variable capital, together with its effect on the situation of the class of wage laborers, is suspected rather than understood by some of the prominent economists of the classical school. In this respect, the greatest merit is due to John Barton, although he, like all the others, mixes up constant with fixed capital and variable with circulating capital. He says, the demand for labor depends. The passage in parentheses was added by Engels to the fourth German edition on the authority of changes made by Marx in the French edition. The whole of note 13 appears in fact in the main text of the French edition. 784 The process of accumulation of capital to the capitalist mode of production, and in fact every particular historical mode of production has its own special laws of population, which are historically valid within that particular sphere. An abstract law of population exists only for plants and animals, and even then only in the absence of any historical intervention by man. But if a surplus population of workers is a necessary product of accumulation or of the development of wealth on a capitalist basis, this surplus population also becomes, conversely, the lever of capitalist accumulation. Indeed, it becomes a condition for the existence of the capitalist mode of production. It forms a disposable industrial reserve army, which belongs to C8. Pital just as absolutely as if the latter had bred it at its own cost. Independently of the limits of the actual increase of population, it creates a mass of human material always ready for exploitation by capital in the interests of capital's own changing valorization requirements. With accumulation and the development of the productivity on the increase of circulating, and not of fixed capital. Were it true that the proportion between these two sorts of capital is the same at all times, and in all circumstances, then, indeed, it follows that the number of laborers employed is in proportion to the wealth of the state. But such a proposition has not the semblance of probability. As arts are cultivated, and civilization is extended, fixed capital bears a larger and larger proportion to circulating capital. The amount of fixed capital employed in the production of a piece of British muslin is at least 100, probably 1,000 times greater than that employed in a similar piece of Indian muslin. And the proportion of circulating capital is 100 or 1,000 times less. The whole of the annual savings, added to the fixed capital, would have no effect in increasing the demand for labor. John Barton, Observations on the Circumstances which Influence the Condition of the Laboring Classes of Society. London, 1817, pp. 161-7. The same cause which may increase the net revenue of the country may at the same time render the population redundant, and deteriorate the condition of the laborer. Ricardo. Op. Cit. Page 469. With the increase of capital, the demand for labor will be in a diminishing ratio. T. Ibid. Page 480, n. The amount of capital devoted to the maintenance of labor may vary, independently of any changes in the whole amount of capital. Great fluctuations in the amount of employment and great suffering may become more frequent as capital itself becomes more plentiful. Richard Jones. An Introductory Lecture on Political Economy. London, 1833, page 12. Demand, T. for labor, will rise, not in proportion to the accumulation of the general capital. Every augmentation, therefore, in the national stock destined for reproduction, comes, in the progress of society, to have less and less influence upon the condition of the laborer. Ramsay, Op. Cit. pp.90-91. The general law of capitalist accumulation 785 of labor that accompanies it, capital's power of sudden expansion also grows. It grows, not merely because the elasticity of the capital already functioning increases, not merely because the absolute wealth of society expands, and capital only forms an elastic part of this, not merely because credit, under every special stimulus, at once places an unusual part of this wealth at the disposal of production in the form of additional capital. It grows also because the technical conditions of the production process, machinery, means of transport, etc., themselves now make possible a very rapid transformation of masses of surplus product into additional means of production. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation and capable of being transformed into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production, whose market suddenly expands, or into newly formed branches, such as railways, etc., which now become necessary as a result of the further development of the old branches. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of suddenly throwing great masses of men into the decisive areas without doing any damage to the scale of production in other spheres. The surplus population supplies these masses. The path characteristically described by modern industry, which takes the form of a decennial cycle interrupted by smaller oscillations, of periods of average activity, production at high pressure, crisis, and stagnation, depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army or surplus population. In their turn, the varying phases of the industrial cycle recruit the surplus population, and become one of the most energetic agencies for its reproduction. This peculiar cyclical path of modern industry, which occurs in no earlier period of human history, was also impossible when capitalist production was in its infancy. The composition of capital at that time underwent only very gradual changes. By and large, therefore, the proportional growth in the demand for labor has corresponded to the accumulation of capital. Even though the advance of accumulation was slow in comparison with that of the modem epoch, it came up against a natural barrier in the shape of the exploitable working population. This barrier could only be swept away by the violent means we shall discuss later. The expansion by fits and starts of the scale of production is the precondition for its equally sudden contraction. The latter again evokes the former, but the former is impossible without disposable 786 the process of accumulation of capital human material, without an increase in the number of workers, which must occur independently of the absolute growth of the population. This increase is effected by the simple process that constantly sets free a part of the working class, by methods which lessen the number of workers employed in proportion to the increased production. Modern industry's whole form of motion therefore depends on the constant transformation of a part of the working population into unemployed or semi-employed hands. The superficiality of political economy shows itself in the fact that it views the expansion and contraction of credit as the cause of the periodic alternations in the industrial cycle, whereas it is a mere symptom of them. Just as the heavenly bodies always repeat a Toyne movement, once they have been flung into it, so also does social production, once it has been flung into this movement of alternate expansion and contraction. Effects become causes in their turn, and the various vicissitudes of the whole process, which always reproduces its own conditions, take on the form of periodicity. Asterisk. When this periodicity has once become consolidated, even political economy sees that the production of a relative surplus population, i.e. a population surplus in relation to capital's average requirements for valorization, is a necessary condition for modern industry. Suppose, says H. Merivale, formerly professor of political economy at Oxford, and later unemployed at the Colonial Office, suppose that, on the occasion of some of these crises, the nation were to rouse itself to the effort of getting rid by emigration of some hundreds of thousands of superfluous arms, what would be the consequence? That, at the first returning demand for labor. The following passage is inserted at this point in the French edition, but only after mechanical industry had struck root so deeply that it exerted a preponderant influence on the whole of national production. Only after foreign trade began to predominate over internal trade, thanks to mechanical industry. Only after the world market had successively annexed extensive areas of the New World, Asia and Australia, and Fina Ili, only after a sufficient number of industrial nations had entered the arena. Only after all this had happened can one date the repeated self-perpetuating cycles, whose successive phases embrace years, and always culminate in a general crisis, which is the end of one cycle and the starting point of another. Until now the duration of these cycles has been 10 or 11 years, but there is no reason to consider this duration as constant. On the contrary, we ought to conclude, on the basis of the laws of capitalist production as we have just expounded them, that the duration is variable, and that the length of the cycles will gradually diminish. Single quote. The general law of capitalist accumulation 787 there would be a deficiency. However rapid reproduction may be, it takes, at all events, the space of a generation to replace the loss of adult labor. Now, the profits of our manufacturers depend mainly on the power of making use of the prosperous moment when demand is brisk, and thus compensating themselves for the interval during which it is slack. This power is secured to them only by the command of machinery and of manual labor. They must have hands ready by them, they must be able to increase the activity of their operations when required, and to slacken it again, according to the state of the market, or they cannot possibly maintain that pre-eminence in the race of competition on which the wealth of the country is founded. 14 Even Malthus recognizes that a surplus population is a necessity of modem industry, although he explains this, in his narrow fashion, not by saying that part of the working population has been rendered relatively superfluous, but by referring to its excessive growth. He says, prudential habits with regard to marriage, carried to a considerable extent among the laboring class of a country mainly depending upon manufactures and commerce, might injure it. From the nature of a population, an increase of laborers cannot be brought into market in consequence of a particular demand till after the lapse of 16 or 18 years, and the conversion of revenue into capital, by saving, may take place much more rapidly. A country is always liable to an increase in the quantity of the funds for the maintenance of labor faster than the increase of population. Ls. After political economy has thus declared that the constant production of a relative surplus population of workers is a necessity of capitalist accumulation, she very aptly adopts the shape of an old maid and puts into the mouth of her ideal capitalist the following words addressed to the redundant workers who have been thrown onto the streets by their own creation of additional capital. We manufacturers do what we can for you, whilst we are increasing that capital on which you 14. H. Merivale, Lectures on Colonization and Colonies, London, 1841, Volume 1, page 146. Is. Malthus, Principles of Political Economy, pp. 21s, 319-20. In this work Malthus finally discovers, with the help of Sismondi, the beautiful trinity of capitalist production, overproduction, overpopulation and overconsumption. Three very delicate monsters, indeed. Cf. F. Engels, Umries zu einer Kritik der Nationalökonomie, Op. Cit. Page 107 feet. English translation, pp. 437-40. 788 The process of accumulation of capital must subsist, and you must do the rest by accommodating your numbers to the means of subsistence. 16 Capitalist production can by no means content itself with the quantity of disposable labor power which the natural increase of population yields. It requires for its unrestricted activity an industrial reserve army which is independent of these natural limits. We have so far assumed that the increase or diminution of the variable capital corresponds precisely with the increase or diminution of the number of workers employed. But the number of workers under the command of capital may remain the same, or even fall, while the variable capital increases. This is the case if the individual worker provides more labor, and his wages thus increase, although the price of labor remains the same or even falls, only more slowly than the mass of labor rises. Increase of variable capital, in this case, becomes an index of more labor, but not of more workers employed. It is the absolute interest of every capitalist to extort a given quantity of labor out of a smaller rather than a greater number of workers, if the cost is about the same. In the latter case, the outlay of constant capital increases in proportion to the mass of labor set in motion. In the former, that increase is much smaller. The more extended the scale of production, the more decisive is this motive. Its force increases with the accumulation of capital. We have seen that the development of the capitalist mode of production, and of the productivity of labor, which is at once the cause and the effect of accumulation, enables the capitalist, with the same outlay of variable capital, to set in motion more labor by greater exploitation, extensive or intensive, of each individual labor power. We have further seen that the capitalist buys with the same capital a greater mass of labor power, as he progressively replaces skilled workers by less skilled, mature labor power by immature, male by female, that of adults by that of young persons or children. On the one hand, therefore, with the progress of accumulation, a larger variable capital sets more labor in motion without enlisting more workers. On the other, a variable capital of the same magnitude sets in motion more labor with the same mass of labor power. And, finally, a greater number of inferior labor powers is set in motion by the displacement of more skilled labor powers. 16. Harriet Martineau, A Manchester Strike, 1832, page 101. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 789. The production of a relative surplus population, or the setting free of workers, therefore proceeds still more rapidly than the technical transformation of the process of production that accompanies the advance of accumulation and is accelerated by it, and more rapidly than the corresponding diminution of the variable part of capital as compared with the constant. If the means of production, as they increase in extent and effective power, become to a lesser extent means for employing workers, this relation is itself in turn modified by the fact that in proportion as the productivity of labor increases, capital increases its supply of labor more quickly than its demand for workers. The overwork of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of its reserve, while, conversely, the greater pressure that the reserve by its competition exerts on the employed workers forces them to submit to overwork and subjects them to the dictates of capital. The condemnation of one part of the working class to enforced idleness by the overwork of the other part, and vice versa, becomes a means of enriching the individual capitalists. 17 and accelerates at the same time the production of the industrial reserve army on a 17. Even in the cotton famine of 1863, we find, in a pamphlet by the cotton spinning operatives of Blackburn, fierce denunciations of overwork, which of course only affected adult male workers, as a result of the Factory Act. The adult operatives at this millie have been asked to work from 12 to 13 hours per day, while there are hundreds who are compelled to be idle who would willingly work partial time, in order to maintain their families and save their brethren from a premature grave through being overworked. We, it goes on to say, would ask if the practice of working overtime by a number of hands is likely to create a good feeling between masters and servants. Those who are worked overtime feel the injustice equally with those who are condemned to forced idleness. There is in the district almost sufficient work to give to all partial employment if fairly distributed. We are only asking what is right in requesting the masters generally to pursue a system of short hours, particularly until a better state of things begins to dawn upon us, rather than to work a portion of the hands overtime, while others, for want of work, are compelled to exist upon charity. Reports of the inspectors of factories. The 31st of October 1863, page .8. The author of the essay on Trade and Commerce grasps the effect of a relative surplus population on the employed workers with his usual unerring bourgeois instinct. Another cause of idleness in this kingdom is the want of a sufficient number of laboring hands. Whenever from an extraordinary demand for manufactures, labor grows scarce, the laborers feel their own consequence, and will make their masters feel it likewise. It is amazing, but so depraved are the dispositions of these people, that in such cases a set of workmen have combined to distress the employer by idling a whole day together. Essay_etc. pp. 27-8. Those fellows were actually asking for a wage increase. 790. The process of accumulation of capital scale corresponding with the progress of social accumulation. The importance of this element in the formation of the relative surplus population is shown by the example of England. Her technical means for the saving of labor are colossal. Nevertheless, if tomorrow morning labor were universally to be reduced to a rational amount, and proportioned to the different sections of the working class according to age and sex, the available working population would be absolutely insufficient to carry on the nation's production on its present scale. The great majority of the now unproductive workers would have to be turned into productive ones. Taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army, and this in turn corresponds to the periodic alternations of the industrial cycle. They are not therefore determined by the variations of the absolute numbers of the working population, but by the varying proportions in which the working class is divided into an active army and a reserve army, by the increase or diminution in the relative amount of the surplus population, by the extent to which it is alternately absorbed and set free. The appropriate law for modern industry, with its decennial cycles and periodic phases which, as accumulation advances, are complicated by irregular oscillations following each other more and more quickly, is the law of the regulation of the demand and supply of labor by the alternate expansion and contraction of capital, i.e. by the level of capital's valorization requirements at the relevant moment, the labor market sometimes appearing relatively undersupplied because capital is expanding, and sometimes relatively oversupplied because it is contracting. It would be utterly absurd, in place of this, to lay down a law according to which the movement of capital depended simply on the movement of the population. Yet this is the dogma of the economists. According to them, wages rise as a result of the accumulation of capital. Higher wages stimulate the working population to more rapid multiplication, and this goes on until the labor market becomes oversupplied, and hence capital becomes insufficient in relation to the supply of labor. Wages fall, and now we have the obverse side of the medal. The working population is, little by little, decimated by the fall in wages, so that capital is again in excess in relation to the workers, or, as others explain it, the fall in wages and the corresponding increase in the exploitation of them. The general law of capitalist accumulation 791 workers again accelerates accumulation, while, at the same time, the lower wages hold the growth of the working class in check. Then the time comes round again when the supply of labor is less than the demand, wages rise, and so on. This would indeed be a beautiful form of motion for developed capitalist production. Before the rise in wages could produce any positive increase of the population really fit for work, the deadline would long since have passed within which the industrial campaign would have to have been carried through, and the battle fought to a conclusive finish. Between 1849 and 1859 a rise of wages which was in practice merely nominal, although it was accompanied by a fall in the price of corn, took place in the English agricultural districts. In Wiltshire, for example, the weekly wage rose from 7s to 8s, in Dorsetshire it rose from 7s, or 8s, to 9s, and so on. This was the result of an unusual exodus of the agricultural surplus population caused by wartime demands, and by the vast extension of railways, factories, mines, etc. The lower the wage, the higher is the proportion in which even a very insignificant increase is expressed. If the weekly wage, for instance, is 20s, and it rises to 22s, that is a rise of 10%, but if it is only 7s, and it rises to 9s, that is a rise of 28%, which sounds very fine. Anyway, the farmers howled, and the London Economist, with reference to these starvation wages, prattled quite seriously of a general and substantial advance. 18. What did the farmers do now? Did they wait until the agricultural laborers had so increased and multiplied as a result of this splendid remuneration that their wages had to fall again, which is the way things are supposed to happen according to the dogmatic economic brain? No, they introduced more machinery, and in a moment the laborers were redundant, again to a degree satisfactory even to the farmers. There was now more capital laid out in agriculture than before, and in a more productive form. With this the demand for labor fell, not only relatively, but absolutely. The economic fiction we have been dealing with confuses the laws that regulate the general movement of wages, or the ratio between the working class, i.e. the total sum of labor power, and the total social capital, with the laws that distribute the working. 18. The Economist, the 21st of January 1860. The Crimean War took place between 1854 and 1856. 792 The process of accumulation of capital population over the different spheres of production. If, for example, owing to a favorable conjuncture, accumulation in a particular sphere of production becomes especially active, and profits in it, being greater than the average profits, attract additional capital, then of course the demand for labor rises, and wages rise as well. The higher wages draw a larger part of the working population into the more favored sphere until it is glutted with labor power, and wages at length fall again to their average level or below it, if the pressure is too great. At that point, the influx of workers into the branch of industry in question not only ceases, but gives place to an outflow of workers. Here the political economist thinks he can grasp the situation. He thinks he can see an absolute diminution of workers accompanying an increase of wages, and a diminution of wages accompanying an absolute increase of workers. But he really sees only the local oscillations of the labor market in a particular sphere of production. He sees only the phenomena which accompany the distribution of the working population into the different spheres of outlay of capital, according to its varying needs. The industrial reserve army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active army of workers. During the periods of overproduction and feverish activity, it puts a curb on their pretensions. The relative surplus population is therefore the background against which the law of the demand and supply of labor does its work. It confines the field of action of this law to the limits absolutely convenient to capital's drive to exploit and dominate the workers. This is the place to return to one of the great exploits of economic apologetics. It will be remembered that if through the introduction of new machinery, or the extension of old, a portion of variable capital is transformed into constant capital, the economic apologist interprets this operation, which fixes capital and by that very act, sets free workers in exactly the opposite way, pretending that capital is thereby set free, or the workers. Only now can one evaluate the true extent of the effrontery of these apologists. Not only are the workers directly turned out by the machines set free, but so are their future replacements in the rising generation, as well as the additional contingent which, with the usual extension of business on its old basis, would regularly be absorbed. They are now all set free, and every new bit of capital looking round for a function can take advantage of them, whether it attracts them or. The general law of capitalist accumulation 793 others, the effect on the general demand for labor will be nil, if this capital is just sufficient to take out of the market as many workers as the machines threw into it. If it employs a smaller number, the number of redundant workers increases. If it employs a greater, the general demand for labor increases only to the extent of the excess of the employed over those set free. The impulse that additional capital seeking an outlet would otherwise have given to the general demand for labor is therefore in every case neutralized until the supply of workers thrown out of employment by the machine has been exhausted. That is to say, the mechanism of capitalist production takes care that the absolute increase of capital is not accompanied by a corresponding rise in the general demand for labor. And the apologist calls this a compensation for the misery, the sufferings, the possible death of the displaced workers during the transitional period when they are banished into the industrial reserve army. The demand for labor is not identical with increase of capital, nor is supply of labor identical with increase of the working class. It is not a case of two independent forces working on each other. Les Descentes Pipes. Asterisk. Capital acts on both sides at once. If its accumulation on the one hand increases the demand for labor, it increases on the other the supply of workers by setting them free, while at the same time the pressure of the unemployed compels those who are employed to furnish more labor, and therefore makes the supply of labor to a certain extent independent of the supply of workers. The movement of the law of supply and demand of labor on this basis completes the despotism of capital. Thus, as soon as the workers learn the secret of why it happens that the more they work, the more alien wealth they produce, and that the more the productivity of their labor increases, the more does their very function as a means for the valorization of capital become precarious. As soon as they discover that the degree of intensity of the competition amongst themselves depends wholly on the pressure of the relative surplus population, as soon as, by setting up trade unions, etc., they try to organize planned cooperation between the employed and the unemployed in order to obviate or to weaken the ruinous effects of this natural law of capitalist production on their class, so soon does capital and its sycophant, political economy, cry out at the infringible, lent of the eternal, and so to speak, sacred law of supply and demand. Every combination between employed, the dice are loaded. 794 The process of accumulation of capital in unemployed disturbs the pure action of this law. But on the other hand, as soon as, in the colonies, for example, adverse circumstances prevent the creation of an industrial reserve army, and with it the absolute dependence of the working class upon the capitalist class, capital, along with its platitudinous Sancho Panza, rebels against the sacred law of supply and demand, and tries to make up for its inadequacies by forcible means. 4. Different forms of existence of the relative surplus population. The general law of capitalist accumulation, the relative surplus population, exists in all kinds of forms. Every worker belongs to it during the time when he is only partially employed or wholly unemployed. Leaving aside the large-scale and periodically recurring forms that the changing phases of the industrial cycle impress in it, so that it sometimes appears acute, in times of crisis, and sometimes chronic, in times when business is slack, we can identify three forms which it always possesses: the floating, the latent, and the stagnant. In the centers of modern industry, factories, workshops, ironworks, mines, etc., the workers are sometimes repelled, sometimes attracted again in greater masses, so that the number of those employed increases on the whole, although in a constantly decreasing proportion to the scale of production. Here the surplus population exists in the floating form. Both in the factories proper, and in the large workshops, where machinery enters as one factor, or even where no more than a division of labor of a modern type has been put into operation, large numbers of male workers are employed up to the age of maturity, but not beyond. Once they reach maturity, only a very small number continue to find employment in the same branches of industry, while the majority are regularly dismissed. This majority forms an element of the floating surplus population, which grows with the extension of those branches of industry. Some of these workers emigrate. In fact, they are merely following capital, which has itself emigrated. A further consequence is that the female population grows more rapidly than the male. Witness England. That the natural increase of the number of workers does not satisfy the requirements of the accumulation of capital, and yet, at the same time, exceeds those requirements, is a contra. The general law of capitalist accumulation 795 diction inherent in capital's very movement. Capital demands more youthful workers, fewer adults. This contradiction is no more glaring than the other contradiction, namely that a shortage of hands is complained of, while, at the same time, many thousands are out of work, because the division of labor chains them to a particular branch of industry. 19 Moreover, the consumption of labor power by capital is so rapid that the worker has already more or less completely lived himself out when he is only halfway through his life. He falls into the ranks of the surplus population, or is thrust down from a higher to a lower step in the scale. It is precisely among the workers in large-scale industry that we meet with the shortest life expectancy. Dr. Lee, medical officer of health for Manchester, stated that the average age at death of the Manchester upper middle class was 38 years, while the average age at death of the labouring class was 17. While at Liverpool those figures were represented as 35 against 15. It thus appeared that the well-to-do classes had a lease of life which was more than double the value of that which fell to the lot of the less favoured citizens. 20. Under these circumstances, the absolute increase of this section of the proletariat must take a form which swells their numbers, despite the rapid wastage of their individual elements. Hence, rapid replacement of one generation of workers by another, this law does not hold for the other classes of the population. This social requirement is met by early marriages, which are a necessary consequence of the conditions in which workers in large-scale industry live, and by the premium that the exploitation of the workers' children sets on their production. As soon as capitalist production takes possession of agriculture, and in proportion to the extent to which it does so, the demand for a rural working population falls absolutely, while the accumulation of the capital employed in agriculture advances, without this repulsion being compensated for by a greater attraction of workers. 19. During the last 6 months of 1866, 80–90,000 people in London were thrown out of work. This is what the factory report for that same half year says. It does not appear absolutely true to say that demand will always produce sup jy just at the moment when it is needed. It has not always done so with a bore, for much machinery has been idle last year for want of hands. Single quote. Reports of the Inspectors of Factories. The 31st of October 1866. Page 81, 20. Added by N.G. S. to the third German edition. Opening address to the Sanitary Conference. Birmingham. The 14th of January 1875, by J. Chamberlain, at that time Mayor of Birmingham, and now, 1883, President of the Board of Trade. 796. The process of accumulation of capital is as the case in non-agricultural industries. Part of the agricultural population is therefore constantly on the point of passing over into an urban or manufacturing proletariat, and on the lookout for opportunities to complete this transformation. The term manufacture is used here to cover all non-agricultural industries. 21. There is thus a constant flow from this source of the relative surplus population. But the constant movement towards the towns presupposes, in the countryside itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which only becomes evident at those exceptional times when its distribution channels are wide open. The wages of the agricultural laborer are therefore reduced to a minimum, and he always stands with one foot already in the swamp of. Pauperism. The third category of the relative surplus population is the stagnant population. This forms a part of the active labor army, but with extremely irregular employment. Hence it offers capital an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class, and it is precisely this which makes it a broad foundation for special branches of capitalist exploitation. It is characterized by a maximum of working time and a minimum of wages. We have already become familiar with its chief form under the rubric of domestic industry. It is constantly recruited from workers in large-scale industry and agriculture who have become redundant, and a spec-I ally from those decaying branches of industry where handicraft is giving way to manufacture, and manufacture to machinery. Its extent grows in proportion as, with the growth in the extent and energy of accumulation, the creation of a surplus population also advances. But it forms at the same time a self-reproducing and self-perpetuating element one end of the working class, taking a proportionally greater part in the general increase of that class than the other elements. In fact, not only the number of births and deaths, but the 21. The 781 towns enumerated in the Census of England and Wales for 1861 contained 10,960,998 inhabitants, while the villages and country parishes contained 9,105,226. In 1851, 580 towns were distinguished, and the population in them and in the surrounding country was nearly equal. But while in the subsequent 10 years the population in the villages and the country increased 500,000, the population in the 580 towns increased by 1.5 million, 1,554,067. The increase of the population of the country parishes is 6.5%, and of the towns 17.3%. The difference in the rates of increase is due to the migration from country to town. 3/4 of the total increase of population has taken place in the towns, census, etc., Volume 3, pp. 11–12. The general law of capitalist accumulation 797 absolute size of families stands in inverse proportion to the level of wages, and therefore to the amount of the means of subsistence at the disposal of different categories of worker. This law of capitalist society would sound absurd to savages, or even to civilized colonists. It calls to mind the boundless reproduction of animals individually weak and constantly hunted down. 22. Finally, the lowest sediment of the relative surplus population dwells in the sphere of pauperism. Apart from vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, in short the actual lemon proletariat, this social stratum consists of 3 categories. First, those able to work. One need only glance superficially at the statistics of English pauperism to find that the quantity of paupers increases with every crisis of trade, and diminishes with every revival. Second, orphans and pauper children. These are candidates for the Industrial Reserve Army, and in times of great prosperity, such as the year 1860, for instance, they are enrolled in the army of active workers both speedily and in large numbers. Third, the demoralized, the ragged, and those unable to work, chiefly people who succumb to their incapacity for adaptation, an incapacity which results from the division of labor. People who have lived beyond the worker's average lifespan, and the victims of industry, whose number increases with the growth of dangerous machinery, of mines, chemical works, etc., the mutilated, the sickly, the widows, etc. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the Industrial Reserve Army. Its production is included in that of the relative surplus population, its necessity is implied by their necessity. Along with the surplus population, pauperism forms a condition of capitalist production and of the capitalist development of wealth. It forms part of the faux J rais asterisk of capitalist production. But, capital usually knows how to transfer these from its own shoulders to those of the working class and the petty bourgeoisie. 22. Poverty seems favorable to generation. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations. BKICH. 8. Indeed, according to the gallant and witty Abbe Galliani, this is a specia 11y wise arrangement made by God. God has decreed that the men who carry on the most useful crafts should be born in abundant numbers. Gahani, Op. Cit. Page 78. Misery up to the extreme point of famine and pestilence, instead of checking, tends to increase population, lawing. National Distress, 1844, page 69. After Lawing has I-11 illustrated this by statistics, he continues, if the people were A-11 in easy circumstances, the world would soon be depopulated. Incidental expenses. 798 The process of accumulation of capital, the greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the greater the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productivity of its labor, the greater is the Industrial Reserve Army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital also develop the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the Industrial Reserve Army thus increases with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to the amount of torture it has to undergo in the form of labor. The more extensive, finally, the pauperized sections of the working class in the Industrial Reserve Army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. We can now understand the foolishness of the economic wisdom which preaches to the workers that they should adapt their numbers to the valorization requirements of capital. The mechanism of capitalist production and accumulation itself constantly affects this adjustment. The first word of this adaptation is the creation of a relative surplus population, or Industrial Reserve Army. Its last word is the misery of constantly expanding strata of the active army of labor, and the dead weight of pauperism. On the basis of capitalism, a system in which the worker does not employ the means of production, but the means of production employ the worker, the law by which a constantly increasing quantity of means of production may be set in motion by a progressively diminishing expenditure of human power, thanks to the advance in the productivity of social labor, undergoes a complete inversion, and is expressed thus. The higher the productivity of labor, the greater is the pressure of the workers on the means of employment, the more precarious therefore becomes the condition for their existence, namely the sale of their own labor power for the increase of alien wealth, or in other words the self-valorization of capital. The fact that the means of production and the productivity of labor increase more rapidly than the productive population expresses itself, therefore, under capitalism, in the inverse form that the working population always increases more rapidly than the valorization requirements of capital. We saw in Part 4, when analyzing the production of relative. The general law of capitalist accumulation 799 surplus value, that within the capitalist system all methods for raising the social productivity of labor are put into effect at the cost of the individual worker, that all means for the development of production undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become means of domination and exploitation of the producers. They distort the worker into a fragment of a man, they degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, they destroy the actual content of his labor by turning it into a torment. They alienate from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They deform the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time, and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes, conversely, a means for the development of those methods. It follows therefore that in proportion as capital accumulates, the situation of the worker, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. Finally, the law which always holds the relative surplus population or Industrial Reserve Army in equilibrium with the extent and energy of AC accumulation rivets the worker to capital more firmly than the wedges of Hephaestus held Prometheus to the rock. It makes an accumulation of misery a necessary condition, corresponding to the accumulation of wealth. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization and moral degradation at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. This antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation 23 is enunciated in various forms by political economists, although they lump it together with other phenomena which are admit 23. From day to day it thus becomes clearer that the relations of production in which the bourgeoisie moves do not have a simple, uniform character but rather a dual one. That in the same relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is produced also. That in the same relations in which there is a development of the forces of production, there is also the development of a repressive force. That these relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e. the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continua. Why annihilating the wealth of the individual members of this class and by producing an ever-growing proletariat? Karl Marx, Misere de, a Phi, O Sophie, page 116, English edition, page 107. 800 The process of accumulation of capital tedly to some extent analogous, but nevertheless essentially distinct, since they appear only in pre-capitalist modes of production. The Venetian monk Ortiz, one of the great economic writers of the 18th century, regards the antagonism of capitalist production as a universal natural law of social wealth. In the economy of a nation, advantages and evils always balance each other. If bene ed il male economico in una nazione sempre alitessa misura. The abundance of wealth with some people is always equal to the lack of wealth with others, ia copia dei beni in alcuni sempre egale alia mancanza di essi in altri. The great riches of a small number are always accompanied by the absolute deprivation of the essential necessities of life for many others. The wealth of a nation corresponds with its population, and its misery corresponds with its wealth. Diligence in some compels idleness in others. The poor and idle are a necessary consequence of the rich and active. Single quote. And so on. 24 About 10 years after Ortiz, the High Church Protestant parson, Townsend, glorified misery as a necessary condition of wealth in a thoroughly brutal way. Legal constraint, to labor, is attended with too much trouble, violence, and noise. Whereas hunger is not only a peaceable, silent, unremitted pressure, but is the most natural motive to industry and labor, it calls forth the most powerful exertions. Everything therefore depends on making hunger permanent among the working class, and this is provided for, according to Townsend, by the principle of population, which is especially applicable to the poor. It seems to be a law of nature that the poor should be to a certain degree improvident, i.e. so improvident as to be born without silver spoons in their mouths, that there may always be some to fulfill the most servile, the most sordid, and the most ignoble offices in the community. The stock of human happiness is thereby much increased, whilst the more delicate are not only relieved from drudgery, but are left at liberty without interruption to pursue those callings which are suited to their various dispositions. It, the poor law, tends to destroy the harmony and beauty, the symmetry and order of that system which God and nature have established in the world. 25 If the Venetian monk found in the 24. G. Ortiz. Della Economia Nazionale Libri Se, 1777. In Custodi, Parti Moderna. Volume 21. pp. 6, 9.22, 25, etc. Ortiz says. Op. Cit. Page 32. Instead of projecting useless systems for achieving the happiness of peoples, I shall limit myself to investigating the reasons for their unhappiness. 25. A dissertation on the poor laws. By a well-wisher of mankind, the general law of capitalist accumulation 801 fatal destiny that makes misery eternal a justification for the existence of Christian charity, celibacy, monasteries and pious foundations, the beneficed Protestant finds in it a pretext for condemning the laws by which the poor possessed a right to a miser-able amount of public relief. The progress of social wealth, says Stork, begets this useful class of society, which performs the most wearisome, the vilest, the most disgusting functions, which, in a word, takes on its shoulders all that is disagreeable and servile in life, and procures thus for other classes leisure, serenity of mind and conventional, c'est bon, raw dignity of character. 26 Stork then asks himself what the actual advantage is of this capitalist civilization, with its misery and its degradation of the masses, as compared with barbarism. He can find only one answer: security. Thanks to the advance of industry and science, says Sismondi, every worker can produce every day much more than he needs to consume. But at the same time, while his labor produces wealth, that wealth would, were he called on to consume it himself, make him less fit for labor. According to him, non-workers, would probably prefer to do without all artistic perfection, and all the enjoyments that industry procures for us, if it were necessary that all should buy them by constant toil like that of the worker. Exertion today is separated from its recompense. It is not the same man that first works, and then reposes, but it is because the one works that the other rests. The indefinite multiplication of the productive powers of labor can have no other. Reverend J. Townsend, 1786, republished London, 1817, pp. 15, 39, 41. This delicate parson, from whose work just quoted, as while as from his journey through Spain, Malthus often copies whole pages, himself borrowed the greater part of his doctrine from Sir James Stewart, though distorting Stewart's views in the process. For example, Stewart says, Here, in slavery, was a forcible method of making mankind diligent in the interests of the non-workers. Men were then forced to work, i.e. to work for others without return, because they were slaves of others. Men are now forced to work, i.e. to work for non-workers without return, because they are the slaves of their necessities. But, unlike our fat benefice holder, he does not conclude from this that the wage laborer must always go fasting. He wishes, on the contrary, to multiply their needs, and to make the increasing number of their needs a stimulus to their labor on behalf of the more delicate. 26. Stork, Op. Cit. Volume 3, page 223. Sir James Stewart, An Inquiry into the Principia of Political Economy, Volume 1, Dublin, 1770, pp. 39-40. 802. The process of accumulation of capital results in the increase of luxury and enjoyment on the part of the idle rich. 2. 7. And finally, that fish-blooded bourgeois doctrinaire Destot de Tracy makes the point in the most brutal fashion. In poor nations the people are comfortable, in rich nations they are generally poor. 28.5. Il ustra tions of the general law op capitalist accumulation. England from 1846 to 1866. No period of modern society is so favorable for the study of capitalist accumulation as the period of the last 20 years. It is as if Fortunatus's purse had been discovered. But of all countries England again provides the classical example, because it holds the foremost place in the world market, because capitalist production is fully developed only in England, and finally because the introduction of the free trade millennium since 1846 has cut off the last retreat of vulgar economics. We have already sufficiently indicated the titanic progress of production in Part 4. In fact, in the latter half of the 20-year period under discussion it has gone far beyond its progress in the former half. Although the absolute growth of the English population in the last half-century has been very great, the relative increase or rate of growth has fallen constantly, as is shown by the following table, borrowed from the census, which gives the average annual increase of the population of England and Wales over successive 10-year periods: 1811, 21, 1821, 31, 1831, 41, 1841, 51, 1851, 61. Percent 1.5331.4461.3261.2161 foot 141.27. Sismondi, Op. Cit. pp. 79-80, ss. 28. Destot de Tracy, Op. Cit. Page 231. Les nations pauvres, c'est un que oil ie pupil est sun que, et les nations riches, c'est it, ou il est ordinairement pauvre. Single quote. See above, p. s. 86. The general law of capitalist accumulation 803. Let us now, on the other hand, consider the increase of wealth. Here the movement of profits, ground rent, etc., which are subject to income tax, provides the surest basis. The increase of profits liable to income tax in Great Britain from 1853 to 1864, farmers and some other categories not included, amounted to 50.47%, or an annual average of 4.58%, 29, while the population itself increased during the same period by about 12%. The augmentation of the rent of land subject to taxation, including houses, railways, mines, fisheries, etc., amounted for 1853 to 1864 to 38%, or 312% annually. Under this heading, the following categories show the greatest increase: 30% excess of annual income of 1864 over that of 1853. Percentage increase per year: houses, quarries, mines, ironworks, fisheries, gasworks, railways. 38.60884.7668.8539.9257.37 3.507.706.263.635.2111.457.57. If we compare the years from 1853 to 1864 in 3 sets of 4 consecutive years each, the rate of increase of these incomes accelerates constantly. Incomes arising from profits increased between 1853 and 1857 at 1.73% a year, 1857 to 61, 2 feet 74%, and 1861 to 4.930% a year. The sum of the incomes of the United Kingdom that come under the income tax was, in 1856, £307,068,898, in 1859, £328,127,416, in 1862, £351,745,241, in 1863, £359,142,897, in 1864, £362,462,279, in 1865, £385,530,020. 3129. 10th Report of the Commissioners of H.M. Inland Revenue, London, 1866, page 38, 30, Ibid. 31. These figures are sufficient for comparison, but taken absolutely they are false, since some £100 million of income is not declared every year. The complaints of the Inn and Revenue Commissioners about systematic fraud, especially on the part of the commercial and industrial classes, are repeated in each of their reports. For example, A joint stock company returns £6,000 as assessable profits, the surveyor raises the amount to £88,000, and upon that sum duty is ultimately paid. Another company which returns £190,000 is Fina Aili compelled to admit that the true return should be £250,000 feet, IBID. Page 42. 804 The process of accumulation of capital. The accumulation of capital was accompanied at the same time by its concentration and centralization. Although no official statistics of agriculture existed for England, they did for Ireland, they were voluntarily given in 10 counties. It emerged from these statistics that between 1851 and 1861 the number of farms of less than 100 acres had fallen from 31,583 to 26,597, so that 5,016 had been thrown together into larger farms. 32 From 1815 to 1825 no personal estate of more than £1 million came under the succession duty. From 1825 to 1855, however, 8 did, and from 1856 to June 1859, i.e. in 4 years, 4 did. 33 The centralization will best be seen, however, from a short analysis of the income tax schedule D, profits, exclusive of farms, etc., in the years 1864 and 1865. I note in advance that incomes from this source pay income tax on everything over £60. These taxable incomes amounted in England, Wales and Scotland in 1864 to £95,844,222, and in 1865 to £105,435,579. 34 The number of persons taxed was, in 1864, 308,416 out of a population of 23,891,009. In 1865, 332,431 out of a population of 24,127,003. The following table shows the distribution of these incomes in the 2 years, year ending. Year ending S-April 11,864.
S-Апрель 11865 income.
Persons income. Persons from profits. From profits pound. Pound total income of persons in this category.
95 844 222. 308,416 105 435 738 332,431 тысячная. 57 028 289. 23,334 тысячных. 64 554 297. 24,265 тысячных. 36 415 225. 3,619 тысячных. 42 535 576. 4,21 тысячная. 22 809 781. 832. 27 555 313. 973. 8 744 762. 91. 11 077 238.
107 In 1855 there were produced in the United Kingdom 61,543,079 tons of coal, of value £16,113,167. In 1864, 92,787,873 tons, of 32. Census, etc., OPCIT. Page .29. John Bright's assertion that 150 landlords own half the soil of England, and 12 own half the soil of Scotland, has never been refuted. 33. Fourth Report of the Commissioners of H.M. and Revenue, London, 1860, page 17, 34. These are the net incomes after certain legally authorized abatements. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 805 value £23,197,968. In 1855, 3,218,154 tons of pig iron, of value £8,045,385. In 1864, 4,767,951 tons, of value £11,919,877. In 1854 the length of railways in use in the United Kingdom was 8,054 miles, with a paid-up capital of £286,068,794. In 1864 the length was 12,789 miles, with a paid-up capital of £425,719,613. In 1854 the total sum of the exports and imports of the United Kingdom was £268,210,145. In 1865, £489,923,285. The following table shows the movement of exports. 1846. £58,842,377. 1849. £63,596,052. 1856. £115,826,948. 1860. £135,842,817. 1865. £165,862,402. 1866. £188,917,563.35. After these few examples, one understands the cry of triumph uttered by the Registrar General. Rapidly as the population has increased, it has not kept pace with the progress of industry and wealth. 36. Let us now turn to the direct agents of this industry, or the producers of this wealth, the working class. It is one of the most melancholy features in the social state of this country, says Gladstone, that we see, beyond the possibility of denial, that while there is at this moment a decrease in the consuming powers of the people, an increase of the pressure of privations and distress, upon the working class, there is at the same time a constant accumulation of wealth in the upper classes, an increase of the luxuriousness of their habits, and of their means of enjoyment, and a constant increase of capital. 37. Thus spake this unctuous minister in the House of Commons on the 13th of February 1843. On the 16th of April 1863, 20 years later, in the speech in which he introduced his budget, he said, from 1842 to 1852 the taxable income of the 35. At this moment, in March 1867, the Indian and Chinese markets are again overstocked by the consignments of the British cotton manufacturers. In 1866 a reduction in wages of 5% took place among the cotton workers. In 1867, as a result of a similar operation, there was a strike of 20,000 men at Preston. Added by Engels to the fourth German edition. That was the prelude to the crisis which broke out immediately afterwards. 36. Census, etc. Op. Cit. Page 11, 37. Gladstone, in the House of Commons, on the 13th of February 1843, reported in the Times, the 14th of February 1843. The financial and economic crisis of 1866 to 806. The process of accumulation of capital country increased by 6%. In the 8 years from 1853 to 1861 it had increased from the basis taken in 1853 by 20%. The fact is so astonishing as to be almost incredible. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, entirely confined to classes of property, must be of indirect benefit to the laboring population, because it cheapens commodities of general consumption. While the rich have been growing richer, the poor have been growing less poor. At any rate, whether the extremes of poverty are less, I do not presume to say. 38. How lame an anticlimax. If the working class has remained poor, only less poor in proportion as it produces for the wealthy class an intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, then it has remained relatively just as poor. If the extremes of poverty have not lessened, they have increased, because the extremes of wealth have. As for the cheapening of the means of subsistence, the official statistics, for instance the accounts of the London Orphan Asylum, show an increase in price of 20% over the last 10 years, if we compare the average of the 3 years 1860 to 1862 with the average of 1851 to 1853. In the following 3 years, 1863 to 1865, there was a progressive rise in the price of meat, butter, milk, sugar, salt, coal and a number of other necessary means of subsistence. 39. Gladstone's next budget speech of the 7th April 1864 is a Pindaric dithyramb on the progress of surplus value extraction and the happiness of the people, moderated by poverty. He speaks of masses, on the border of pauperism, of branches of trade in which wages have not increased, and finally sums up the happiness of the working class in the words, human life is but, in 9 cases out often, a struggle for existence. 40. Professor Fawcett, 38. Gladstone, in the House of Commons, 16 April 11863, reported in the Morning Star, the 17th of April 1863, 39. See the official accounts in the Blue Book entitled Miscellaneous Statistics of the United Kingdom, Part 6, London, 1866, pp. 273, Passam. Instead of the statistics of orphan asylums, etc., the declamations of the ministerial journals in recommending dowries for the royal children might also serve. The greater dearness of the means of subsistence is never forgotten there. 40. Gladstone, in the House of Commons, the 7th of April 1864. The Hansard version of the last sentence is, again, and yet more at large, what is human life, but, in the majority of cases, a struggle for existence. The continual crying contradictions in Gladstone's budget speeches of 1863 and 1864 were characterized by an English writer with the following quotation from Boileau. Voilà l'homme en effet tu va du blanco noit, tu condamno maiden esses sentiments du soir. The general law of capitalist accumulation 807 not bound like Gladstone by official considerations, declares roundly. I do not, of course, deny that money wages have been augmented by this increase of capital in the last 10 years, but this apparent advantage is to a great extent lost, because many of the necessaries of life are becoming dearer. He believes that this is because of the fall in value of the precious metals. The rich grow rapidly richer, whilst there is no perceptible advance in the comfort enjoyed by the industrial classes. They, the workers, become almost the slaves of the tradesmen, to whom they owe money. 41. In the chapters on the working day and machinery, the reader has seen the circumstances under which the British working class created an intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power for the possessing classes. There we were chiefly concerned with the worker while he was exercising his social function. But for a full elucidation of the law of accumulation, his condition outside the workshop must also be looked at, his condition as to food and accommodation. The limits of this book compel us to concern ourselves chiefly with the worst paid part of the industrial proletariat and the agricultural laborers, who together form the majority of the working class. But before this, just one word about official pauperism, or the part of the working class which has forfeited its condition of existence, the sale of labor power, and vegetates on public alms. The official list of paupers in England 42 numbered 851,369 persons in 1855, 877,767 in 1856, and 971,433 in 1865. As a result of the cotton famine, it swelled to 1,079,382 in 1863 and 1,014,978 in 1864. The crisis of 1866, which hit London most severely, created there, in the centre of the world market, a city with more inhabitants than the Kingdom of Scotland, an increase of pauperism important de tout autre, de sol même incommode. 11 Change a tout moment d'esprit comme de mode. H. Roy, The Theory of Exchanges, etc. London, 1864, page 135. 41. H. Fawcett, Op. Cit. pp. 67-82. As far as the increasing dependence of workers on the retail shopkeepers is concerned, this is the consequence of the frequent oscillations and interruptions in their employment. 42. Wales is here always included in England. Such is the man. He goes from black to white. He condemns in the morning what he felt in the evening. A nuisance to everyone else, and an inconvenience to himself, he changes his way of thinking as easily as he changes his way of dressing. 808 The process of accumulation of capital for the year 1866 of 19.5% compared with 1865, and of 24.4% compared with 1864, and a still greater increase for the first months of 1867 as compared with 1866. 2 points emerge clearly when we analyze the statistics of pauperism. On the one hand, the rise and fall of the number of paupers reflects the periodic changes of the industrial cycle. On the other, the official statistics become more and more misleading as to the actual extent of pauperism in proportion as, with the accumulation of capital, the class struggle develops, and hence the class consciousness of the workers as well. For example, the barbarous nature of the treatment of the paupers, at which the English press, the Times, Pall Mall Gazette, etc., has cried out so loudly during the last 2 years, is in fact of ancient date. F. Engels, in 1844, demonstrated exactly the same horrors, and exactly the same transient, canning outcries of sensational literature. Single quote. Asterisk. But the frightful increase in the number of deaths by starvation in London during the last 10 years proves beyond doubt the growing horror in which the workers hold the slavery of the workhouse. 43 That place of punishment for poverty. B. The badly paid strata of the British industrial working class during the cotton famine of 1862. -3. Dr. Edward Smith was charged by the Privy Council to make an investigation into the conditions of nourishment of the distressed cotton workers of Lancashire and Cheshire. His observations during many preceding years had led him to the conclusion that to avert starvation diseases the daily food of an average woman ought to contain at least 3,900 grains of carbon and 180 grains of nitrogen. The daily food of an average man, at least 4,300 grains of carbon and 200 grains of nitrogen. For women, about the same quantity of nutritive elements as are contained in 2 lb of good wheaten bread. For men more, for the weekly average of adult men and women, at 43. A peculiar light is thrown on the advances made since the time of Adam Smith by the fact that he still occasionally uses the word workhouse as a synonym for manufactory. For example, the opening of his chapter on the division of labor. Those employed in every different branch of the work can often be collected into the same workhouse. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, Edinburgh, 1814, page 6. Asterisk in his The Condition of the Working CKUs in England, published in 1845, but written over the years 1844 and 1845. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 809 leased 28,600 grains of carbon and 1,330 grains of nitrogen. His calculation was practically confirmed in a surprising manner by its agreement with the miserable quantity of nourishment to which the emergency had reduced the consumption of the cotton workers. This was, in December 1862, 29,211 grains of carbon and 1,295 grains of nitrogen a week. In 1863, the Privy Council ordered an investigation into the state of distress of the worst nourished part of the English working class. Dr. Simon, medical officer to the Privy Council, chose for this work the above-mentioned Dr. Smith. His inquiry covers on the one hand the agricultural laborers, on the other hand silk weavers, needle women, kid glovers, stocking weavers, glove weavers and shoemakers. The latter categories are, with the exception of the stocking weavers, exclusively town dwellers. It was made a rule in the inquiry to select in each category the most healthy families, and those comparatively in the best circumstances. As a general result, it was found that, in only one of the examined classes of indoor operatives did the average nitrogen supply just exceed, while in another it nearly reached, the estimated standard of bare sufficiency, LA. Sufficient to avert starvation diseases, and that in 2 classes there was defect. In one, a very large defect. Of both nitrogen and carbon. Moreover, as regards the examined families of the agricultural population, It appeared that more than a fifth were with less than the estimated sufficiency of carbonaceous food, that more than one-third were with less than the estimated sufficiency of nitrogenous food, and that in 3 counties, Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and Somersetshire, insufficiency of nitrogenous food was the average local diet. 44 among the agricultural labourers, those of England, the wealthiest part of the United Kingdom, were the worst fed. 45 The insufficiency of food among the agricultural labourers fell as a rule chiefly on the women and children, for the man must eat to do his work. Still greater penury ravaged the urban workers he examined. They are so ill-fed that assuredly among them there must be many cases of severe and injurious privation. 46. This is all abstinence on the part of the capitalist. For it is abstinence from paying for the means of subsistence absolutely necessary for the mere vegetation of his hands. The following table shows the conditions of nourishment of the 44. Public Health, 6th Report, 1863, London, 1864, page 13. 45. Ibid, page 17. 46. Ibid, page 13. 810 The process of accumulation of capital above named categories of purely town-dwelling workers, as compared with the minimum assumed by Dr. Smith, and with the food allowance of the cotton workers during the time of their greatest distress. 47. Both sexes, 5 indoor occupations unemployed Lancashire operatives minimum quantity to be allowed to the Lancashire operatives, equal number of males and females. 28,600. 1,330 just under one half, 1. 62 degrees 6, of the categories of industrial worker investigated had absolutely no beer, and 28% no milk. The weekly average of liquid means of nourishment in the families varied from 7 ounces in the case of the needlewomen to 24 ounces in the case of the stocking makers. The majority of those who did not obtain milk were needlewomen in London. The quantity of bread consumed weekly varied from 71 lb for the needlewomen to lit lb for the shoemakers, and gave a total average of 9.9 lb per adult weekly. Sugar, treacle, etc., varied from 4 ounces weekly for the kid glovers to 11 ounces for the stocking makers, and the total average per week for all categories was 8 ounces per adult per week. The total weekly average butter intake, fat, etc., was 5 ounces per adult. The weekly average of meat, bacon, etc., varied from 71 ounces for the silk weavers to 18 to 1 ounce for the kid glovers. Total average for the different categories, 13.6 ounces. The weekly cost of food per adult was expressed in the following average figures: silk weavers 2s, 2 TD, needlewomen 2s, 7D, kid glovers 2s, 9 TD, shoemakers 2s, 7 D, stocking weavers 2s, 6 id. For the silk weavers of Macclesfield the average was only is 8 id. The worst nourished categories were the needlewomen, silk weavers and kid glovers. 48 In his General Health Report, Dr. Simon says this about the state of nourishment: that cases are innumerable in which defective diet is the cause or the aggravator of disease can be affirmed. 47. Public Health, 6th Report, 1863, London, 1864, Appendix, page 232, 48, Ibid, pp. 232-3. Average weekly carbon, in grains, 28,876. Average weekly nitrogen, in grains, 1,192 28,211. 1,295. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 811 by anyone who is conversant with poor law medical practice, or with the wards and outpatient rooms of hospitals. Yet in this point of view there is, in my opinion, a very important sanitary context to be added. It must be remembered that privation of food is very reluctantly borne, and that as a rule great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. Long before insufficiency of diet is a matter of hygienic concern, long before the physiologist would think of counting the grains of nitrogen and carbon which intervene between life and starvation, the household will have been utterly destitute of material comfort. Clothing and fuel will have been even scantier than food. Against inclemencies of weather there will have been no adequate protection. Dwelling space will have been stinted to the degree in which overcrowding produces or increases disease. Of household utensils and furniture there will have been scarcely any. Even cleanliness will have been found costly or difficult, and if there still be self-respectful endeavors to maintain it, each endeavor will represent additional pangs of hunger. The home, too, will be where shelter can be cheapest bought, in quarters where commonly there is least fruit of sanitary supervision, least drainage, least scavenging, least suppression of public nuisances, least or worst water supply, and, if in town, least light and air. Such are the sanitary dangers to which poverty is almost certainly exposed, when it is poverty enough to imply scantiness of food. And while the sum of them is of terrible magnitude against life, the mere scantiness of food is in itself a very serious moment. These are painful reflections, especially when it is remembered that the poverty to which they advert is not the deserved poverty of idleness. In all cases it is the poverty of working populations. Indeed, as regards the indoor operatives, the work which obtains the scanty pittance of food, is for the most part excessively prolonged. Yet evidently it is only in a qualified sense that the work can be deemed self-supporting. And on a very large scale the nominal self-support can be only a circuit, longer or shorter, to pauperism. 49. The intimate connection between the pangs of hunger suffered by the most industrious layers of the working class, and the extravagant consumption, coarse or refined, of the rich, for which capitalist accumulation is the basis, is only uncovered when the economic laws are known. It is otherwise with the housing situation. Every unprejudiced observer sees that the greater the centrally 49. Ibid. pp. 14-15. 812. The process of accumulation of capitalization of the means of production, the greater is the corresponding concentration of workers within a given space, and therefore the more quickly capitalist accumulation takes place, the more miserable the housing situation of the working class. Improvements of towns which accompany the increase of wealth, such as the demolition of badly built districts, the erection of palaces to house banks, warehouses, etc., the widening of streets for business traffic, for luxury carriages, for the introduction of tramways, obviously drive the poor away into even worse and more crowded comers. On the other hand, everyone knows that the dearness of houses stands in inverse ratio to their quality, and that the mines of misery are exploited by house speculators with more profit and at less cost than the mines of Potosi were ever exploited. The antagonistic character of capitalist accumulation, and thus of capitalist property relations in general, 50 is here so evident that even the official English reports on this subject teem with heterodox onslaughts on property and its rights. This evil makes such progress alongside the development of industry, the accumulation of capital and the growth and improvement of towns that the sheer fear of contagious diseases, which do not spare even respectable people, brought into existence from 1847 to 1864 no less than 10 acts of Parliament on sanitation, and that the frightened middle classes in certain towns, such as Liverpool, Glasgow and so on, took strenuous measures to deal with the problem through their municipalities. Nevertheless, Dr. Simon says in his report of 1865, speaking generally, it may be said that the evils are uncontrolled in England. By order of the Privy Council, in 1864, an inquiry was made into the condition of the housing of agricultural labourers, and in 1865 the same thing was done for the poorer classes of the towns. The results of the admirable work of Dr. Julian Hunter are to be found in the 7th, 1865, and 8th, 1866, reports on public health. I shall come back to the agricultural labourers later on. On the condition of urban dwellings, I quote, as a preliminary, a general remark made by Dr. Simon. Although my official point of view, he says, is one exclusively physical, common humanity requires that the other aspect of this so. In no particular have the rights of persons been so avowedly and shamefully sacrificed to the rights of property as in regard to the lodging of the laboring class. Every large town may be looked upon a place of human sacrifice, a shrine where thousands pass yearly through the fire as offerings to the Moloch of avarice. Lawing, Op. Cit. Page 1. So, the general law of capitalist accumulation 813 evil should not be ignored. In its higher degrees it, i.e. overcrowding, almost necessarily involves such negation of all delicacy, such unclean confusion of bodies and bodily functions, such exposure of animal and sexual nakedness, as is rather bestial than human. To be subject to these influences is a degradation which must become deeper and deeper for those on whom it continues to work. To children who are born under its curse, it must often be a very baptism into infamy. And beyond all measure hopeless is the wish that persons thus circumstanced should ever in other respects aspire to that atmosphere of civilization which has its essence in physical and moral cleanliness. London takes the first place in overcrowded habitations, absolutely unfit for human beings. I feel clear, says Dr. Hunter, on 2 points. First, that there are about 20 large colonies in London, of about 10,000 persons each, whose miserable condition exceeds almost anything I have seen elsewhere in England, and is almost entirely the result of their bad house accommodation. And second, that the crowded and dilapidated condition of the houses of these colonies is much worse than was the case 20 years ago. 2. It is not too much to say that life in parts of London and Newcastle is infernal. 3. Furthermore, the better off part of the working class, together with the small shopkeepers and other elements of the lower middle class, falls in London more and more under the curse of these vile housing conditions, in proportion as improvements, and with them the demolition of old streets and houses, advance, in proportion as factories spring up and the influx of people into the metropolis grows, and finally in proportion as house rents rise owing to increases in urban ground rent. Rents have become so heavy that few laboring men can afford more than one room. 4. There is almost no house property in London that is not over 51. Public Health, 8th Report, 1866, page 14, n. 52. Ibid, page 89. With reference to the children in these colonies. Dr. Hunter says, people are not now alive to tell us how children were brought up before this age of dense agglomerations of poor began, and he would be a rash prophet who should tell us what future behavior is to be expected from the present growth of children, who, under circumstances probably never before paralleled in this country, are now completing their education for future practice, as dangerous classes, by sitting up half the night with persons of every age, half naked, drunken, obscene, and quarrelsome. Ibid. Page 56, 53. Ibid. Page 62, 54. Report of the Officer of Health of St. Martin's in the Fields, 1865. 814. The process of accumulation of capital burdened with a number of middlemen. For the price of land in London is always very high in comparison with its yearly revenue, and therefore every buyer speculates on getting rid of it again at a jury price. the expropriation valuation fixed by jurymen, or on pocketing an extraordinary increase of value arising from the proximity of some large-scale undertaking. As a result of this, there is a regular trade in the purchase of fag ends of leases. Gentlemen in this business may be fairly expected to do as they do. Get all they can from the tenants while they have them, and leave as little as they can for their successors. The rents are weekly, and these gentlemen run no risk. Owing to the construction of railways within the city, the spectacle has lately been seen in the east of London of a number of families wandering about some Saturday night with their scanty worldly goods on their backs, without any resting place but the workhouse. 56 The workhouses are already overcrowded, and the improvements, already sanctioned by Parliament, have only just begun. If the workers are driven away by the demolition of their old houses, they either do not leave the old parish, or at the most they settle down on its borders, as near as they can get to it. They try, of course, to remain as near as possible to their workshops. The inhabitants do not go beyond the same or the next parish, parting their two-room tenements into single rooms, and crowding even those. Even at an advanced rent, the people who are displaced will hardly be able to get an accommodation so good as the meager one they have left. Half the workmen of the Strand walk 2 miles to their work. This same Strand, a main thoroughfare which gives strangers an imposing idea of the wealth of London, may serve as an example of the way human beings are packed together in that city. In one of its parishes, the public health officer reckoned 581 persons per acre, although half the width of the Thames was included in the parish. It will of course be understood that all the measures for the improvement of public health which have been taken so far in London have in fact, by demolishing uninhabitable houses, driven the workers out of some districts only to crowd them together still more closely in other districts. Either, says Dr. Hunter, the whole proceeding will of necessity stop as an absurdity, or the public compassion be effectually 55. Public Health #8th Report, 1866, page 91. 56. Ibid, page 88. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 815 aroused to the obligation which may now be without exaggeration called national, a supplying cover to those who will provide it for them. S7 Capitalist justice is truly to be wondered at. The owner of land and houses, the businessman, when expropriated by improvements such as railways, the building of new streets, etc., does not just receive full compensation. He must also be comforted, both according to human law and divine law, by receiving a substantial profit in return for his compulsory abstinence. The worker, with his wife and child and chattels, is thrown out into the street, and, if he crowds in too large numbers near districts where the local authority insists on decency, he is prosecuted in the name of public health. Except London, there was at the beginning of the 19th century no single town in England of more than 100,000 inhabitants. Only 5 had more than 50,000. Now there are 28 towns with more than 50,000 inhabitants. The result of this change is not only that the class of town people is enormously increased, but the old close-packed little towns are now centers built round on every side, open nowhere to air, and being no longer agreeable to the rich are abandoned by them for the pleasanter outskirts. The successors of these rich are occupying the larger houses at the rate of a family to each room, and find accommodation for 2 or 3 lodgers. And a population, for which the houses were not intended and quite unfit, has been created, whose surroundings are truly degrading to the adults and ruinous to the children. 58 The more rapidly capital accumulates in an industrial or commercial town, the more rapidly flows the stream of exploitable human material, the more miserable are the improvised dwellings of the workers. Newcastle-on-Tyne, as the center of a coal and iron district which is becoming more and more productive, takes second place after London in the housing inferno. Not less than 34,000 persons live there in single rooms. Because of their absolute danger to the community, houses in great numbers have recently been pulled down by the authorities in Newcastle and Gateshead. The building of new houses progresses very slowly, business very quickly. The town was therefore more full than ever in 1865. There was scarcely a room to let. Dr. Embleton, of the Newcastle Fever Hospital, 57. Ibid, page 89. S8. Ibid, pp. 55-6. 816 The process of accumulation of capital says, there can be little doubt that the great cause of the continuance and spread of the typhus has been the overcrowding of human beings, and the uncleanliness of their dwellings. The rooms, in which laborers in many cases live, are situated in confined and unwholesome yards or courts, and for space, light, air, and cleanliness, are models of insufficiency and insalubrity, and a disgrace to any civilized community. In them, men, women, and children lie at night huddled together. And as regards the men, the night shift succeed the day shift, and the day shift the night shift, in unbroken series for some time together, the beds having scarcely time to cool. The whole house badly supplied with water and worse with privies, dirty, unventilated, and pestiferous. S9 The price per week of such lodgings ranges from 8d. to 3s. The town of Newcastle-on-Tyne, says Dr. Hunter, contains a sample of the finest tribe of our countrymen, often sunk by external circumstances of house and street into an almost savage degradation. 60 As a result of the ebb and flow of capital and labor, the state of the dwellings of an industrial town may today be tolerable, tomorrow frightful. Or the local magistracy of the town may have summoned up the energy to remove the most shocking abuses. The next day, Masses of ragged Irishmen or decayed English agricultural laborers may come crowding in, like a swarm of locusts. They are stowed away in cellars and lofts, or a hitherto respectable working-class dwelling is transformed into a lodging house whose personnel changes as quickly as soldiers' quarters in the 30 Years' War. Take Bradford for example. There the municipal Philistine had just been engaged in making improvements to the town. Besides, there were still 1,751 uninhabited houses in Bradford in 1861. But now comes that revival of trade which the sweet-natured liberal Mr. Forster, the Negro's friend, recently crowed over so gracefully. Asterisk. With the revival of trade there naturally occurred an overflow from the wages of the ever-fluctuating reserve army, or relative surplus population. The 59. Public Health, 8th Report, 1866, page 149, 60, Ibid, page 50. William Edward Forster, 1818-86, son of a Quaker minister, leading Bradford wool manufacturer, Liberal MP for that city from 1861 to 1886. He spent much of the 1850s campaigning on the issue of American slavery, and was strongly in favor of the North in the Civil War. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 817 frightful cellar habitations and rooms registered in the list, 61 which Dr. Hunter obtained from the agent of an insurance company, were for the most part inhabited by well-paid workers. They declared that they would willingly pay for better dwellings if they were to be had. Meanwhile they become degraded and fall ill, every man jack of them, while that sweet-natured liberal, Forster MP, sheds tears of joy over the blessings of free trade, and the profits of the eminent men of Bradford who deal in worsted. In the report of the 5th of September 1865, Dr. Bell, one of the poor law doctors of Bradford, ascribes the frightful mortality of fever patients in his district to the conditions in which they live. In one small cellar measuring 1,500 cubic feet, there are 10 persons. Vincent Street, Green Air Place, and the Lays include 223 houses having 1,450 inhabitants, 453 beds, and 36 privies. The beds. And in that term I include any roll of dirty old rags, or an armful of 61. Here is the Bradford Call 1 acting agents list. 1. Houses Vulcan Street, number 122. 1 room.
16 персоны Славли-стрит, но 13. 1. 11. Бауэр-стрит, но 41. 1.
TT.
11.
TT.
Портленд-стрит, но 112. 1.
TT.
10. Харди-стрит, но 17. 1. 10. Норд-стрит, но 18. 1. 16. Норд-стрит, но 17. 1. 13. Уаймер-стрит, но 19. 1. 8 Адултес-Джовит-стрит, но 56. 1. 12 Персонес-Джордж-стрит, но 150. 1. 3 Фамилис Райфель-Корт, Мэригейт, но 11. 11 Персонес-Маршалл-стрит, но 28. 1.
TT.
10. Маршалл-стрит, но 49. 3. 3 Фамилис Джордж-стрит, но 128. 1. 18 Персонес-Джордж-стрит, но 130. 1. 16.
Edward Street, number 4.
1. 17. Джордж-стрит, но 49. 1. 2 Фамилис Йорк-стрит, но 34. 1. 2.
Salt Pie Street, bottom.
2.
26 persons. 2. Sellers Regent Street. 1 cellar. 8 persons Acre Street.
1. 7.
33 Roberts Court.
1. 7. Запятая точка.
Back Pratt Street, used as a brazier's shop.
1. Запятая точка. 7.
227 Ebenezer Street.
1. 6. Запятая точка.
List taken from Ibid. Page 111, 818. The process of accumulation of capital shavings have an average of 3.3 persons to each. Many have 5 and 6 persons to each, and some people, I am told, are absolutely without beds. They sleep in their ordinary clothes, on the bare boards. Young men and women, married and unmarried, all together. I need scarcely add that many of these dwellings are dark, damp, dirty, stinking holes, utterly unfit for human habitations. They are the centers from which disease and death are distributed amongst those in better circumstances, who have allowed them thus to fester in our midst. 62 Bristol takes the 3rd place after London in the misery of its dwellings. Single quote. Bristol, where the blankest poverty and domestic misery abound in the wealthiest town of Europe. 63. C. The nomadic population we now turn to a group of people whose origin is rural, but whose occupation is for the most part industrial. They are the light infantry of capital, thrown from one point to another according to its present needs. When they are not on the march they camp. Nomadic labor is used for various building and draining works, for brick making, lime burning, railway making, etc. A flying call UMN of pestilence, it carries smallpox, typhus, cholera and scarlet fever into the places in whose neighborhood it pitches its camp. 64. In undertakings which involve a large outlay of capital, such as railways etc., the contractor himself generally provides his army with wooden huts and so on. Thus, improvising villages which lack all sanitary arrangements, are outside the control of the local authorities, and are very profitable to the gentleman who is doing the contracting, for he exploits his workers in two directions at once, as soldiers of industry, and as tenants. Depending on whether the wooden hut contains 1, 2 or 3 holes, its inhabitant, the navvy or whatever he may be, has to pay 2, 3 or 4 shillings a week. 65. One example will suffice. Dr. Simon reports that in September 1864 the chairman of the Nuisances Removal Committee of the parish of Sevenoaks sent the following denunciation to Sir George Grey, the Home Secretary. Smallpox cases were 62. Public Health, 8th Report. 1866, page 114. 63. Ibid, page 50. 64. Public Health, 7th Report. 1865, page 18. 65. Ibid, page 165. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 819 rarely heard of in this parish until about 12 months ago. Shortly before that time, the works for a railway from Lewisham to Tunbridge were commenced here, and, in addition to the principal works being in the immediate neighborhood of this town, here was also established the depot for the whole of the works, so that a large number of persons was of necessity employed here. As cottage accommodation could not be obtained for them all, huts were built in several places along the line of the works by the contractor, Mr. J., for their especial occupation. These huts posses said no ventilation nor drainage, and, besides, were necessarily overcrowded, because each occupant had to accommodate lodgers, whatever the number in his own family might be, although there were only 2 rooms to each tenement. The consequences were, according to the medical report we received, that in the night time these poor people were compelled to endure all the horror of suffocation to avoid the pestiferous smells arising from the filthy, stagnant water, and the privies close under their windows. Complaints were at length made to the Nuisances Removal Committee by a medical gentleman who had occasion to visit these huts, and he spoke of their condition as dwellings in the most severe terms, and he expressed his fears that some very serious consequences might ensue, unless some sanitary measures were adopted. About a year ago, Mr. J. promised to appropriate a hut, to which persons in his employ, who were suffering from contagious diseases, might at once be removed. He repeated that promise on the 23rd of July last, but although since the date of the last promise there have been several cases of smallpox in his huts, and 2 deaths from the same disease, yet he has taken no steps whatever to carry out his promise. On the 9th of September instant, Mr. Kelson, surgeon, reported to me further cases of smallpox in the same huts, and he described their condition as most disgraceful. I should add, for the ministers, information that an isolated house, called the Pest House, which is set apart for parishioners who might be suffering from infectious diseases, has been continually occupied by such patients for many months past, and is also now occupied. That in one family 5 children died from smallpox and fever. That from the 1st of April to the 1st of September this year, a period of 5 months, there have been no fewer than 10 deaths from smallpox in the parish, 4 of them being in the huts already referred to. That it is impossible to ascertain the exact number of persons who have suffered from that disease. 820. The process of accumulation of capital, although they are known to be many, from the fact of the families keeping it as private as possible. 66 workers in coal and other mines belong to the best paid categories of the British proletariat. The price they pay for their wages was shown on an earlier page. 67. Here I shall merely glance at their housing conditions. As a rule, the exploiter of a mine, whether he is the proprietor or a tenant, builds a number of cottages for his hands. They receive cottages and coal for firing for nothing, i.e. these form part of their wages, paid in kind. Those who cannot be housed in this way receive in compensation £4 per annum. The mining districts rapidly attract a large population, made up of the miners themselves and the artisans, shopkeepers, etc. who group themselves around them. The ground rent is high, as it generally is where population is dense. The mining employer therefore tries to put up, within the smallest space possible at the entrance to the pit, exactly the number of cottages necessary to pack together his workers and their families. If new mines are opened in the neighborhood, or old ones are again set working, the pressure increases. In the construction of the cottages, only one point of view is of significance: the abstinence of the capitalist from all expenditure that is not absolutely unavoidable. The lodging which is obtained by the pitmen and other laborers connected with the collieries of Northumberland and Durham, says Dr. Julian Hunter, is perhaps, on the whole, the worst and the dearest of which any large specimens can be found in England, the similar parishes of Monmouthshire excepted. The extreme badness is in the high number of men found in one room, in the smallness of the ground plot on which a great number of houses are thrust, the want of water, the absence of privies, and the frequent placing of one house on the top of another, are Distri 66. Public Health, 7th Report 1865, page 18, n. The relieving officer of the Chapel N. Frith Union reported to the Registrar General as follows: at Doveholes, a number of small excavations have been made into a large hillock of lime ashes, which are used as dwellings, and occupied by laborers and others employed in the construction of a railway now in course of construction through that neighborhood. The excavations are small and damp, and have no drains or privies about them, and not the slightest means of ventilation except up a hole pushed through the top, and used for a chimney. In consequence of this defect, Smallpox has been raging for some time, and some deaths, amongst the troglodytes, have been caused by it. Ibid. Note 267. The details given on pp. 626-34 refer especially to the coal miners. On conditions in the metal mines, which are even worse, see the very conscientious report of the Royal Commission of 1864. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 821 Bution into flats. The lessee acts as if the whole colony were encamped, not resident. 68. In pursuance of my instructions, says Dr. Stevens, I visited most of the large colliery villages in the Durham Union. With very few exceptions, the general state meant that no means are taken to secure the health of the inhabitants would be true of all of them. All colliers are bound, an expression which, like bondage, dates from the age of serfdom, to the colliery lessee or owner for 12 months. If the colliers express discontent, or in any way annoy the viewer, a mark of memorandum is made against their names, and, at the annual binding, such men are turned off. It appears to me that no part of the truck system could be worse than what obtains in these densely populated districts. The collier is bound to take as part of his hiring a house surrounded with pestiferous in one luences. He cannot help himself, and it appears doubtful whether anyone else can help him except his proprietor. He is, to all intents and purposes, a serf, and his proprietor first consults his balance sheet, and the result is tolerably certain. The collier is also often supplied with water by the proprietor, which, whether it be good or bad, he has to pay for, or rather he suffers a deduction from his wages. 69. In a conflict with public opinion, or even with the officers of health, capital has no difficulty in justifying the partly dangerous and partly degrading conditions to which it confines the working and domestic life of the mine worker, on the ground that they are necessary for profitable exploitation. It is the same thing when capital abstains from protective measures against dangerous machinery in the factory, from safety appliances and means of ventilation in the mines, and so on. It is the same here with the housing of the miners. Dr. Simon, medical officer of the Privy Council, says in his official report, in apology for the wretched household accommodation. It is alleged that mines are commonly worked on lease, that the duration of the lessee's interest, which in collieries is commonly for 21 years, is not so long that he should deem it worth his while to create good AC accommodation for his laborers, and for the tradespeople and others whom the work attracts, that even if he were disposed to act liberally in the matter, this disposition would commonly be defeated by his landlord's tendency to fix on him, as ground rent, an exorbitant additional charge for the privilege of having on the 68. Ibid. pp. 180, 182. 69. Ibid. pp. 515, 517. 822. The process of accumulation of capital surface of the ground, the decent and comfortable village which the laborers of the subterranean property ought to inhabit, and that prohibitory price, if not actual prohibition, equally excludes others who might desire to build. It would be foreign to the purpose of this report to enter upon any discussion of the merits of the above apology. Nor here is it even needful to consider where it would be that, if decent accommodation were provided, the cost would eventually fall, whether on landlord, or lessee, or laborer, or public. But in presence of such shameful facts as are vouched for in the annexed reports, those of Dr. Hunter, Dr. Stevens, etc., a remedy may well be claimed. Claims of landlordship are being so used as to do great public wrong. The landlord in his capacity of mine owner invites an industrial colony to labor on his estate, and then in his capacity of surface owner makes it impossible that the laborers whom he collects should find proper lodging where they must live. The lessee, the capitalist exploiter of the mine, meanwhile has no pecuniary motive for resisting that division of the bargain, well knowing that if its latter conditions be exorbitant, the consequences fall not on him, that his laborers on whom they fall have not education enough to know the value of their sanitary rights, that neither obscenest lodging nor foulest drinking water will be appreciable inducements towards strike. 70. Effect of crises on the best paid section of the working class. Before I turn to the agricultural laborers, I shall just show, by one example, how crises have an impact even on the best paid section of the working class, on its aristocracy. It will be remembered that the year 1857 brought one of the gigantic crises with which the industrial cycle always terminates. The next crisis was due in 1866. Already discounted in the actual factory districts by the cotton famine, which threw much capital from its accustomed sphere into the great centers of the money market, the crisis assumed this time a predominantly financial character. Its outbreak in May 1866 was signaled by the failure of a giant London bank, immediately followed by the collapse of countless swindling companies. One of the great London branches of industry involved in the cottage trophy was iron shipbuilding. The magnates of this trade had not 70. Public Health, 7th Report, 1865, page 16. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation 823 only overproduced beyond all measure during the swindling period. But they had, apart from this, entered into enormous contracts on the speculative assumption that credit would be forthcoming to an equivalent extent. A terrible reaction then set in, which continues even now, at the end of March 1867, both in shipbuilding and in other London industries. 1. Let me characterize the situation of the workers by quoting the following from a very detailed report by a correspondent of the Morning Star, who visited the chief centers of distress at the end of 1866 and the beginning of 1867. In the East End districts of Poplar, Millwall, Greenwich, Deptford, Limehouse and Canning Town, at least 15,000 workmen and their families were in a state of utter destitution, and 3,000 skill-led mechanics were breaking stones in the workhouse yard, after distress of over half a year's duration. I had great difficulty in reaching the workhouse door, for a hungry crowd besieged it. They were waiting for their tickets, but the time had not yet arrived for the distribution. The yard was a great square place with an open shed running all round it, and several large heaps of snow covered the paving stones in the middle. In the middle, also, were little wicker fenced spaces, like sheep pens, where in finer weather the men worked, but on the day of my visit the pens were so snowed up that nobody could sit in them. Men were busy, however, in the open shed breaking paving stones into macadam. Each man had a big paving stone for a seat, and he chipped away at the rime-covered granite until he had broken up, and 5 bushels of it, and then he had done his day's work, and got his day's pay. 3pence and an allowance of food. In another part of the yard 71. Wholesale starvation of the London poor. Within the last few days the walls of London have been placarded with large posters, bearing the owing remarkable announcement, fat oxen. Starving men. The fat oxen from their palace of glass have gone to feed the rich in their luxurious abode, while the starving men are left to rot and die in their wretched dens. The placards bearing these ominous words are put up at certain intervals. No sooner has one set been defaced or covered over, than a fresh set is placarded in the former, or some equal public place. This reminds one of the secret revolutionary associations which prepared the French people for the events of 1789. At this moment, while English workmen with their wives and children are dying of cold and hunger, there are millions of English gold, the produce of English labor, being invested in Russian, Spanish, Italian, and other foreign enterprises. Reynolds newspaper, the 20th of January 1867. A reference to the period of unsound speculation which immediately preceded the collapse of Overend and Gurney in 1866. 824 The process of accumulation of capital was a rickety little wooden house, and when we opened the door of it, we found it filled with men who were huddled together shoulder to shoulder, for the warmth of one another's bodies and breath. They were picking oakum and disputing the while as to which could work the longest on a given quantity of food. For endurance was the point of honor. 7,000, in this one workhouse, were recipients of relief. Many hundreds of them, it appeared, were, 6 or 8 months ago, earning the highest wages paid to artisans. Their number would be more than doubled by the count of those who, having exhausted all their savings, still refuse to apply to the parish, because they have a little left to pawn. Leaving the workhouse, I took a walk through the streets, mostly of little one-story houses, that abound in the neighborhood of Poplar. My guide was a member of the Committee of the Unemployed. My first call was on an ironworker who had been 27 weeks out of employment. I found the man with his family sitting in a little back room. The room was not bare of furniture, and there was a fire in it. This was necessary to keep the naked feet of the young children from getting frostbitten, for it was a bitterly cold day. On a tray in front of the fire lay a quantity of oakum, which the wife and children were picking in return for their allowance from the parish. The man worked in the stone yard of the workhouse for a certain ration of food, and 3 pence per day. He had now come home to dinner quite hungry, as he told us with a melancholy smile, and his dinner consisted of a couple of slices of bread and dripping, and a cup of milk less tea. The next door at which we knocked was opened by a middle-aged woman, who, without saying a word, led us into a little back parlour, in which sat all her family, silent and fixedly staring at a rapidly dying fire. Such desolation, such hopelessness was about these people in their little room, as I should not care to witness again. Nothing have they done, sir, said the woman, pointing to her boys, for 26 weeks, and all our money gone, all the £20 that me and father saved when times were better, thinking it would yield a little to keep us when we got past work. Look at it, she said, almost fiercely, bringing out a bank book with all its well-kept entries of money paid in, and money taken out, so that we could see how the little fortune had begun with the first 5-shilling deposit, and had grown by little and little to be £20, and how it had melted down again till the sum in hand got from pounds to shillings, and the last entry. The general law of capitalist accumulation 825 made the book as worthless as a blank sheet. This family received relief from the workhouse, and it furnished them with just one scanty meal per day. Our next visit was to an iron laborer's wife, whose husband had worked in the yards. We found her ill from want of food, lying on a mattress in her clothes, and just covered with a strip of carpet, for all the bedding had been pawned. 2 wretched children were tending her, themselves looking as much in need of nursing as their mother. 19 weeks of enforced idleness had brought them to this pass, and while the mother told the history of that bitter past, she moaned as if all her faith in a future that should atone for it were dead. On getting outside, a young fellow came running after us, and asked us to step inside his house and see if anything could be done for him. A young wife, 2 pretty children, a cluster of pawn tickets, and a bare room were all he had to show. On the after pains of the crisis of 1866, we shall quote an extract from a Tory newspaper. It must not be forgotten that the East End of London, which is dealt with here, is not only the location of the iron shipbuilding mentioned above, but also of the so-called domestic industry, which is always paid less than the minimum wage. A frightful spectacle was to be seen yesterday in one part of the metropolis. Although the unemployed thousands of the East End did not parade with their black flags en masse, the human torrent was imposing enough. Let us remember what these people suffer. They are dying of hunger. That is the simple and terrible fact. There are 40,000 of them. In our presence, in one quarter of this wonderful metropolis, are packed, next door to the most enormous accumulation of wealth the world ever saw, cheek by jowl with this are 40,000 helpless, starving people. These thou sands are now breaking in upon the other quarters. Always half starving, they cry their misery in our ears, they cry to heaven, they tell us from their miserable dwellings, that it is impossible for them to find work, and useless for them to beg. The local ratepayers themselves are driven by the parochial charges to the verge of pauperism. Standard, the 5th of April 1867. As it is the fashion amongst English capitalists to quote Belgium as the workers' paradise, because freedom of labor, what is the same thing, freedom of capital, is there limited neither by the despotism of the trade unions nor by the shackles of the factory. Morning Star, the 7th of January 1867. 826 The process of accumulation of capital acts. We shall say a word or two here about the good fortune of the Belgian worker. Assuredly no one was more thoroughly initiated into the mysteries of this good fortune than the late M. Ducpétot, Inspector General of Belgian Prisons and Charitable Institutions, and member of the Central Statistical Commission of Belgium. Let us take his work Budgets économiques des classes ouvrières de la Belgique, Brussels, 1855. Here we find, among other things, a discussion of a normal Belgian worker's family, whose yearly income and expenditure he calculates on very exact data, and whose conditions of nourishment are then compared with those of the soldier, the sailor and the prisoner. The family consists of father, mother, and 4 children. Of these 6 persons, 4 may be usefully employed the whole year through. It is assumed that there is no sick person among them, or anyone incapable of work. Nor are there expenses for religious, moral and intellectual purposes, except a very small sum for church pews, nor contributions to savings banks or benefit societies, nor expenses due to luxury or the result of improvidence. The father and eldest son, however, allow themselves the use of tobacco, and on Sundays go to the alehouse, for which a whole 86 centimes a week are reckoned. From a general compilation of wages allowed to workers in different trades, it follows that the highest average daily wage is 1 franc 56 centimes for men, 89 centimes for women, 56 centimes for boys, and 55 centimes for girls. Calculated at this rate, the resources of the family would amount, at the maximum, to 1,068 francs a year. In the family taken as typical we have calculated all possible resources. In ascribing wages to the mother of the family, however, we thereby remove the household from her management. But who will look after the house and the young children? Who will prepare the meals, do the washing and mending? This is the dilemma presented every day to the workers. According to this the budget of the